morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Prayze Factor Awards Business Symposium. I am Apostle Dr. Teresa Jordan, affectionately known as Pastor T. And today I am excited to be joining you on our official business symposium. We've got some great things in store for you on today with regards to topics and things that are going to help you, for those of you that are in the space of creative arts, and for those of you that have performing arts ministries and or support arts. We're giving it a few seconds here to give everybody an opportunity to get on and share the live and make sure that you're getting this information over to any and everybody that you know that can benefit from some resources, some digital networking, and some information about the gospel industry, and particularly things about how to have an effective and successful performing arts ministry and creative support ministry. Again, I'm Apostle Dr. Teresa Jordan. Go ahead and share that link, share the live all over social media. We're currently on our Prayze Factor Awards Facebook page, as well as several of our different groups on Facebook. We're also on our YouTube channel. For those of you that are YouTubers, you can share it over there as well. Again, welcome to our business symposium. I know it's going to bless you. I am going to be your first facilitator, but I'm going to be very brief because I wanted to get in and out of the way so that all these amazing people that will be sharing with you today can go ahead and get started. Just a little bit about me. For those that don't know, I am 40 plus years, 45 plus years in the music and entertainment industry, one way or another, whether it was me singing or acting or dancing or promoting or doing production. I've got my hands in a lot of it. That was my training ground when I was coming up as a youngster. No longer a youngster. I know y'all don't believe me. I know, I get it. No, I'm just kidding. But I spent many, many years in the trenches, didn't understand it at the time. As to why I was learning all of those things and why was I needing to know how to be a choreographer, and but it all made sense a little later on in my life when God called me into performing arts ministry works, and I understood that I needed to go through all of those things before I could teach somebody else how to do that. I also have a military background. Spent 15 years in the military and I was active duty as well as reserves. So very thankful for that training and that part of my life, because it taught me a lot of things that I still use to this day, like discipline and attention to details and follow through. Don't just put it out there and think it's going to drop out the sky. You got to put some work in. So learned a lot of those things. And one of the biggest things I think I learned in my military days was how to use a computer. When I got there, typewriters was still the thing. I'm telling my age a little bit. And didn't have a clue how to use a computer. I looked at that thing like, oh my God, that's a monster, But over the years, I learned how to use a computer, and to God be the glory. Look at where we are now as a society. You can't really do anything without a computer or some type of digital device. So I'm very grateful for my years in the military as well. And that attention to detail and the discipline that gave me also applies now as I am doing ministry works and helping others to discover and, go forth in their ministries as well. So that's a little bit about me. The founder of the Prayze Fest Gospel Network, which is the home of the Prayze Factor Awards, and a whole bunch of other things that God has given us under that umbrella to have kind of like a one-stop shop for people who are called and purposed to do this type of ministry work. And I'm excited about it. It's great when you can do what you love to do. It doesn't feel like work. I have a passion to help. That pastoral side of me brings out the nurturer in me. So I want to see everybody succeed. I want to see everybody win. And so that kind of all is working together for the good of all of us that are called and purposed according to the will of the Lord. Want to take a minute and introduce the lineup of our facilitators today, just so you will know what is coming your way and you can get as excited as I am. Like I mentioned a minute ago, I'm your first facilitator, and I'm basically just giving you some foundation as to what today's sessions are all about, as well as why we do this, which I've already been sharing a little bit about that. But coming right behind me is Serona Elton, and she is from the Mechanical Licensing Collective. And anybody that is out here doing performing arts ministries, singing and writing and producing, you definitely want to tune in for that session, especially if you've been out here for a while, because what she does is shares so many resources about how you can find some of that money that's sitting out here that you didn't know you had. So you definitely want to tune in for that session. Right behind her is Tiara Guy from SoundExchange. If you've been in the business any length of time, you know SoundExchange is another entity that helps you track and trace and make sure you're getting the monies and royalties and things that are due to you. They, are very good about making sure that you have the resources in place to find what, your earnings. So a lot of people want to get paid for the things that they're doing out here in the creative spectrum. And so you need to have these types of resources and information so that you can do that. So Tiara will be after Serona and she's from the SoundExchange. After that, we're doing something a little new this year. With our business sessions, we're including some of your peers. And when I say that, I mean other independent artists that are out here doing same thing you're doing. Some of them may have elevated a little further along than you have, or they may have a skill set that they used in order to make sure that they did, got a little further down the road. And so they are wanting to share those skill sets and those things with you so that you can have, a little bit more wind beneath your wings, so to speak. So right after SoundExchange, we're going to hear from Roshawn Nicole, and she is going to be sharing harmony and healing, finding freedom from burnout. Wow. When I saw that topic, I was like, woo-wee, I need that. Because we get tired, get overwhelmed sometimes with all of the different things that we're trying to do, particularly if you're independent and you're having to carry the burden of all of it yourself. It can be a little overwhelming at times. So she has some amazing information and resources to pass on to you, some because of experiences that she has gone through and others because of the certifications that she has. So after SoundExchange, you'll hear from Roshawn Nicole. Then we're going to have a session by Sean Keys. This session right here is very popular. Actually, we're bringing back the same session he did last year because he's talking about studio prep. People that are out here, sometimes, especially when you're new, you think all you got to do is be able to sing. No, there's a whole lot more to it. If you're going to be successful when you go into the studio and come out, with what you need in order to put out a good project. So he covers things like music production, split sheets, publishing, distribution, just a whole plethora of things that will definitely help you. Behind Sean is Carla Morrison from Chit Chat Communications. She is going to be talking about branding and marketing. Again, she's a repeat facilitator. She was here last year and did a great session. People was blowing us up trying to get in, connect with her. So again, I'm sure that's going to be a very effective session for you guys. This year, we're also bringing in some experts to talk about charting. A lot of people, I know you see the charts are blowing up all over social media and so forth and so on. And you're like, well, I'm not on the chart, or I am on the chart. What does that mean? How do I get my music to chart and things of that nature? These folks from Gospel Station Charts, they're going to come on and they're going to talk about what they do as far as their charting platforms, and then give you a little bit of insight as to why those platforms are important to you. So you definitely want to be on for that. I'm going to say that about all of the sessions because they are really good. And I don't want you all to miss anything. Again, we're going to be bringing on another peer. This young lady right here is just a wealth of knowledge with regards to how to get through the process of being an independent artist that's maybe starting from ground zero and you have aspirations to be mainstream. How do you go from 0 to 100? How do you get from green and knowing nothing to signed and having the help that you need to have a blossoming career in gospel music? And that will be coming from none other than Pastor Keri Fraser. Most of you that have been around Prayze Factor for a while know that she started with us maybe 7 or 8 years ago. And she said, I don't know anything about the industry. I just know God called me to the nations. And we were like, well, those are the type of people we like to work with. Those that know their calling, those that are passionate about their calling, and those that will put their hands and feet to the plow and get it done. And Pastor Keri is going to talk a little bit about that process of the journey of going from green to, as you know, she is now signed with Uncle G Records and promotions and is doing phenomenal. So she's going to share some tidbits about that and what you can do to get further along down the road with your career. Behind Pastor Keri is going to be Wanda Adams. She's going to be talking about artist management and booking. And I just know 50 million of y'all are going to be on for that because you're all looking for someone to help manage these careers and dreams and visions and goals that you have. But, you know, not everybody is in the place right now where you need a manager or you need a booking agent. So you have to know who needs to be on your team at what point in your career. So Miss Wanda has been around for quite some time, a wealth of knowledge and resources. So she's going to be discussing artist management and booking and, you know, what she might be able to do to help assist some of you that are out here looking to have a career in performing arts ministries and in that creative space and support space as well. And behind Miss Wanda is going to be Randall Wilds from Cashbox. Now, I know many of you are familiar with Cashbox. Cashbox magazine, it's been around for a long time, has produced some phenomenal artists that have gone and blown up all over the world. And why can't that be you? Well, it can, as long as you continue to tap into some of the resources like Cashbox and what Randall Wilds will be sharing with us on today. And then after that, I'm going to close us all out. We are going to have questions and answer periods throughout the sessions. That's why we're using this particular platform so that we can actually see the questions, put them up on the screen, allow the facilitators to answer the questions for you. For those sessions that are pre-recorded, I think we only have one that's pre-recorded. You won't be able to particularly ask questions that's going to get answered in real time unless one of the other facilitators or myself happens to chime in. But you can always put the question in the feed, and then we can have that facilitator come back and answer the questions for you. So you kind of can get it two ways there, either in real time or they can come back and answer the questions for you. I always say the only dumb question is the one that doesn't get asked. So ask your questions, you know, everybody be kind to one another in the feed. I don't want to see anybody, you know, belittling somebody's question. I will block you. So don't do it, because this is a learning platform. That's why we're doing this. We want everybody to feel free to ask their questions and get the answers that they need. You might not need to know what a split sheet is, but somebody does. So if you have already gotten past that, boo-boo, we're proud of you. But don't, you know, mess it up for somebody else who's not quite there yet. All right. And so that's our lineup for today. As you can see, it's a full day. I think the last session ends at 4 o'clock or somewhere around 4 o'clock. Then we'll close out, and then we'll be getting ready for our official VIP meet and greet on this evening at the Magnolia Lounge and Restaurant. It is an all that jazz and gospel jazz, I should say, setting. We've got some phenomenal artists from our gospel jazz artist lineup that will be sharing. Tania Canada, Delicia, Robin Birch is releasing her new project today. As a matter of fact, it is live now, so we'll be talking about that in a little bit. But she's going to be doing her live premiere on tonight of her EP. And we also have Ornisha Lowe joining us on tonight as one of our jazz presentations. And also a young lady here local, Sarah LaSoul. It is going to be amazing. Listen, if you're in the Atlanta area, you would want to be at the Magnolia Lounge and Restaurant on this evening at 7 p.m. to partake of that. All of that information is on our social media, on our website, is everywhere. We've been putting it out there everywhere. And then the second half of that is going to also feature a couple of R&B soldiers out here. One is Just Vince, one out of the Virginia area. He's going to be sharing some amazing music with you, including something that's only going to be able to be heard on tonight. It is not released yet. It's covered and copywritten and all of that, but he's not released it yet and wanted to share that with our audience on tonight. We're also going to hear from Reggie Boone, who is a local Atlanta artist who is blowing up all over the place, but he's got his roots here in Atlanta, and he is also amazing. So we're kicking off season 18 of the Prayze Factor Awards in a stellar kind of way, so they say. All right. And I do see a few questions over there, so I will get to those in just a moment. I do want to share just a little bit more information. I'm double dutying here, so y'all excuse me for looking away from the camera, but I'm looking at notes and things that I need to share with you before, our facilitator, our next facilitator comes on. And one of the things that I just kind of want to dive back into just a little bit is the purpose for us doing these business sessions. Again, we want to make sure that you're getting connected, make sure you're getting resources and getting things that you need in order to be successful in your performing arts ministries. And I always say, and the creative support space, because we always, putting focus on the singers and dancers and all that, but without the writers and the producers and the managers and, the MCs and PR and marketing folks, you're kind of mute. So one has to work with the other. You can have the best song in the world, but if don't nobody know about it, guess what? It's just a song that you have. So you need that PR and marketing element, that social media branding element. You need those people that are also in that support realm to help you, and you guys work together and create great music and great productions and things of that nature that will bless people. That's another way of taking the word of God to the masses. Everybody won't sit and listen to the preacher, but they might sit and hum and tap their toe to a song. That song may be something that resonates in their spirit, and it may give them the wind that they need to go a little bit further. So it's important that all of the gifts come together. And that's one of the things that we really enforce here at the PG Network, and particularly in Prayze Factor. We want to see everybody working together and collaborating and, sharing resources. Yeah, I said sharing resources. Don't get it and, hold it to yourself. Share the resources, connect with one another, be a blessing to each other, and God can move in those types of situations. So the purpose for us doing this platform, the business sessions, the showcases, the various virtual presentations that are being made throughout the week, coming together for the big show on Saturday, all of that is put together so that everybody can network and fellowship and learn to collaborate. Strength in numbers, you guys. It is strength in numbers. I know independent, yeah, it's all about you, but it's strength in numbers. You can go a whole lot further with a little bit of help. And sometimes that helps come from appear, not necessarily a record label or a booking agency, but a co-laborer in the vineyard that maybe a year ago went through what you're going through right now. So we are always encouraging networking and collaborating and coming together. So that's one of our purposes, to build foundation underneath you guys so that when you do make it to whatever level is next for you, you don't fall. So we want you to have sturdy foundations underneath you, and that's one of the things that we really dive into. Prayze Factor, for those of you that are new, this is not just a weekend of celebration. We work with artists all year long for those that make themselves accessible and for those that want us to work with them. So yeah, we come together for the celebration weekend, and then I tell everybody, polish off your trophy if you got one. If you didn't get one, get prepared to get one next time. Just keep working. And let's put them trophies on the shelf and get to work, because this type of ministry requires work. W-O-R-K. Let me say it again. It requires work, you guys. You cannot get this done off of talent alone. It requires you to have ethics and resources, finances, because you're independent. That means you're the boss. You're in charge. You take care of all the bills. That's what being independent means. It's all about your work ethics and what you're willing to do in order to support yourself and to make sure that you have what you need to go forth. So we're big sticklers on foundation. And so, as you get to know more about us, and for those of you that's been around a while, you can testify that we don't let you go after the celebration weekend. We're still here and we're still working with you, providing all sorts of opportunities, whether it be cruises or, tours or any type of presentation that we can put together in production wise to continue bringing exposure to what you're doing. We always come in-house first and try to get whoever was a finalist and those that were, nominees or honorees and things of that nature. We do that part first. We come in-house first is what I'm trying to say, before we put it out and maybe, bring in outside talent to fill those spots. We always go in-house first, meaning you guys, the ones that are participating in the platform. And we get questioned about that a lot. Well, how come every time we get ready to do something, it says it's already full? Well, it's a lot of people that participate in Prayze Factor. So a lot of times by the time we get ready to put it out to the public, it may only be one spot left. But there's a way you can resolve that. Participate in Prayze Factor, and then you'll be in one of the ones that possibly get the opportunity first. I also want to share with you that understanding your calling is crucial. Not everybody is called to be a mainstream artist or a mainstream creative. Some people are called to be local, and there's nothing wrong with that. Some people are regional, some people are national, and you just have to know what God has called you to. Once you give him your yes, stay to it. You can't be in one day and out the next day, because it gets a little hard. It's going to get hard. Anything that's worth anything is going to require some effort. You got to put some elbow grease into it, as they say. So yeah, it's going to require you to put a little work and a little effort in. I want to encourage you to make sure that you are operating in integrity and in a spirit of excellence. Those things are representative to the kingdom and the King of all kings. Integrity is crucial. Why? Because we're representing God. We're representing our Father in heaven, and we want to represent him well. Amen. So make sure that you're doing things in integrity and integral and in a spirit of excellence. We've gotten real comfortable in this space of digital world to where we just put any old thing out and say, "Ooh, look at me, look at me." Well, we've got to get away from that. We've got to start sharing and start putting out things that are quality. Make sure that we're dotting all of our I's and crossing our T's when we're getting ready to put out things before the public, and we're calling it art, or we're calling it our creative space, or we're saying it's our ministry. We want to make sure that we're putting things out and being integral and in a spirit of excellence, right? So we talk about that a lot in the circles of PG Network and Prayze Factor. And so you will hear a lot of that as you continue to fellowship with us and connect with us about those types of things. It's crucial. It's very crucial. You're operating in a realm where literally we replaced Lucifer as the worshipers of God, the ones that exalt our Father. And he ain't happy about that. So there's always some havoc going on in the space of the music industry. So you can't be joining, you can't just come in and just be a part of the problem. You need to be a part of the solutions. You know what I mean? So you have to operate in integrity and make sure that the things that you're doing represents the kingdom well. That's some of the things that you're going to be learning as you go through the different classes. And we're not the only ones who do sessions out here. There's other entities that do. And I encourage you to always be a part in situations that's going to teach you something. Be willing to learn and be teachable, right? Right. Okay. So it's crucial to understand your calling, understand your purpose, be passionate about it. And then also understand the will of God for your life. And I talked a little bit about that when I said, know exactly what your calling is. If you have been called to the local vineyard, then work that to the best of your ability until God says otherwise. If that's what you've been called to do, stop trying to go to Europe and stop trying to go, stay right where he has planted you and do the will of the Lord. Now, if he's called you and without a shadow of a doubt that he's called you to the nations, then go ye therefore. Amen. Amen. But you got to be confident in what you heard from God. That way, when every wind blows, you're not blowing with it. You know what I'm saying? You're steadfast and sturdy where God has planted you, and you can be most effective that way. Right? Right. Solid foundation is what I'm talking about. So as you can see, we are rooted and grounded in the things of God and in the word. I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see who's asking what questions. And then we can also see if we got some answers for you guys. Meanwhile, we're waiting for our next facilitator to come backstage. And once she does that, we will go ahead and get her going. Let me see what we've got over here. Good morning to Ty Scott King, Minister Ernest Zachary. Good morning to you as well. I see some of you are agreeing with some of the things that I was talking about. Hello there, Evangelist Rosine. Awesome, awesome. And so I see all the amens and super excited. We're excited too. Let me tell you, one thing that I will share with you while we're still waiting is that this is not an easy work to do. And I'm talking about being in the creative spectrum and the performing arts ministry spectrum. It's not easy at all. I talked a little bit about us kicking Lucifer out of his job as the exalters and worshipers of the Lord. And he fights. That kingdom fights all the time against us. And so you have to have some backbone and some strength, some stick to it power. I always say that stick to it power. It's a must, because it really and truthfully, if you think about it, the most havoc that you have in your churches and in the ministry realm comes out of the music and performing arts department. The choir, the praise team, it's always some drama and stuff going on. And that's not because the people is bad or creating the problem. It's just that's that spectrum the enemy is always wreaking havoc in, because he has lost his job. So, we are his enemies, right? So you have to have some stick to it. This is a very challenging spectrum to be in. And I'm talking about that creative space in ministry. It's a very challenging spectrum to be in. However, nothing is too hard for God. So if you've got your hand in his hand and you are doing his will, then you absolutely will be able to, complete the assignments that he put before you and do the work that he has propelled you to do. But you have to, really and truthfully have a heart and a passion for it and know that you've been called and purposed and ready, to do what thus saith the Lord. And sometimes that means wait. Sometimes that means you spend years in a particular section of the performing arts ministry realm and you can't elevate yet. Why? Because if you do that, you could wreck yourself if you get over in an area where you don't belong or you're not supposed to be. Amen. So having that heart and passion for what you do is wonderful, but you also got to have the patience to allow God to build you up, teach you, train you, prepare you for what he knows is down the road, right? So you definitely, want to tap into things like what we're doing today with these business sessions. I know it's so much more fun to be on the stage and to be touring and doing all of that stuff, but all of that won't happen for you if you don't have a good foundation under you, or it might happen and then it crash and burn in a matter of no time because you don't have that good solid foundation. So we're here to encourage you today to walk in the purpose of what God has called you to do. Get the resources that you need, do the things that you need to do in order to fulfill your purpose in the kingdom. And at the same time, you be able to say the thing that I say. I love my job. I love what I do in the kingdom. It doesn't seem like work, even though it is a job. It doesn't seem like it because I love what I do. I'm very passionate about what I'm doing in this space. I thank God for that opportunity to go forth in this spectrum. I thought I was going to be some big time singer, dancer. I did all of that stuff back in the day. And for some of you know some of the things I've done, including singing halftime at a Super Bowl. Yeah, that's true. It really is. But I found that I am more, and I didn't know it at the time. When God was transitioning me off stage into back, I was like, what is really going on? But now I have the full understanding. So sometimes you might not see it until later on, but just, have that, as I say, confidence in what God is doing and saying, and just go with it. In the end, you will win, right? You see if y'all have any other comments or questions out here. And then I'm going to release the platform, and you're going to probably see a few little, we always putting some shine on people. So we got some videos of some of our artists as well and some things that's going on. And we will, be back in a moment after that. Let's see, Super Bowl halftime. Yes. Yes, Ty Scott, I did. And it's so funny. I was very young when I did that, so I get tickled. I don't really like to show it, but maybe I'll let I'll put it in one of the Prayze Factor groups one day and let y'all get a good laugh at the 19-year-old Pastor T. Okay. All right. So make sure you're sticking around. Hi, philosophy. I'm trying not to say your name wrong. I see Serona has gotten backstage. I'm going to give her a moment to finish getting set up, and then we will bring her on again. I shared a little bit about her earlier. She's going to share more about herself and what she does. She's from the Mechanical Licensing Collective. And I'm telling you, get ready because it's going to blow your mind. You're welcome, philosophy. She said, thank you so much for all that you do. I love what I do because you guys are amazing. And I think the world needs to know that. Okay, so just stand by, everybody. We're going to give Serona a moment to collect herself and everything that she needs to do, and then we will come back, and she will be a blessing. I'm just going to kind of leave it like that. She's going to be a blessing to you. Okay.
Born and raised in the fertile farmlands of Tallulah, Louisiana, has provided Paul Eric Puckett, a.k.a. Ricky Paul, with a lifelong affection for nature's beauty and the love of God. His anointing set his path for spiritual growth and a personal mission to spread God's word. Paul is a visionary of the soulful country gospel music movement, where everyone's represented regardless of race or ethnicity. The king of soulful country gospel music and an international indie gospel artist, Ricky Paul, and his passion for ministry shows itself as he shares the word of God. He prays and sings praises to God with the residents and staff of several nursing homes in his hometown throughout Hill County and surrounding counties. You can reach Ricky Paul at rickypaulpuckett.com, and on all social media, you can find him at Paul Puckett.
Choice Hotels gets you more for your money, so you can maximize any vacation from the second you log off.
Can you help maximize this out-of-office reply?
Sure. I was so productive on my business trip at this Radisson Hotel, I'm taking a much-needed vacay with the ladies.
Yes.
The Cambria Hotel rooftop cocktails are fire.
Woo!
See you never.
Huh?
Just kidding. If you need anything, email Janet.
You do know there's no Janet, right?
I do know that. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
All right. I think we are good. I think I'm on. So hi, everybody. I'm so sorry that I had some technical issues, but I am thrilled to be with you here now. I will be also, I've clicked in to share my screen because I have found that when I'm explaining what the MLC is and what you need to do, it's helpful to have some visual aids. So I'm going to switch over to that screen in just a second, but let me give you a proper welcome. So my name is Serona Elton. I'm the head of educational partnerships at the Mechanical Licensing Collective, or the MLC for short. And in addition to that, I'm also a professor. So this might feel a little bit like you're in a class with a professor, but hopefully in a good way. In a good way. I do love talking about the MLC and explaining to people what it's all about, who needs to connect with us, what kind of royalties do we pay, and who needs to collect that money from us. So let's jump right in with that, shall we? Let me go ahead and figure out what I need to do here to switch over to, let's see, I might need the technical host in the background to switch the window. There we go. Thank you so much. All right. And then let me switch over to where I am advancing the slides. And there we go. All right, here we go. So what exactly is the MLC? So the MLC lives in the middle of a flow of money. And this flow of money is a type of royalties in the music industry that we call mechanical royalties. And in particular, in the case of the MLC, we're talking about digital mechanical royalties. And those royalties flow from digital services in the United States. The acronym we use is DSP, for Digital Service Provider. DSP, United States Digital Service Providers that make music, audio only, not video, music available for something called interactive streaming and for downloads. They pay this kind of royalty to the MLC, and then the MLC pays that money out, right? And we pay that money out to music publishers and to songwriters and composers who are acting as their own publishers. And when they do that, we call them self-administered songwriters and composers. So I'm going to explain everything I just said in a lot more detail. This is just the very introduction. We are the only party that is authorized to collect this specific kind of money that relates to a particular music license that is granted by the U.S. copyright law. We are the only party allowed to collect this very specific money and then pay it out. So the vast majority of this money is flowing through us, although in a few cases, some music publishers are collecting this money directly from those digital services. That's allowable under the law, but the vast majority of the money is flowing through the MLC. So this is just sort of the 40,000 foot in the air level overview. Now we're going to dive in and unpack all of this. So why are we here? Why was the MLC created? If you haven't heard of this, we've only been around a handful of years, really. In case you're wondering, like, what? Where did they come from? So we are here because of a change in the U.S. copyright law called the Music Modernization Act. The Music Modernization Act, or MMA for short, was signed in 2018, and it went into effect in terms of what we do in 2021, right? So we've really only been collecting and paying out this money since 2021. So if this still feels kind of new to you, that's totally okay. So before the Music Modernization Act, the way mechanical licensing and mechanical royalties for digital uses worked was each digital music service had to secure their own mechanical licenses for every single song that was used on a recording on those services. That's a lot of licenses. Nowadays, I think I've read in the media that Spotify has said that they get more than 100,000 new sound recordings are uploaded to their service every day. So before the MMA, Spotify would have had to research for every one of those sound recordings, what song was this sound recording based on, and then who are the publishers of that song, and then secure a license, right? That doesn't really work when you're talking about that scale of licenses. So before that, those digital services were really struggling to do this well. They couldn't find the right publishers. They couldn't get people paid. Rights holders were not happy. Publishers were not happy. Songwriters and composers were not happy. Everybody was suing everybody. It was really a mess, and there was really no efficient way to do this. So the Music Modernization Act came along. A large part of the act changed the way this works for digital mechanical licensing and made it a lot more efficient. So one of the key things that the Music Modernization Act did was it said we need to create a new standalone nonprofit organization. It's not part of any other company. It's all by itself, a standalone nonprofit that will take on that responsibility of taking these royalties from those digital services and then finding the right people to pay and getting them paid. And that's why the MLC was created. The law also requires us to maintain a public database of all this ownership information so that anybody can see who gets paid when a certain song is in a sound recording and then that sound recording is used digitally. So we have that, not just that you can search on our website, but actually if you have the technical capability, you can take a full download of our entire database. It's too big for the average laptop, but many companies are making use of that option. Now, way more people are getting paid, and this money now flows through us. So that's why we are here. Specifically, we were here because of a change in the law about how mechanical licensing and mechanical royalties for digital uses works. It's now different than it was before. What has not changed is the way mechanical licensing and royalties works for physical products like CD and vinyl. And I'll talk a bit more about how that works, but that has not changed. All right, let's keep going. One of the key things that we find that is really important for people to understand where mechanical licensing lives, because it's at like this intersection point, is to go over a couple of core copyright basics. So I want to make sure all of you are really clear in your minds the difference between, on the one hand, the song and the composition, and on the other hand, the sound recording. Okay. In today's world, so much music is created where the composition or the song and the sound recording are being created simultaneously at exactly the same moment. Both things are being created. Whereas way back in the day, you might have had songwriters sit down, they write a song, then they hand it to musicians to play, right? So that does still happen in some genres, but so much music is created where the song and the sound recording are created at the same time, which does make it kind of harder conceptually to separate them after the fact, right? But you do need to. So on the one hand, we have songs or compositions, you might call them. The copyright law calls these musical works. And so often you'll hear us call them musical works, right? These are what are created by songwriters, composers, lyricists, some of whom may also be recording artists, right? Or producers, but they're wearing their songwriter, composer, lyricist hats, right? At the time they're creating these. The business of musical works is what publishing is all about, right? That's what music publishers do. They manage the rights for musical works. So if I was to, say what exactly is a musical work, it is the music, which means the melody, the harmony, the rhythm. If there are lyrics, those are part of it as well, right? You could take a musical work and you could whether it's using software or a pen, you could lay it out on sheet music and hand it to musicians to play. And that is true of every genre, right? You could imagine, a hip hop song that was created entirely with no live, musicians playing. It was all programmed on a computer, and maybe then just, the artist came and laid down their vocals. You could still imagine if that was being performed on an award show and they were going to be backed up by an orchestra, right? Somebody could take that rap song and put it on sheet music and hand that to all the musicians to play, right? It could happen. It doesn't happen all that often, maybe, but it is doable. And some other artist in the future could make a cover of that same song, right? So speaking of covers, I have an example to share with you also that helps illustrate this point. So let's all think for a minute as we're about to contrast with sound recordings. A really famous song called Yesterday. You might have heard it. It was written by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. Keep that musical work in mind for a minute. On the other hand are recordings, right? The copyright law calls these sound recordings, right? And a sound recording is different than a video. Under the copyright law, those are not the same things. You have a sound recording and you have an audio visual work. That's the word that the copyright law uses for videos, which is a separate thing covered by copyright. So if you can imagine, if you're watching and listening to a music video, you're interacting with 3 copyrights at the same time. You're interacting with the audio-visual copyright, you're interacting with the sound recording copyright, and you're interacting with the musical work copyright all at the same time. So confusing, right? So sound recording is really just the recording of sounds, right? In the music space, these are created by recording artists, usually with the help of producers, maybe additional musicians, right? The business of sound recordings is what record labels and record distributors are all about. So in the case of the music industry, we're talking about sound recordings of musical works. Right? There are other kinds of sound recordings out there. For example, a podcast could be a sound recording. An audiobook is a sound recording, but it's not a sound recording of a musical work. It's a sound recording of a textual work, like a book, right? So in the music space, we're talking about sound recordings of musical works. And mechanical licensing lives right at that intersection between the musical work and the sound recording. All right. Building on that example, that song Yesterday, written by John Lennon and Paul McCartney, that musical work was first turned into a sound recording by the Beatles, but then many other artists made recordings, sound recordings of the same musical work. Aretha Franklin, Frank Sinatra, Elvis Presley, En Vogue, Boyz II Men, probably, and from what I've been able to find, it's one of the most recorded songs of all time in terms of the number of other artists besides the Beatles who have made a recording of this, right? So this helps you understand how you have that one song yesterday by this one set of writers, and there will be a set of publishers that manage the business of that song. And then there's maybe many sound recordings, all by different artists that were put out on different record labels. But all of those different sound recordings can all tie back and be connected, or what we call matched, back to that one original song, right? So, all right, that's a good refresher for everybody. Okay. So what exactly is a mechanical license? What a mechanical license is, and this is why you'll see it's at the intersection of the musical work and the sound recording. A mechanical license is the granting of permission by the music publisher or whoever is managing the copyrights of that musical work. It's a license that grants permission to reproduce and distribute that musical work into a sound recording, like to make a sound recording of that musical work and then make that sound recording available in a couple of key ways, right? To reproduce and distribute, make it available as physical products like CDs and vinyl, permanent downloads, or something that I'll explain what it is in a minute, interactive streams and limited downloads, right? So that's what a mechanical license is granting permission to do. Now, I did not say the word video anywhere here because we don't use, in the US especially, we do not use the term mechanical license when we're talking about the use of a song in a sound recording and then that sound recording in a video. We don't use the word mechanical license. For that, we use terms like synchronization license, and depending on how that video is performed, there may be a performance license involved as well. But we only, when we're talking about mechanical licensing, we're talking about audio only uses, okay? So this is not new. Mechanical licensing is not new. In fact, this goes way back to like before the record business, back when the way people actually listened to musical works where there was the first devices they could play them on, the first mechanical devices, that's where this terminology comes from. Way back in the day, you could buy a special kind of piano called the player piano. And you could also buy these things called piano rolls of your favorite song, right? You could go buy a player piano. If you have one in your house, go buy a piano roll of your favorite song, put that roll in the piano and press play, and the keys would play looking like magic. They'd play by themselves. And you could hear that even if nobody in your house could play music. Those were the first examples really of a mechanical device that was capable of playing music instead of a human. And so we kept that term mechanical. So it dates back to that era. And then certainly when we started now with the record business and recordings and wax cylinders and shellac and then vinyl and 8-track and cassette and CD, right? All of those have always needed mechanical licenses, and it's always been the responsibility of the record label to get a mechanical license. And then for every unit of those, whether it's CDs, vinyl, whatever, that the record label sells, they have to pay a mechanical royalty to the music publishers. That has not changed at all. Record labels still have to do that, okay? So then fast forward into the music industry where we entered the era of the permanent download, right? On iTunes, and, I've got a drawer full of old MP3 players. Buy a download. We had to decide as an industry in the US, okay, now we're making music available for download. Do we need a mechanical license? The answer is yes. Who has to secure it? That was the question. And the choices were the record label or the iTunes, like the download store, right? Historically, it was always the record label. We didn't make record stores get mechanical licenses, but now we were in this download era and we thought, how do we want to do this? Record label get the mechanical license or download store? In the US, we chose to have the record label do it. Many other countries chose to have the download store do it. That wasn't how we did it here. We said, okay, these record labels, and they know how to do this. They've been doing this for physical products. And in the early days of download, generally a record label would put out music on physical products and as a download. So they would add on to their process to ask for a mechanical license for the physical products, also ask for the download mechanical license. So that's how we did it in the US. So if you bought a download on iTunes would keep its share of the money, and then it would give all of the rest of the money to the record label. And then the record label would pay the music publisher a mechanical royalty, and then the music publisher would pay the songwriter their share of that. So that is how downloads worked from the beginning of downloads in the US. Then fast forward to the streaming era. Okay, let me take a terminology timeout because there may be some words on the slide you've never seen before. Interactive streaming. Why do we call it that instead of just saying streaming? Well, it's because under our copyright law, there are two kinds of streaming: interactive streaming and non-interactive streaming, and they're treated differently. So we have to separate them. An interactive stream, you might use the words on-demand stream, right? That is a stream where you could go on to Apple Music or Spotify, go find your favorite track and press play. Right? It's interactive in that you get to choose what you're going to listen to. That is different than non-interactive streaming. With non-interactive streaming, it's like digital and internet and satellite radio, where you could pick the channel or the station or maybe the playlist, but you can't control what music you're going to listen to specifically, right? Somebody else has decided that for you. You have some choice in which channel, but you can't pick the actual music. That's called non-interactive streaming. So interactive streaming, right, on-demand streaming, it needs a mechanical license. Non-interactive streaming does not involve a mechanical license. Now, this gets a little more confusing because both of those, like all kinds of streaming, interactive and non-interactive, all streaming is considered to be a public performance and needs a public performance license. You'll learn more about that later today, right? Public performance licenses. All streaming is a public performance and needs a public performance license. But in addition to that, for interactive streaming, it also needs a mechanical license. It needs both. So interactive streaming requires a mechanical license. And then there's this other thing called a limited download, right? That you probably interacted with, but you didn't even know it. So let's say you're on Apple Music and you know you're going to fly on a plane across the country and you don't want to pay for Wi-Fi on the plane and you don't have internet service up there in the air. If you press the button that said you want your playlist available for offline listening, you maybe never thought like, well, actually, wait a minute. How am I streaming when my device is not connected to anything? Well, when you press that button, what actually happened was all that music was downloaded to your device. But it's like in the background. You can't go find it like you could a permanent download, right? It doesn't have like file name .mp3. It's in the background. And if your subscription ends, it all goes away. But technically, it's a download. The good news is that now that you know that, you can forget about it. In that the way the licensing works and the way the royalties work for those limited downloads, it looks just like interactive streaming. So, but the law has to be really specific about this stuff. So technically, even on these services where you're experiencing interactive streaming, if they're giving you offline options, there's limited downloading happening as well. So this is how, this is the modern day, and we still use the word mechanical license, but that includes things like permanent downloads need a mechanical license. Interactive streaming and limited downloads also need mechanical licenses. So this diagram, we're not going to go through it today. We don't have enough time, but I wanted to tell you that it exists. And after this slide, I'm going to show you another slide with a big QR code that you could scan with the camera on your phone. You could look at it with the camera on your phone. And then if you click on the little pop-up, it'll take you straight to this page on our website. This is on our website with an explanation, including a short little animated video and even a whole 30-minute webinar just on this diagram if you really wanted to go deep. So I'm just going to tell you what this diagram is showing you, but then I'll leave it to you to go check it out further later if you want. So what this diagram is showing you is that this is just focused on the United States only. So this is showing the flow of money in the United States for things that happen in the United States, for when digital music, audio only, not video, there's no video on this diagram, When audio only uses of music digitally are happening in the US, what those flows of money are that happen when that music is consumed that way. So the key to understanding the diagram starts off by the legend in the top right. I know it might be really small, so let me just tell you what it says. It's got 3 rows, and what it's telling you is for each of these kinds of ways people consume music, which of the 4 pathways does money flow down? So on the first row of the legend, it has interactive streams and limited downloads. And the legend tells you that money flows down 3 pathways, pathway 1 and 2 and 3. So what this is saying is a stream on a service like Spotify or Apple Music or Amazon Music, that one stream generates 3 flows of money down pathway 1 and 2 and 3. Okay. The second row of the legend says that for a permanent download, money flows down 2 pathways, only pathway 2 and pathway 3. And then for a non-interactive stream, right, that's like digital radio, satellite radio, money flows down pathway 1 and 4. Okay. So that's where you start. So now let's just follow that idea of the interactive stream, pathway 1, 2, and 3. So pathways 1 and 2, that is money that's flowing to the rights holders of the song, right? That musical work. This is money flowing to publishers and songwriters and composers. Whereas pathway 3 and 4, that is money for the use of the sound recording. That is money flowing to distributors and record labels and recording artists and producers. Okay. So pathway 1 is the public performance pathway for a song or musical work. So that one stream on Apple Music, it generates pathway 1, it generates a performance royalty. Remember I said all streaming generates performance royalties for songs. So Apple Music pays ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, Global Music Rights, and then you'll learn more about this a bit later. Excuse me. Those PROs, as we call them, performing rights organizations, they typically pay half the money to the music publishers of the song, half the money to the songwriters. Okay, so that's one pathway. But that same stream also generates a mechanical royalty. That's pathway 2. That's the money that flows to the MLC. And if you look closely, the MLC, under that MLC icon, it looks a little different than it did under the PROs. The MLC doesn't pay like the PROs do. It doesn't pay half the money to publishers and half to songwriters. The MLC and mechanical royalties in general work where the MLC is paying the party handling the publishing. And then that publisher or publishing administrator, they pay the songwriter. Okay. So the only songwriters that the MLC pays directly are those who are acting as their own publishers, where there is no other publisher or other publishing administration company involved. It's just them, right? Because if you are handling all your own publishing, you've never done a deal with a publisher, you've never done a deal with a publishing administrator, guess what? You're a publisher. You are. It's your default state. So if you are handling all your own publishing, we'll happily pay you. But if there is a publisher involved, we pay the publisher, and then the publisher pays the songwriter. Okay. More on that in a minute. And then that same stream, because maybe you're thinking like, what about the recording artist and the record label, right? That same stream also generates money down pathway 3. That is the money going from Apple Music to Sony, Warner, Universal, Virgin, The Orchard, CD Baby, DistroKid, TuneCore, right? All the distributors. And then they pay the record label. And then the record label pays the artist. Or if that artist is an independent artist who's just signed up directly with CD Baby or DistroKid, then they're getting paid that money directly. And then somewhere in there, either the label or the artist has to pay the music, the producer, right? So that's pathway number 3. So just to be complete before we move off of this, if instead of a stream on Apple Music, we were talking about a play on SiriusXM satellite radio, for example, that would be the pathways 1 and 4. It's a non-interactive stream, right? Pathway 1 and 4. SiriusXM satellite radio pays the PROs. That's how songwriters and publishers get paid for satellite radio. And they don't pay the MLC. There's no mechanical involved in that digital radio. They don't typically, although there's some exceptions, they don't pay pathway number 3. They pay pathway number 4, where that money goes to SoundExchange, right? And then SoundExchange has a specific model about how they pay out the money, also according to law that governs how they do that. So this is the diagram. Do check it out. Let me show you now that QR code in case you want to grab it. Maybe you are already watching on your phone. You can't grab it. That's fine. If you go to the MLC.com and then if you go to the search feature and you say like digital royalties or digital landscape, you will find the page. Okay. All right. Let me keep going because we still have a couple things to cover and I want to stay within my time. So who needs to become a member and how do you become a member of the MLC and start getting this money? All right. So the party that needs to join, the person or company that needs to join the MLC is whoever is handling what we call the administration, the publishing administration for the song. In other words, the business of the song. Okay. So if you're a music publisher and you're not like administered by another like bigger music publisher, if you're a music publisher handling your own administration, you need to become a member of the MLC. There are also companies out there that provide publishing administration services, right? So companies like Songtrust, or for example, TuneCore Pro Publishing, right? That publishing piece of TuneCore, separate from their sound recording distribution, they also provide publishing administration services, right? With respect to the songs that are in the recordings that they might distribute. So those kind of companies are members of the MLC for publishing administration. There are mechanical rights societies similar to the MLC based in other countries around the world, in case any of you are actually joining me today from outside of the US. There, like, for example, in England, it's called MCPS, is the Mechanical Rights Society there. They are a member of the MLC because when UK-based, like music where the rights holders are based in the UK is played on US streaming services, we collect that money and pay that money out to them, to MCPS, and then they would pay the publishers in the UK. So that's all pretty straightforward, I think. Where it gets a little more confusing is where it comes to songwriters, composers, and lyricists. So again, it is not like it works for PROs. It is not the case that every single songwriter out there should become a member of the MLC. Although, sneak peek, we have some cool data tools coming soon for all songwriters that are just data tools. They're not about getting paid, but more on that later. But for now, we're talking about who needs to become a member of the MLC, and we pay members. Not all songwriters need to become members of the MLC. It all depends on whether or not that songwriter is acting as their own publishing administrator for any of their songs that have been recorded and are up on digital services or are going to be, right? So you have to actually analyze it on like a song by song basis. For example, I've met some songwriters who've been doing this for quite some time, and they have written a lot of songs, and the answer about who administers the publishing for all of their songs is not the same for every song, right? So for example, let's say a songwriter did a deal with a publisher and they wrote 10 songs, and their deal said that that publisher is going to keep handling the administration of those songs like until they're no longer protected by copyright, right? If that's all that happened, I would tell that songwriter, you do not need to become a member of the MLC. The publisher of those songs will become a member of the MLC. We will pay the publisher. They will pay you. But then if that songwriter said, okay, got that for my first 10 songs, but Serona, I wrote another 10 songs. And for these 10, I signed them up with TuneCore Pro Publishing. Now do I become a member? And I would say, nope. Still, the answer is no. For those second 10 songs, the MLC will pay TuneCore Pro Publishing, and then they will pay you. And for the first 10 songs, we will pay that publisher, and they will pay you. So if those are the only 20 songs you've written, none of them are being administered by you, Mr. or Ms. Songwriter. So nope, you don't become a member. But then if you said, but Serona, I actually wrote 30 songs. The last 10, I'm handling it. Like I did not sign up with TuneCore Pro Publishing or Songtrust or anybody like that. And I never did a publishing deal. It's just me. I would say now you do become a member. You do become a member because you are acting as the administrator of those last 10 songs. So come on in, become a member, but we're only going to pay you directly for those last 10 songs because you are the publishing administrator of them. For those middle 10, we're still paying TuneCore Pro Publishing. For the first 10, we're still paying that publisher, right? So you see how I couldn't give that songwriter one answer. I had to dive deeper and say, well, we have to talk about it on like a song by song basis, right? Who is administering the publishing for that song you wrote? That is what drives the answer. That's what drives the answer. Okay. So how do you become a member? You go to our website, themlc.com. You click on the big blue button that says get started. It is completely free to join the MLC. There is no cost. And a really cool fact, and this was all down to advocacy when the Music Modernization Act was passed. Unlike all the PROs and SoundExchange and pretty much organizations like us all over the world, typically if they collect like $100, they might keep $5 to $10 of that 100 to pay for their operating costs, right? We are different. The way the law created us, if we collect $100, we pay out $100. Separately from that $100 we collect, completely separately from that, the digital music services have to pay our operating costs. So they have that cost burden, not the rights holders, right? It almost sounds too good to be true, but it's really true. It's no cost to join. And if we collect $100 on your behalf, we pay you $100. We don't deduct anything from it. Okay, let's keep going. So once you join, though, that's not the end of what we need you to do. That's the first step. Once you become a member, then we have a whole suite of tools for you to use because we need you to register those songs, those musical works that you are administering. We need you to register them with us. We can't pay you if you have not registered those songs with us. And we have lots of different tools that makes it easy to do this so that, you don't have to necessarily type in all the information from scratch. We have tools to help you get songs registered. We also have tools so that you can help us make sure that when those digital services tell us that a particular sound recording of your song was streamed some number of times, we have to connect that sound recording information to your song. We call that matching, making that connection. So remember back, right? If for example, Spotify might say, the sound recording called Yesterday by the artist Aretha Franklin was streamed this many times. The sound recording called Yesterday by the artist The Beatles was streamed this many times, right? That's what Spotify is telling us. We have to match that information to that song, that musical work called Yesterday by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. That's called matching. We use smart humans and smart software and, algorithms to do this. But the more people helping, the better, right? So our members also get to help us make sure that if any sound recordings of their songs have been reported to us and we have not yet made a match to their song, they get to use a tool called our matching tool to help us do that. So lots of tools for our members to use. So one other thing I want to mention, because maybe you just realized that, hey, actually, I don't need to become a member because I've got a publisher doing this. No problem. But what I would invite you to do is check out our public search, right? It's available to anybody. It's right there on our website, big yellow button, public search. That gets you into our publicly available database of musical works ownership information. Anybody can search it. So please do check that out because you want to make sure that your publisher has registered those songs, registered them correctly. Everything looks good. So we do invite everybody to check out our public search. A few more things that I'm just about out of time. So we pay royalties on a monthly basis. Every month you get a royalty statement from us roughly in the middle of the month. There is a time lag, though, that you should be aware of. This information also is on our website. If you go to the MLC.com under how it works, look up blanket royalties and you will find this diagram here. So what happens is, let's say a stream or a download happened in January, you would expect, if you've gotten that song registered by February 10th, you would expect to hopefully see those royalties on your April royalty statement. So there's a total 75-day lag from the end of the month when the actual stream or download happened during that time, a whole lot of data work and calculation is happening. The digital service doesn't even begin to compile that data to report to us till after the whole month is finished. And that's because there's a formula that gets used to calculate the royalties. And that formula, you can't start applying the formula until you know things like the total revenue for the month, the total number of streams for the month. So all that stuff doesn't happen until the month is done. They're calculating and sending us data. We are calculating to make sure it's correct, totaling up money. Money is moving from them to us. We're totaling up how much we owe you. Money is moving from us to your bank account. All that's happening over that 75-day period of time. But don't worry, if you didn't get your work in by the 10th of February, and let's say you got it in by the 10th of March, every month we are continually trying to match what we couldn't match the prior month. Right. So it would just mean then that it would flow to you on your May royalty statement, right? On May's statement, you would get royalties from January and February, right? So we're continually trying to pay out whatever we have not been able to pay out up to this point. So this is on our website as well every month, but keep in mind that lag time. So some of you might be wondering, okay, so how far back can I collect royalties for, right? Maybe you've written a song that was recorded and it's been out there on services, maybe even going way back to like 2007, 2008. Maybe you're like, I never got my mechanical royalties. And I know that this all changed recently, but like how far back can I collect the money? So I have some really good news for you. So part of, if you remember, I was saying why we needed the change in the law in the first place. A lot of people weren't getting paid and rights holders were not happy. So everybody knew that when the law was written. So what the law set up was a new way of doing things going forward. From January 1st, 2021 forward, there was this new approach. And the copyright law grants still these digital music services, what's called a blanket compulsory mechanical license. So now like Apple Music just needs one of these. They don't need one per song. Okay. So the new way of doing things went into effect January 1st, 2021. And we call all of the royalties paid to the MLC for activity from January 2021 forward, we call those blanket royalties. Okay. But realizing that there was a lot of people who had not been paid looking backwards in time, the law also set up a whole provision for that. These royalties that date back earlier before January 1st, 2021, we call historical unmatched royalties, because historically they were unmatched at that time. They weren't being paid out. The money was sitting with digital music services. So the law gave these digital services an option. It said to them that when this new way of things goes into effect, that those services could transfer all that money that they were holding and the related data to the MLC and avoid getting sued over it. So they took advantage of this and they transferred more than $400 million to the MLC in historical unmatched royalties, some of which went all the way back to 2007. So we got that data in. It was a bit of a hot mess. We cleaned it up. We got it in our systems. We started matching it. We started paying it out in the summer of 2022. And we've been paying it out ever since. Also on our website, under the how it works, under that area, there's a whole page on our website dedicated to this topic with a dashboard that is updated all the time. Where you can see how much money was transferred to us, how much we've already paid out so far, how much we're still trying to pay out. So if you all of a sudden now become a member and you get those works registered and all of a sudden next month we match them, we might feasibly have money going back to you from the first time that sound recording was released and put up on a digital service if you never got your mechanical royalties. Okay, so that's pretty amazing that you can go back that far right now. There will come a time in the future, and we're not there yet. And it's not going to happen in 2025, and it's not going to happen in 2026. But sometime after that, we are going to, the law requires us at some point in time, never less than 3 years. We always have to keep trying to find the correct rights holder for at least 3 years. But we can try for longer, and longer is better for the little guy. And we have been trying for longer. Minimum 3 years, you'll always be able to go back in time 3 years. But at some point in time, for older than 3 years, we are going to say like last call, time's up, pencils down. You know, if you haven't gotten your works in the database by now, you're not going to be able to collect going back, you know, way back in time. And then that money is going to be paid out in what's called an equitable market share distribution, very proportional, mathematically proportional basis to many rights holders. And the cool thing is that all whatever's paid to publishers in that way, they are required by law to share it with their songwriters. So that will come. And once we get even remotely close to that time period, we'll be screaming it from rooftops and running advertisements and webinars galore and telling everybody to tell everybody, last call, last call, last call, to go back earlier than some date, never less than 3 years. And so we're still working all that out. Okay. So, but don't delay, because the longer you wait, right, the longer a chance that somebody else might put their claim in the database, and then we end up with a rights dispute, right? So better to just get your data in there clean, correct, as soon as you can. Okay, lastly, just want to point you to where you can get questions answered. So I mentioned it a couple times, our website, themlc.com. Of course, it's up 24/7. We have a whole resources page where you can poke around and look under resources for songwriters and publishers, and you know, you can search, there's a search bar, all kinds of great resources on our website. So please do check that out. We also have a YouTube channel. You can find the link to our YouTube channel on our website, also like in the top, I think it's top right where the little social media icons are. Our YouTube channel's got lots of different kinds of videos. It has short little animated videos that are usually just like 3-4 minutes long. We've got full-on like hour-long webinars. We've got how-to videos. How do I register a song on the screens? How can I upload a spreadsheet to register my songs? How do I use the matching tool? How do I understand my royalty statement, right? We've got videos for all of that on our YouTube channel. And by the way, we have a cool, we just launched it this year, video podcast series that you can also check out through our YouTube channel and the audio podcast wherever you listen to your podcasts. So if you don't find the answer you need here, this is going to blow you away too. You can get us on the phone. You can call us and get a human being on the telephone. That is our phone number right there. It's a Nashville-based phone number. You can call us Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. And usually in under a minute, you will get a human on the phone who will be happy to answer your questions, including if you're not even sure if you need to become a member or not, right? This is not only for members, it's for anybody who has questions about the MLC and how they need to interact with us. So you can call us. If it's after those hours and you don't want to wait to call us the next day, if you go to that portal.themlc.com, contact us, or just our website, and under the help option, there's that same link. You can initiate an email with us, and then we will correspond with you via email. Also, generally, like within the next business day. Or if you are already a member and you've logged into our member portal during those hours, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Central Time, you can initiate a live chat with a human as well. Okay. So there's also the QR code there to get this contact information. But again, themlc.com, up in the top menu, it says help. If you go to help, it opens a screen that kind of shows you what I'm showing you here. The phone number, you can email, initiate an email. So don't hesitate to reach out if you have questions. We have an outstanding team of people very much ready to help you, and they love what they do, and that will come through when you talk to them. Lastly, please do think about following us on socials. We announce upcoming webinars that we put on, if we're going to be at a conference, speaking at a conference, all that kind of stuff. And again, our YouTube channel. So do please follow us on social media. All right, let me come out of screen sharing, and woohoo, I am within my allotted time, despite starting late. So I think I am good here. I might have a few minutes for some questions, but please do tell me what you would like me to do for the next.
Hi, Serona. How are you?
Great. How are you?
I'm doing great. I was just looking to see if there were any questions over here. I think everybody is probably like, oh my God, what? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to poke over here one more time. I see somebody said they got their pen and paper out. So they've been taking notes while you were talking.
Yes, I love that. Love that.
Okay, I do have one here.
I see the one there from Ty.
Yeah.
Sure. So what they're saying is that TuneCore handles some of their publishing for certain songs only. The MLC says I can't register because of that. So you cannot register the songs that TuneCore Pro Publishing is handling. But if there are other songs that TuneCore Pro Publishing is not handling, absolutely you can register, right? Remember, it's a song by song analysis. So if you have signed up with TuneCore Pro Publishing, that's different than their digital distribution of your sound recordings. If you have authorized TuneCore Pro Publishing to act as your publishing administrator for, let's say, song 1, then you cannot register song 1 with us. TuneCore Pro Publishing has to do that. But maybe you also wrote song number 2 and you did not sign up with TuneCore Pro Publishing for song number 2, then absolutely you can and should sign up song number 2 with us, right? So it's a song by song analysis where you have to ask, who is authorized to handle the publishing administration of that song? You mentioned here is SoundExchange catching that difference. SoundExchange is completely different. SoundExchange is focusing on the sound recordings. We're focusing on the song or the musical work. So SoundExchange is a completely different matter. Hope that helps. And feel free, again, to contact our support team who could spend much more time talking you through on this if you're still not clear. They'd be happy to help you.
Great questions, though. Great questions.
Awesome.
And good that she's getting clarity. I love that.
Yes, fantastic.
Well, I think that's it for now. Don't tell you any other questions. Of course, you know, the good part about doing it this way is people can always go back and look and write down questions, and then they can, you know, put it back in the feed. I love the fact that you're so accessible so that we can send questions and things over to you. And just want to say thank you for, you know, always being so willing to come on and share this information, because it's so vital to everybody. So thank you again.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, guys, we're going to be getting set up for the next facilitator. So just stand by.
every word matters. Your message deserves a voice that captivates, inspires, and sells. Whether it's commercials, narration, or character voices, I bring stories to life, one word at a time. I'm Wanda Black, and I am a voiceover talent. I love to work with you. You can reach me at twablack@gmail.com or go to my website at twandablack.com. Let's make your words and your brand unforgettable. Welcome to Craven's Food Truck, where flavor lives. This family-owned business with Larry, Lakeisha, and Kylie Boyd are proud to serve you with a delicious menu daily. Ribs, meatloaf, collards, mac and cheese, fried fish, and so much more will have you coming back for seconds and thirds. Craven's Food Truck is available for church and community events, family reunions, festivals, business luncheons, sporting events. Wherever you need great food, we are there. We're located in Queen Creek, Arizona. Check out our rotating menus on Instagram at Craven's Food Truck and reach out to us for your next function at 480-442-3673. That's 480-442-3673. Craven's Food Truck, where flavor lives.
Choice Hotels get you more for your money so you can maximize any vacation from the second you log off.
Can you help maximize this out-of-office reply?
Sure. I was so productive on my business trip at this Radisson hotel, I'm taking a much-needed vacay with the ladies.
Yes.
The Cambria Hotel rooftop cocktails are fire.
Woo!
See you never.
Huh?
Just kidding. If you need anything, email Janet.
You do know there's no Janet, right?
I do know that. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
Hello, my name is Tiara Guy, and I'm from SoundExchange. And I'm always thankful to Pastor T for having me and being able to talk a little bit about SoundExchange. So hopefully you can learn a little bit more today, and feel free to ask any questions. Let's see. So today, like I said, I'm talking about SoundExchange. And for those who don't know, SoundExchange collects and distributes digital performance royalties for featured performers and the sound recording copyright owners from over 3,200 different non-interactive digital service providers. I'll kind of dive into that a little bit more specifically, but we're administering the 114 compulsory license by the government that allows a service to stream whatever they want, as long as they're paying and submitting reports of play to SoundExchange. We represent over 700,000 different creators, and that's growing every day. We also pay out over 90% of all the royalties that we receive within 45 days, which is pretty significant. Since SoundExchange was conceived in 2003, we've distributed over $12 billion to date, which has been incredibly exciting. And only over the last couple of years did we reach $1 billion annually that we're distributing every year. So SoundExchange has definitely been a nice kind of bright spot in the industry in that sense. I did want to kind of break down copyright though, so you can understand exactly where SoundExchange sits in this music industry ecosystem that can be a little bit complicated. For those who don't know, there's two copyrights that exist in every recorded song. There is the sound recording, which is the actual permanent fixation of sounds. And then there's the underlying music, which is the notes and the lyrics. And so if you think about it that way, SoundExchange is on the sound recording side, and we're collecting and distributing for the featured artist and the sound recording copyright holder. You also have distributors on the sound recording side who are obviously putting your recordings on different platforms. But then for that musical composition side, if you're a songwriter or a publisher, you're going to be with either ASCAP, BMI, CSAC, GMR. And then you have the MLC distributing the mechanicals on the musical composition side. So as I mentioned, SoundExchange covers 3,200 different services. We do have a full list of services listed on our website, but we're specifically covering cable, internet, and satellite radio. And as I mentioned, it has to be non-interactive. It has to have that streaming component. You can't be able to queue up exactly what song you want to hear. So examples of things that we cover are SiriusXM, Pandora's non-interactive tier, those music choice cable stations, or iHeartRadio online. We don't cover interactive services such as Spotify or Apple Music, YouTube, which is audiovisual, or SoundCloud. And so understanding that we're in the non-interactive digital space and specifically covering featured artists and sound recording copyright owners. Now, as far as how that money is split once it comes into SoundExchange, 50% goes to the sound recording copyright owner, typically a record label, but as we know, a lot more artists are owning their own masters. 45% goes directly to the featured performer on the recording. And then 5% of every recording at SoundExchange by law is sent to the AFM and SAG-AFTRA for non-featured and session musicians to their intellectual property fund. And then they have their own distribution process for those non-featured musicians. So if you're an artist who owns their own masters, you're essentially keeping 95% of what comes in the door. Royalties are retroactive for up to 3 years. So we definitely recommend claiming recordings as soon as you can. And also SoundExchange is nonprofit. So we have the lowest general admin fee in the world, and we apply that at the top with the licensees. So that doesn't come out of this direct split. So how do you get set up with SoundExchange? As I mentioned, SoundExchange is nonprofit, and so it's free to register. The best way is going to be online through our online registration process. There are a few things that you would need. This QR code would actually take you directly to our registration site, but it should only take about 10 minutes. You should really think about registration as setting up your payment place and your profiles. So for example, SoundExchange policy is to pay artists directly. We won't pay a third party or a label if they don't own, that label. We pay performers directly as individuals or to companies that they wholly own. And so you can get set up with a physical check in the mail, direct deposit. We offer international direct deposit in certain territories. And then we have PayPal, Venmo, Cash App, and Zelle. And then is the only thing to kind of note about payment method is that SoundExchange does distribute monthly. The only thing that we distribute quarterly are physical checks. So that's going to be March, June, September, and December. All our other payment methods are monthly, as long as you're meeting our minimum threshold of about $100. If you don't meet that threshold, your account will continue accruing royalties as they come in, and as soon as it hits, it will pay out for that next eligible distribution. But so once you kind of set up your payment place and how you want to get paid, you're also going to be selecting your profile. Are you a featured artist? Are you a sound recording copyright owner? Or are you both? We won't actually ask you to claim any recordings as part of the registration process. Again, it's more about those profiles and that payment place. But once you do get registered, that means that you're set up to collect U.S. domestic royalty collections. If you do take an additional step to become a member with SoundExchange, you can opt in to an international mandate with SoundExchange, which is definitely the biggest benefit of being a member. SoundExchange will collect neighboring rights on your behalf if you grant us that mandate. We are the largest neighboring rights organization in the world, and we do this through reciprocal agreements with other collection management organizations around the world. They'll collect for our performers and rights owners, we'll collect for theirs, and then swap the money. So we currently have over 75 different agreements that cover almost 90% of the entire global collections market. And we do that through these reciprocal agreements with these other collection management organizations. And we do it at an extremely competitive admin rate at 7%. You don't have to be a U.S. citizen to collect your international or neighboring rights through SoundExchange. And SoundExchange can collect all available collectively licensed royalties that exist abroad for you. We also fiercely advocate for the creators that we represent both here domestically and abroad. SoundExchange is also the only collection management organization that has a formalized letter of direction process. So for those who don't know what a letter of direction is, letters of direction are used for a featured artist to allocate a percentage of their artist portion to a creative participant on a recording. And a creative participant is defined as like a producer, a mixer, or an engineer. So they can actually take their percentage and say, please allocate this percentage of these recordings to this producer, mixer, engineer. And SoundExchange will use that letter of direction to create an account for that producer, mixer, engineer so that we can allocate and pay those royalties to them directly. They're not seen as direct registrants, but they can be actively claiming recordings as a producer, mixer, engineer. But again, we have that ability to formalize this process as long as the artist has signed off and allocating that percentage. Once you get registered with SoundExchange, you opt into your international mandate, you're going to get a welcome email for our online portal, which is called SX Direct. This is a 24/7 self-service portal. This is how you're going to be able to view your account online, see any previous payments or statements. This is how you're going to claim recordings that should be linked to your account for payment, as well as a slew of other features. So once you have your login, we also have an app available in case, you're an artist, you're on the road and you need to access things on your phone. But basically, whoever the primary contact is on your account will have access to this portal. And that primary can add guests to the portal, but the primary is really that sole kind of communicator with SoundExchange where we send our messaging, where we send the links to statements and things like that. And so you'll definitely want to log in and kind of look around our portal, but certainly what I believe is the most important tool in our portal is called Search and Claim. And this is how you're actually going to claim the recordings that need to be linked to your account for payment. So just registering is not enough because it doesn't tell us exactly what to pay you for. So once you log in and you click on your account, basically we have this tab called My Catalog. You'll click on Search and Claim, and it allows you to claim as an artist or as a rights owner, depending on the profiles you have set up. If you're both, you need to do both. But this allows you to search our database of recordings by title, artist, ISRC code, or album. When those results come up, you'll let us know which recordings you wish to claim. And then when you organize, you'll let us know, is there a specific lineup in case this is like a band? Otherwise, there's just a default lineup with that solo performer, as well as what percentage you're claiming. And then you would submit those claims to SoundExchange. So we want to make it really easy for you. Once you make those claims, we'll process them and you'll know that they're linked to your account for payment because then they'll show up for your associated recordings. And then anything that's earning revenue will show up on your statements. But I want to make sure I stress this because registration isn't enough. You have to do the search and claim process. And we recommend doing it perhaps on a quarterly basis, just to ensure nothing's falling through the cracks. As many of you might know, metadata can be a pretty challenging issue in our industry. And so sometimes those reports of use that come in from the licensees reporting the music may have misspellings or variations that might not cause it to match with a previously recorded version of the recording that you've made. So we just ask that you double check this tool, make sure there's nothing falling through the cracks. If it's already associated, it won't show up in these search results. So just, double check this tool, maybe at least on a quarterly basis, because we definitely don't want you to miss out on anything that is clearly yours that you should be earning on. So yeah, I wanted to provide this QR code as well. It links to what we call our how-to quick guide. It will link to our YouTube page, which has several different tutorial videos of how to use these different tools in our SX Direct portal. It also talks a little bit about advocacy at SoundExchange. For those who don't know, we are part of the royalty rate proceedings that actually set the rates that these licensees have to pay to the artists and the rights owners when they're streaming their music. And SoundExchange is always fighting for creators and rights owners to have those higher rates, as we believe it's fair considering that it's their music that's being streamed. We also fight on behalf of creators for several different reasons, such as, right now there's the American Music Fairness Act, which would establish a performance right for terrestrial radio in the United States. But SoundExchange is actually headquartered in Washington, D.C., which is crucial when we're really advocating on behalf of different legislation and fairness across the board for creators that we represent. So please take a look at that how-to quick guide. It also has contact information for me and my entire team, which is the artist and relations team at SoundExchange, and we're kind of spread out throughout the country. If you have questions about your accounts in particular, you can email our support team, which, has both a support line and that email address. But those YouTube videos are also going to be incredibly helpful as you kind of navigate through our portal. But definitely don't hesitate to reach out if you have specific questions while you're going through things. But so in a nutshell, I know that's a lot of information, but that's what SoundExchange is. That's what we're here to do, is to collect and distribute on behalf of these featured artists and rights owners anytime their music is streamed through non-interactive cable, internet, and satellite radio. So I really appreciate you all having me. I hope you learned a little bit about SoundExchange today. Again, please utilize, the contact information on that guide if you have any questions, and I'll be happy to help. So please let me know. And thank you so much.
Before you go, we were expecting you for an hour, so we got some time to answer some questions.
Sure.
So that's really good. Let's go back and see what anyone. Okay, let's see. Ty Scott is saying great info. I love using SoundExchange. Estella Johns is saying thank you so much for the information. I don't see any questions yet, you guys. Listen, this is your time. Get those questions in.
I can talk about like a few frequently asked questions that we get.
I was going to say, let's utilize this time, and then that might jar some questions from them. I'm going to pop back out so I'm not in the way.
Sure. And just let me know if there are other questions. I'm not sure.
Okay, I will.
Some people might have an agreement with their distributor that says it includes SoundExchange royalties. I would love to say that you have to be clear on what that agreement is. So for example, I mentioned with registration that we won't pay a third party for artist royalties. And so if you do have an agreement with your distributor, it would actually only apply to the sound recording copyright owner portion of royalties. Your distributor can't actually collect your artist portion of royalties. So you would still have to register directly with SoundExchange for that portion. So just make sure you're not leaving any money on the table in that sense. If you are a sound recording copyright owner, we also provide the ability for you to submit the metadata for the recordings that you own directly to SoundExchange. So I definitely recommend doing that and taking advantage of that so that your entire catalog is in our system. It's available for the artist to claim in our search and claim tool, because sometimes when you rely on just those reports of use from the licensees, like I said, the metadata might be in a poor versions, again, misspellings, variations, and we'd much rather have the pristine versions of sound recordings submitted directly from the sound recording copyright owners. So definitely, those tutorial videos are going to be so helpful to cover those features that we kind of go through in our portal. We also have an overlaps and disputes process in case there are any overlaps in claims between performers or sound recording copyright owners. We do have a tool for rights owners in SX Direct where you can, in real time, see if there are any overlaps or disputes that you need to address. Perhaps there was an incorrect percentage claimed on a recording, or if it's about ownership of the masters to the sound recording. We know that those can be bought and sold and licensed. So it might be a date range issue that's overlapping that needs to be resolved. So we have a really incredible process for that in the SX Direct portal. We also have a full artist, like an artist claim mediating team that works with the performers to come to agreements in order to resolve any conflicts that are happening as well. SoundExchange is also committed to, combating fraud and fraudulent claims and registrations. So yes, someone asked about DistroKid. So yes, again, that's just your distributor. They can't collect your featured artist royalties with SoundExchange. So you definitely want to still register if you're a featured performer with SoundExchange. And then again, depending on if you have an agreement with them for the sound recording copyright owner side, if you do own any of your masters, you can still register directly with SoundExchange to just claim it all at once, or if you want the rights owner side to go through your distributor, if that option is available, you can. But basically, especially if you're a feature performer, you're still going to need to register directly with SoundExchange. As I mentioned too, if you're both an artist and a rights owner, you're going to want to make sure that when you use that search and claim tool, you're doing that process twice. Once for the recordings that you're actually the featured performer on, and then again for the recordings that you're actually the owner of the master of the sound recording. They're completely separate portions of royalties, which is why we require the separate claims. Again, if you are both, you can opt to have kind of one registration that goes, it's one payment place for both portions of royalties. Or if you prefer to keep them separate, you can have an account as a featured performer and an account as a sound recording copyright owner, just depending on how you prefer to do your business. Just seeing if there's any other questions. I'm trying to think what else I can kind of give you all an update on. I will just touch on advocacy again real quickly. For those who don't know about the American Music Fairness Act, I definitely recommend looking into it. That is the major legislation that SoundExchange is working to help pass. It would establish, like I said, an actual performance right for featured artists and sound recording copyright owners when music is played on FM radio. So right now, if you are a featured artist or rights owner and your music gets played on your local radio station, they don't have to pay anything for using your music on their platform, which SoundExchange doesn't believe is fair. We believe they should have to pay to use your recordings. So this would establish, we're one of 4 countries in the entire world that doesn't have this performance right currently. And so, SoundExchange is working for sponsorship on this legislation and getting it through committees and eventually part of what will be American law to establish this right so that there are royalties for artists and rights owners on FM radio. This would also help with money abroad. Because we don't have that reciprocal right, there's certain territories that don't want to pay American creators if their music is played on their version of terrestrial radio in those territories. And we're lucky that many territories will grant what's called national treatment, which means regardless of your citizenship, if they've played your music, they're going to pay you for it. But there are still some territories that, because we don't have that reciprocal right here, are not paying out those royalties. And so SoundExchange believes it's the right thing to do, and we're definitely working to sponsor that legislation. And so, please let us know if you ever want to be a part of helping to call Congress people and try and make that happen.
I got tickled when you said, helping to call Congress people. Yes, that's not the easiest thing in the world to do.
No, but I'll tell you, they do love to hear from the artist directly. It really does make an impact. And there are both private and public ways to kind of, support that legislation.
I love that. I love that because it's a lot of things going on that, I kind of want to bring up something that I have just gotten wind of. Okay. I just want to be careful as to what I'm saying, but there's some correspondence going around from some PROs regarding different showcases and different platforms that may have independent artists or artists on them, and they are soliciting, I guess, for you to use them as a licensing entity. So you pay them, and then they give you the rights to these artists that are performing on the showcases and award shows and different things like that. It's something new that's just kind of circulating out here. And so everybody's kind of like, well, what is this? I saw a copy of the letter and it said something about, you can get permission from the artist yourself to play their song on your platform, or we can do it for you. You know anything about that?
I mean, this doesn't exactly touch the SoundExchange space, as we're the compulsory license and the government license that allows a service to stream whatever they want as long as they're paying SoundExchange and providing those reports of play. But I mean, this could be a version of like a direct license. So for those who don't know exactly what a direct license is, and this is what like Spotify does or Apple Music, they make agreements directly with whoever owns the sound recording copyrights. And there's no standard rate. It can be different for every single agreement. And there's no transparency into what those deals are. And the bigger thing that I don't love about a direct license, again, speaking from SoundExchange, is with SoundExchange, I know that we pay artists directly. Mm-hmm. Through those direct licenses, it's all depending on the agreement. It depends on if you're recouped. If you're on a record label, are you recouped? Are you going to see any of that money? SoundExchange pays artists directly, regardless of the label and whether you're recouped and things like that. And we're one of the few, if not only, that will pay an artist directly. And so with a lot of those deals, I would just be careful and make sure that you're comfortable with whatever contract you're signing, that you know what you're getting. I would say the same with neighboring rights and international. There's a lot of agents out there, a lot of different CMOs will do this, but there's no one answer fits all for any artist, but you need to find what like works best for you and your business. Again, go ahead.
I tell you, all kind of red flags started going off when I saw that. I was like, whoa, wait now, it just kind of came off as another way to get in the middle of the artist not getting all of their money.
Yeah. Well, and again, we're talking about more than just digital with something like that too, potentially if there's showcases. So you're, involving performers, rights owners, publishers, writers, like it involves like the whole gambit. And so I'm certainly not an expert on it. And as you said, if it's new and kind of unraveling, I'm curious to see.
Yeah, I made a few phone calls because I was curious and I couldn't get a direct, straight answer because it's so new. It's something that just popped out of nowhere. And so I'm going to keep an eye on that too. Because like you, I'm an advocate for folks getting what's due to them, So all of these 15 million hands in the middle of it. And then the artists are saying, well, I got a penny,
I know. Especially for artists who aren't able to like tour and like do different things to make money. It's so important to know, like, especially when I kind of break down the ecosystem, knowing what hat you're wearing when and which organizations you need to be with to maximize your, revenue and royalty collections is just so crucial. And even those like joining today and learning their business and trying to understand the different companies, it's a huge step. And it's so important that you're taking this and trying to educate yourself and again, just knowing which hats you're wearing when, because even with direct licenses, I'll hear like artists like, oh yeah, I make a ton of money off of this streaming. And even though people aren't making tons of money off of not like certain streaming, but it's like, well, you're actually not getting paid as an artist. Like they're paying labels, right? And then depending on the deal that they struck, and then depending on what they're filtering through, again, the one thing I love about working with SoundExchange is one of the things we're committed to is transparency. Our portal is really devoted to doing that, to showing you, exactly what your statements are. What are your foreign earnings if you're with us for international? What recordings are those that are earning for you? We break it down track by track, where it's being played, and try to give you as much data as we can around it as well. And through those reciprocal agreements with these other CMOs around the world, we're also pushing them hard on data because obviously they're reliant on American royalties for their artists. And so that's one of the things we're able to do in our kind of business to business relationship is to help them really focus on getting more granular data around what they're collecting and distributing, even, through our agreements, so that we can be providing as much information to the artists and the rights owners as we can. because
Excellent.
again, metadata is not the fun thing to talk about in this industry, but it's so important in
Yes.
order to make sure like you're getting paid for where
Yes.
you're getting played and tracking and all things like that.
And
So
that doesn't mean just labeling the title of the song on your file. That's not what she's talking about, because I get that a lot. Oh, my song is coded, my song, and then I pull it into the system and it says track 1, and that's it.
I know. Or for those, I don't know if you've seen like, let's just say it's like movie, like music from a movie or something. Not only will they put like the artist, they'll put the character names, which like, again, just have to do with a lot more research and splitting up the royalties.
Right.
But again, ISRC codes are so important. For those who don't know, it's like a unique identifying code for each sound recording. You know, years ago, SoundExchange saw that there was no central place to go to find an ISRC code that you're looking for. So we built an ISRC database that we made available to the public on our website. Mm-hmm. So if you're ever searching and kind of need an ISRC code, you have a place to go. So yeah, like we're just trying to like recognize kind of different places where our industry needs things and seeing if like we're able to help build things that make it, you know, clearer and more organized. And so we're definitely committed to trying to make, I mean, this is such a complicated industry. Like we don't want SoundExchange to be a headache, that's for sure. So trying to build like intuitive tools that are user friendly is something we really strive for. And so hopefully you'll find that when you're going through our portal, but if not, that's what I'm here for.
No, they absolutely will. You guys are amazing. And Roosevelt, we saw your question, and I'm glad the discussion has kind of answered it for you. He was asking what ways that, you know, they could, as artists, could help push or, you know, help get the word out about this legislation that you were talking about. So he got his answer. Ty Scott King is saying a payment from SoundExchange just hit my account yesterday. Woo!
Yeah, so I was gonna say, I was gonna make another note about just like timing with payments too. So again, if you're set up with one of our payment methods that's monthly, basically your statement will hit right about now, like mid-month, and then all payments are set out the last week of every month. So you know, that as long as you've kind of earned that threshold, you're receiving the payment. This is about the timing. You're receiving the statement this week, and then the payment goes out next week.
That's amazing. And you can't be afraid, you guys, to sign up for these different resources. You know, a lot of times artists get in that, oh, I just want to sing, somebody else needs to do that for me type of thing. You need to learn it for yourself. That will certainly help you to not be taken advantage of, you know, as much as some of them have been in the past. Just take the time and learn the stuff yourself. That's why we ask Tiara to come on every year, and she's so gracious to do so, because this is a key component, you know, for you all. So you need to take advantage of it.
And I would also mention, like, even if you have a manager or a business manager and you've kind of authorized them to be on your SoundExchange account, again, there can be multiple guests. So you as an artist should always have kind of access to your account, whether it's through primary or guest access, but like you'll want to have that transparency and access if you ever need it, even if you've authorized a representative. So definitely utilize that kind of guest list tool that we offer as well.
Absolutely. Well, Tiara, we're not going to hold you hostage anymore. Again, thank you so much for being, you know, every year you say yes, and every year we get so much feedback from the artists. They go back over and over and look at what, you know, you've shared. So I know it's being a help to the artists, and we don't take it lightly that you know, do this for us every year. We thank you, and we certainly do appreciate you.
Yes, thank you again for having me, and I'm always happy to do it, and I'm here to help creators always, so please don't hesitate to reach out. And thank you.
Definitely. All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay, you guys, listen, we are going to do what we do best. You know, we love putting some shine on artists and some of our sponsors and so forth and so on. So we know throughout the day, you know, we have little breaks in between facilitators. We're going to play some of the artist videos that submitted for their worldwide exposure during Prayze Factor Week. We're going to do some of that. We're going to put some shine on some of the commercials from some of our advertising partners and so forth and so on. And just kind of keep things moving along as the facilitators are preparing to come on for their sessions. I know I'm reading stuff. That's why y'all see me looking to the side that way. But, stay tuned. If you need to take a break, this will be a good time. Take a break, grab you some snacks or whatever you need to do. We're going to play a few videos and some commercials. And coming up next will be Roshawn Nicole. And I mentioned her earlier. She's going to be talking about harmony and healing, finding freedom from burnout. Phew. I know this session is going to be amazing. Why? Because so many times we're carrying all the weight as independent artists and creatives and platforms, and all of it falls on us. So where do we go when we need to be, pampered, or when we need to be consoled, or when we need to be, uplifted and motivated and all of that? Where do we go? What do we do when we haven't had enough? So she's going to talk about that whole spectrum, and she's talking from a place of experience. She's got some scars and some wounds and things that she had to be that she went through on her journey. So she's going to be able to speak to you from a perspective of having gone through some of the things that you all are going through. But before we get to Roshawn, we're going to play some spotlight videos and things of that nature. So make sure you're coming back and spread the word. Share the link. Share the live. Make sure everybody knows that the Business Symposium is going forth, and it's some great, great, great information that's being shared. Okay? All right.
M.W. Lee Mortuary Incorporated is family-owned and operated and was founded in 1940 by Madison R. Pig Lee. His daughter, Madeline W. Penny Lee, continues to carry on the family tradition of compassion and service. Our philosophy is to provide the best funeral service, the most personal attention, and the highest possible degree of professionalism to each family who allows us the privilege of serving them. Regardless of whether you choose a burial service or one involving cremation, our duty is to create a meaningful service that is personalized to your wants and needs and that reflects the life of your loved one. At need or pre-need, M.W. Lee Mortuary is here for you 24/7. Contact us at 706-643-3222. We're located at 1304 East 10th Street in West Point, Georgia.
Wilds & Associates is the home of Cashbox Magazine, Christian Voice Magazine, and Cross Country USA Magazine. We are elated to partner with the Prayze Factor Awards to bring even more exposure and next-level promotions to independent artists from around the world. We look forward to celebrating with you during Season 18 of the Prayze Factor Awards in Atlanta, September 18th through the 21st, 2025. We'll see you there.
Unrestricted Prayze. They have a long history of ministering the gospel through music. The group began its journey in 2011. They have been together for over 10 plus years, and it's a family group. In life, there are many challenges that might break you or make you. And for Unrestricted Prayze, those challenges have built lasting love, mutual respect, and a spiritual bond through Christ. Their musical journey brought their very first single in 2017 called Christmas Time. It was at that moment in time that Unrestricted Prayze graduated from just being a group singing at local churches each Sunday to gospel recording artist. In 2018, Greater Is He was released, and the first EP was produced in 2019 entitled Nothing But Love. That project consisted of 4 songs, Nothing But Love, Thank You, In the Master's Arms, and Greater Is He. In 2019, the song In the Master's Arms was featured on the hashtag I Am Gospel Volume
The hit stage play, Where It All Goes Down, returns to stage October 17th and 18th at the Porter Sanford Performing Arts and Community Center in Decatur, Georgia. You will see new faces and great talent. 6 women, 1 restroom. Secrets, drama, laughter, and powerful music collide in a story you'll never forget. Get your tickets now at www.queenie.productions. You don't want to miss it.
All right, y'all, we got a new dance. It's called the Holy Ghost Stomp. Now, I need you to get your fans out because we're going to pop those fans. Now, are y'all ready to stomp with your boy Chris Bird? Brianna, are you ready? All right, now. Here we go. Come on. To the left. Hallelujah, to the left. To the right. Hallelujah, to the right. Hallelujah, shuffle like it's a Sunday night. Yeah. Hallelujah to the left. Hallelujah. Hallelujah to the right. Hallelujah, shuffle like it's a Sunday night. Come on, saints, let's dance. And pop those church fans like David dance. Let's pop those fans. Pick them up, put them down, stomp your feet on the holy ground. Pop those fans, do your dance, turn around and start again. Pick them up, put them down, stomp your feet on the holy ground. Pop those fans, do your dance like King David, like David dance. The Holy Ghost love. Holy, the Holy Ghost love. Feels real good to stomp, y'all. The Holy Ghost love. Hey, do the Holy Ghost love, y'all. The Holy Ghost love. Let's run it back, breathe. Let's hallelujah to the left. Hallelujah to the left. Move to the right. Hallelujah to the right. Hallelujah shuffle like it's a Sunday night. It's a Sunday night. Hallelujah to the left. Hallelujah to the right. Hallelujah shuffle like it's a Sunday night. Come on, saints, let's dance. And pop those church fans like King, like David dance. Let's pop those fans. Pick them up, put them down, stomp your feet on the holy ground. Pop those fans, do your dance, turn around and start again. Pick them up, put them down, stomp your feet on the holy ground. Pop those fans, do your dance like King David dance. Holy Ghost love. Put your feet on the floor and stomp, yeah. The Holy Ghost love. Holy, holy, holy. The Holy Ghost love. Holy Ghost stomping for Jesus. The Holy Ghost love. Bring it down. Everybody clap your hands. Now pump those fans. Bring it up. Everybody clap your hands. Now pump those fans. Let's go. Pick them up. Pick them up. Put us down. Stomp your feet on the holy ground. Pop those fans. Do your dance. Turn around and
Are you passionate about gospel music and ready to elevate your ministry to the next level? Look no further than the East Texas Gospel Music Professionals. We provide educational resources and opportunities to help independent gospel artists succeed in the music industry. Join us today and let your ministry shine bright. Don't miss out on this opportunity to take your gospel music career to the next level. Join the East Texas Gospel Music Professionals today.
It's been a night, such a long night. Watch myself disappear. Every road that's wrong seems like the road I'm on. Every side just seems unclear. And I wish I was here. And I wish I was here.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Several years ago, I was on my farm tractor on Alabama Highway 77. I was a setting duck run over by a log truck. Should have killed me, but it did not. But I was injured and had considerable damage to my tractor. And the old saying, there are angels among us. Angels looked over me, good Lord did. But I couldn't take on the insurance company without help. And the man I called to help me was Trip Walton, someone I've known all his life. And he did help me tremendously. And I appreciate it too.
I am not sure if I am on. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm on, Pastor T. Can you let me know? Okay. I'm assuming I'm on. I only have one screen, so I'm not able to check. I don't have two monitors. Okay. I think I'm on. Yes, I'm on. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome. So glad you're here. We're going to talk about finding freedom from burnout as an artist. And today we're going to talk about some holistic approaches, some lifestyle changes that you can implement in your life. And I don't want to assume that you are burnt out. So this is also preventative measures. So what you can put in place now to prevent burnout, also maintaining your health, and then also overcoming it. So welcome. And I have a lot of information. I realized I was like, I have a lot. So I apologize in advance. I might be talking just a little fast. I do want to encourage you to get paper, get pencil, get pen, whatever you take your notes on, because this is going to be, you're going to have some homework today. Okay. I don't want to just talk and educate. I want you to, you're going to make goals for yourself. So, all right, welcome. So this is what we're going to talk about today, friends. So an introduction. What is burnout? We're going to talk about burnout versus everyday stress. You're going to take a little self-assessment to see where you're at. Why do we need to talk about burnout? Burnout triggers for artists, common signs of burnout for artists, common signs of thriving. And today you're going to make it a DRESS protocol, and DRESS stands for diet, rest, exercise, stress reduction, and supplementation. So you're going to have, like I said, have some homework. We'll talk a little bit about vocal care, health, travel care, stage performance, and boundaries, and then when to seek help. And then at the very end, I do have a free downloadable gift for you. So stay to the end, and you'll be able to download some more great information. So. All right, a little bit about me. My name is Roshawn Nicole. I am a recording artist. I'm an actor. This is my third season being a part of Prayze Factor as a nominee. So I'm super excited to join you all again on this year. I am a functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner, or an FDNP, or a holistic practitioner. Just graduated in June, so I'm excited about that. So that's my next venture of just helping people and artists with their health. Preferably their mental health.
I'm an educator, and I am the podcast host of From Weeping to Warrior, Igniting Freedom, where we talk about all things mental health, awareness, and wellness, and the CEO and founder of my company, Roshawn, Nicole Wellness and Education Consulting, and it will the original launch will be in January of 2026. So my health journey, why burnout? Why is that a passion of mine? Why do I want to speak about it? Well, you see, that's a picture of me back in 2012. No, I did not just have a baby. No, I was not about to give birth. Back in 2012, I had a near-death experience that left me in ICU for 30 days due to sepsis after 3 emergency abdominal surgeries. The medical trauma led to years of me struggling with PTSD, depression, anxiety, and addiction. And for nearly 9 years, so after I left out of the ICU, I struggled in silence for 9 years. But I continued to perform in musicals and singing on stages. But behind the scenes, I was burnt out. I was exhausted, battling with my mental health, my physical health, and challenges. And so January of 2021, I entered treatment for 2 months, which was the best decision of my life. And during that time, I was able to write my award-winning songs, Wounded Scars and Free. It talks about my journey, and only one. And today, I help other artists and professionals with their health journey as well. And also, that is you. So what is an FDN? An FDN is a certified and trained health detective who uses a series of functional labs to help clients uncover hidden causes of their chronic health issues. And so my niche is burnout, stress, and anxiety. I'm just going to share just a little bit about my company before we get into burnout. So I help reverse burnout for educators and busy professionals. That is you. You are a professional. And my one-on-one clients that I support, we use functional labs and we get to the root cause of like what's going on in the body with burnout and with stress. And we use a personalized protocol, which is called the DRESS method, which we're going to talk about today. Diet, rest, exercise, stress reduction, and supplementation. And I also speak in schools, in corporate, and in churches. We provide wellness workshops, professional development classes using the DRESS principles, and school assemblies with a musical twist and social emotional learning lens for students. All right, so I have to give you a disclaimer. A functional diagnostic nutrition practitioner. We are not medical doctors. We are certified functional wellness practitioners or health detectives using functional lab tests and lifestyle strategies to identify healing opportunities. So the information that is shared today, I just want to say it's for education and general wellness purposes only. It is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or replace medical advice from your physician. Or please get medical advice from your physician or qualified healthcare provider. Always consult with your doctor before making changes to your health, nutrition, or lifestyle plan. All right, so we're going to talk about what is burnout. I know we've heard that term before in your daily professions or in your profession. I'm sure you've heard coworkers maybe saying like, I am so burnt out, but we're going to talk about burnout in the artist term. And so it's when your creativity and your energy and your joy runs dry. So burnout isn't just feeling tired or having a bad week. It is prolonged stress without adequate recovery, a state of complete mental, physical, and emotional exhaustion. And recovery isn't a luxury. It's essential maintenance. And so today we will explore what burnout really is beyond just feeling tired, how to recognize when you're approaching this dangerous territory, and most importantly, how to recover holistically. With nurturing your body, your mind, and your spirit back to health. Because the goal isn't just to recover from burnout, it's to create a life where burnout isn't a recurring cycle. So putting those lifestyle and implementing them, putting them in place for it not to be recurring. So a life where you can achieve your goals without sacrificing your well-being. So let's begin the journey on today. Let me just check my phone because I might have a message here from, okay. Uh-oh. I'm not sure if I am still recording or not.
Okay, well, I'm going to pop in on your session so that I know you. You are live and you are recording, and we can hear and see everything.
Okay, perfect.
Your slideshow is not working. When it was up, you were changing, but it wasn't changing on the screen for the viewers.
Okay.
So I wanted to pop in and let you know that.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring it back in again.
Let me see what I need to do.
See, so it's back in. I just don't know where you are. So
you can't see my screen is what you're saying?
Well, we can see it, but it doesn't change. Like when you were saying, see the picture of me that's such a, it was still on the main screen.
Okay.
So you got to change your slide some kind of way. I don't know if you just go up and down or click on something that makes the slide come to the center.
Okay, so I am, so you can't see as I'm changing it.
No, we can't see the changes. Excuse me, guys, for popping in on Roshawn's feed.
No, you're good. You're good. Can you see it now?
All we see is the home page, Harmony and Healing, Finding Freedom from Burnout as an Artist.
Okay.
That's what we're seeing. When you click on like number 2, it doesn't do anything. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, because I'm clicking now, so it's not.
Does it show on your end? It's moving on your end?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is showing on my end. Okay, I'm
no idea why it's not showing on for them to see it. And thank you, Ty Scott, for bringing that to our attention.
Thank you. Yes, I'm just talking away, not knowing.
Well, but the information is still good, whether we can see it on the screen or not.
Okay, I'm trying to. Okay, background, black slideshow. Okay, I'm trying to figure out, just kind of work with the different keys here. I don't know.
So is it okay if you just present the materials without the screen? I know it's always wonderful to have the screen, but
I know. I sure can, but okay, keep slides. Yeah, let me just hide presenter view. Okay, is that showing?
No, it's still on the first.
Okay, screen. I wonder why that is. Okay, so let me get out of here. Is it showing?
Moving? What did you do?
Oh, okay. So, okay, can you see it now?
Yes, now it's on topics of discussion.
Okay. The only thing is, okay, so if I do this, I may have to not make it so big, but so I can read it. Can you like read it though? Is it readable? Or
it's suspect, but I think with you talking and it being on the screen, it should work fine.
Okay, let me go. Okay, yeah, that's super small. Okay, it's kind of small though, huh? So
it's okay. I mean,
it's okay
because you're actually discussing it. It's
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, very good. I'm going to pop back out again.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. So this was the picture that I was talking about of my near-death experience and how it led me to wanting to be a mental health advocate, to be a holistic health practitioner, and to help artists and educators. So just showing you that picture there. Okay, so let's go to, so we talked about what is burnout. So we said that burnout is when your creativity and energy runs dry. And burnout is when it is a prolonged stress without any recovery, right? So if you're just like constantly, like for example, touring back to back with no rest, right? Or constantly working on your craft without any rest, it can lead to burnout, and it can be very detrimental to your health. And so we're going to talk about that today. So burnout isn't simply fatigue or having a bad day that a night's sleep can fix. It is a state of chronic stress that leads to physical and emotional exhaustion. So feeling depleted and drained most of the time. Cynicism and detachment, so developing a negative attitude towards your work and your relationships, and feelings of ineffectiveness, a growing sense that your efforts don't matter. So, if you're creating your music, you're feeling like, why am I doing this? You kind of feel like there's no hope or there's no purpose. So we've heard of the term burnout, right? And also everyday stress. And so there is a difference. And so I want you to, as I read this, I want you to kind of think about like, okay, where do I fall? Where am I at right now? Am I having everyday stress, or am I in that burnout zone where it's like these red flags are just saying red flag, you're in burnout zone. So I want you to just kind of think about where you're at as I'm reading this. So everyday stress is characterized by over engagement. So doing something for a while, over engaging in something. Your emotions are overreactive. It creates urgency and hyperactivity. Loss of energy leads to anxiety. So stress can lead to anxiety and depression. The primary damage is physical, and over time, it can kill you prematurely. Now, burnout is characterized by disengagement. Emotions are blunted. It creates helplessness and hopelessness. Loss of motivation and hope leads to detachment and depression. So you're kind of detaching from your art. Primary damage is emotional, and it may make life seem like it's not worth living. So just kind of think about where you're at. Okay, we'll go to the next slide here. But burnout doesn't mean you're weak. I want you to understand this. It means your body, your mind, and your spirit, it's asking for care. So awareness is the first step to freedom. And so now your job is you are going to self-assess yourself. And I want you to, I'm going to read this. Think about where you fall. And so the first question that I have for you is, have you experienced burnout before? And just think about it. And you could take notes. You can, however you take your notes on your phone, jot it down in your head. Which burnout driver feels most true for you? Are you feeling overworked and scheduling pressure? Financial stress? Health and rest challenges? So you're realizing like, oh, I'm feeling overwhelmed and stressed. I'm not really taking care of my physical health, my mental health. Is it touring or travel strain? Digital or social media overload? And we know as artists, we're kind of doing a little bit of all these, or doing, our social media, doing maybe some touring, some traveling, and sometimes our health, and our rest declines. So just kind of make notes of where you're at. And then also here on this side, how does your body feel? So my body feels tired or low energy. My mind feels anxious or overwhelmed. My creativity feels blocked. My schedule is too full. I'm getting no rest. So when you are experiencing this, when you feel most burned out, what suffers first? Is that your creativity? Is that your relationships? Is that your worship, your health, or your finances? Now, I know for me, when I was burnt out, it kind of was like, it was everything, right? But there's something that kind of goes first. And for me, it was just my physical health. I know when I was burnt out, I'm going to fast food places. I don't want to cook. I don't want to think about what I'm eating. So sometimes your health or your food could be the first thing that could be the first thing that is telling you that you're burnt out. So why do we need to talk about burnout? So while the term is often used casually, true burnout is a serious state of depletion that can lead to long-term mental health conditions like depression and anxiety, especially when it's left unaddressed. Burnout prevention isn't just about taking bubble baths or days off. It requires structural, cultural, and personal change. So that's putting things in place to prevent yourself or knowing what to do when you get there on how to get out. So there was this study that was back in 2021, and I'm going to just give you some stats. They interviewed 1,500 different artists, so from singers to rappers to DJs to engineers. And so they were just asking them like if they ever experienced burnout. And so I just want to give you these stats just so you know that, if you are experiencing this, that you're not alone. Burnout is common in the artist community. So 66% of artists have experienced burnout at least once. 72% spend most of their craft. They spend more on their craft than they earn. Over 60% of performing artists report poor mental health. 73% of independent musicians struggle with anxiety or depression. And so those are just some stats, just so you kind of know why it's important that we should talk about this. But burnout doesn't have to be the end. It is a signal, not a failure. With the right protocols and rhythms, artists can thrive, and you can reset and reclaim joy in your craft. So we're going to talk about some top burnout triggers. So these are things that can lead to burnout. And so these are common. There might be some other ones that maybe you recognize in yourself. And so overscheduling and a lack of rest. So that's like constant rehearsal, shows, studio time, travel with no recovery. Financial pressure. So that's hustling for gigs, managing your own career, or investing in projects without sustainable income. Creative pressure and perfectionism. Well, we know our art is our baby, our pride and joy. And so sometimes we might be, we want it to be perfect. So constantly creating, producing, and comparing yourself to others. Physical strain like vocal fatigue, late nights, poor nutrition, little movement or too much, and lack of sleep. Isolation and lack of support. So that's carrying the weight of it on your own without having a trusted community. And then spiritual dryness, which is pouring out in your worship and ministry, but not being poured into. And so losing that connection with your why, like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing my music or whatever your performing arts is? And so some common signs of burnout for artists, that is, persistent exhaustion, tired even after resting, vocal or physical fatigue. So that's struggling to sing, dance, or perform at your usual level when you're noticing, like, I am so exhausted, I'm tired, even with rest, I don't feel like I'm getting the full rest that I need. Loss of joy, emotional strain, overcommitment and comparison. So like saying yes too often, too soon, without really giving thought into, okay, should I do this gig? Okay. Blocked creativity. So that's lack of inspiration, feeling unmotivated. And then performance dread. So like that's upcoming shows or sessions, feeling overwhelming instead of exciting. Now, some common signs of thriving, and maybe you might be here, and that's great. That is having sustained energy, waking up refreshed, strong, resilient voice and body. So your instrument, like your voice or dance or music, feels supported, not strained. You have joy in creating and worshiping, emotional balance, healthy boundaries, creative flow, and eager for your performances or recording or collaborating with others. These green flags, however, friends, doesn't mean that you have a stress-free life, right? They show that your body and your mind and spirit are in harmony. And from that place, your ministry flows powerfully. So I just want to give you a visual here, okay? So you can kind of know like what burnout looks like. And so this is just a visual as far as nervous system burnout. And so your nervous system is like a power strip with too many devices plugged in, right? So when we have a power strip, we're plugging in the cords. So it's like, I'm doing this, I'm doing that, I'm doing that, I'm doing that, right? So these are all, too many devices plugged in at one time. So at first, everything is working. But if you keep adding more stress, the strip gets hot and overloaded, and it will eventually burn out. So there's some ways to recover, such as like unplugging what you don't need, right? Unplugging those things which you don't need, reset your circuits, strengthen the brake, and feel your body. And we'll talk a little bit about that. Here is another visual. Now, this might look a little overwhelming. I promise this is the only visual that you're going to get like this. And so I just want to give you another picture and kind of like an analogy, so then you understand too, like what's going on in your body when you are burnt out or you have prolonged stress. So here we have different systems in your body. And so this is hidden O. As you see here, we have hormones, the immune system, digestive system, detoxification, energy production, nervous system, and oxidative stress. And that all says hidden O. Now, I'm going to give you an orchestra analogy. So each of these systems, they're an instrument. Okay. Now we know when we hear an orchestra or a band and the instruments are playing beautifully together, they're in sync, they're in harmony, the right tempo, we recognize the song. So we're going to say like this orchestra is playing Mary Had a Little Lamb. Now, all of a sudden the piano starts to play a little too fast. So the piano, which is representing the hormones, right, is playing too fast. Well, the violin beside the piano is saying, wait, what's going on? I got to keep up. So I got to play fast, right? And then the flute is saying, I got to play fast. And then the cello and the trumpet is probably like, wait a minute, I got to stop because I don't know what the tempo. I'm really confused. And so that's what's happening in your body when you are having long-term stress and burnout. You're having all these symptoms in your body, but sometimes you don't know which systems it's coming from. And so now the song is unrecognizable. We can't, as FDNs, we cannot go in and say, oh, let's just look at the hormones. We're going to just go and fix the hormones. No, we got to go and look at all the systems in the body, because when something is off in your body, it also causes metabolic chaos in the other systems of your body. So that's why I wanted to kind of show you this, so you understand that when you recognize that you have burnout, that your symptoms is not just occurring in one system of the body, it is causing chaos in your other systems of the body. So just wanted to give you that visual here. All right, so here we go. So dress for health success principle. So as FDNs, this is trademarked for FDN practitioners to be able to use this and to use with who we share it with. And so I want to share this with you today. This definitely has helped me in my healing journey, and I hope it helps you as well. And so this is general information. This is not personalized or customized for you as a one-on-one individual. It's just general information. But if you do want that personalized, reach out to me and I definitely can support you in that way. So DRESS stands for diet, rest, exercise, stress reduction, and supplements. And your homework today is you are going to create 1 to 5 goals with diet, rest, exercise, stress reduction, and supplementation. Now, you might be feeling burnt out now, and I understand when you're burnt out, you're like, oh my gosh, I have one more thing to do, and so sometimes that can be overwhelming. So that's why I say 1. So maybe if it's diet, you want to work on your diet, pick 1 goal in diet. Or if it's, for example, I'll just tell you mine. One that I need to work on is stop drinking coffee. So that is a goal of mine. So so that could be my 1 goal. Or if I want to do 1 for each category, that is completely up to you. So I want to encourage you to either use your phone if you are on a laptop and take pictures of the slides. This is recorded, so I know you can come back to it as well, and also take notes as we go through this. Now, let me just explain to you. These strategies are for you if you are thriving as an independent artist and want to prevent or overcome burnout. You are feeling burnt out and need practical strategies to recover and prioritize your mental health. You want to balance your art and business without losing joy. You often overcommit to projects or comparison. You need healthy travel and stage studio rhythms, and you want to strengthen your mental health. These strategies are not for you if you're looking for a quick fix instead of lasting rhythms. So it takes time to get to burnout, right? It's prolonged stress over time without recovery. So it's going to take some time for you to heal as well. So, putting these measures in place for a while, long term, would be great for your health. So I just wanted to kind of go over that. These are for you if you are ready. So the power of diet. Let's talk a little bit about that. Our bodies, they are our temples, and we create from overflow, not depletion. So when recovering from burnout, your nutrition isn't just about healthy eating. It's about repair. And so I want to just talk about some types of foods that could help you with burnout. Focus on anti-inflammatory foods. And so that is colorful fruits and vegetables, fatty fish, olive oil, nuts, and seeds. Stabilize your blood sugar. Now, this is great because I know sometimes when we are stressed or overwhelmed, we are reaching for sugar or for carbs, right? I know I am that way. And so sugar it causes inflammation in the body. And so inflammation is not something that we want, and so what I want to encourage you is to reduce your sugar intake and increase your protein. Protein will help to stabilize your blood sugar, okay? So you won't have those dips and spikes. You know, like for example, you're drinking coffee or having caffeine, you get like those dips, once, the caffeine is kind of out of your system. That's kind of the same thing with sugar. You get those dips and spikes. And so you want to eat protein to help sustain your blood sugar so you're not having mood swings, you're not feeling fatigue, lethargic, anxiety. Let's see. Yes, the same thing. If you're about to perform, try to avoid caffeine because not only it causes anxiety, but also it's very dehydrating as well. Okay, so if you're a singer or a rapper, if you use your voice or a preacher, to kind of stay clear of caffeine before performing, as well as dairy, because dairy causes mucus as well in the body. Let's see. Hydrate intentionally, and like I just said, minimize dairy and processed foods. Especially 72 hours before a performance. Now, we have access to functional labs, and the MRT tests for over 176 different foods that you could be sensitive to that could be causing chaos in your body. And so if you're interested, reach out to me. It has helped me on my vocal journey as well, knowing what types of foods to stay away from for a certain amount of time so that I'm not having like that silent, if you're familiar with like acid reflux, which can burn the vocal cords and all of that, and so just letting you know that is available to you. So take a picture of this or screenshot because you have a job. I want you to write, what is your diet goal? And what do you need to make this happen? So for example, for me, I need to quit coffee, y'all. I do. So I would say, what I could say is complete go cold turkey. That's not really how I work though. I like to kind of like taper. So I would just say like maybe 1 cup a day. And then in 2 weeks, maybe going from coffee to tea. So what I would need to make this happen is I would need to make sure that I have the tea that I enjoy to replace my coffee. So I want you to go ahead and write, what is your goal and what do you need to do to be successful to make that goal happen? I'm going a little fast, friends. I'm sorry, but you can take a picture of this and you'll be able to come back to it because I want to make sure we get through the rest of it. All right. The power of rest. I'm going to tell you, man, I'm from Seattle, so I'm here in Atlanta. I'm already here. And so we are 3 hours. You all are 3 hours ahead of me. So this jet lag is no joke. So I'm tired, but, jet lag. So the power of rest, and think about that. If you are, touring or traveling, just getting these in place will really help you as you're traveling. So burnout takes a significant physical toll, depleting your body's resources. Lack of sleep worsens brain fog, depression, vocal fatigue, a whole host of things. And so making sure that you protect at least 1 rest block each week. And that's important because, I'm sorry, I'm checking my message. I want to make sure that I'm okay. Okay. Making sure that you protect that 1 day, and that's 1 day to rest. Maybe do nothing, and that's okay. Like, there are some times when I'm like, okay, I'm feeling burnt out today. I have nothing planned on my schedule. And that is okay because that helps me to de-stress. So protecting that 1 day a week, creating a consistent sleep schedule, even on the weekends. I know it's hard. We like to stay up late, watch movies, but being consistent because your body gets into that rhythm of waking up and going to sleep. Developing a calm bedtime routine. One thing that is very important that helps with sleep is making sure that you have a cool, dark bedroom. Some people I know like white noise, so it kind of blocks out like the outside noise. So just kind of finding what works for you to help you to get that restful, deep sleep. Avoid screens 1 to 2 hours before bed. And I know you're probably saying maybe, why? Why is that important? Well, the hormone melatonin helps with sleep. And if you are looking at your screen or the TV, it blocks that melatonin production that helps you to fall asleep. But if you do have to be on your computer or watch TV, there are some blue light blockers that are very helpful that you can wear. So then it's not inhibiting your melatonin production so you can fall asleep. And so these are very helpful if you're on your computer or your laptop or watching TV late at night. Consider supplements like magnesium or a passion flower, which is a herb, and then aim for at least 7 to 9 hours of sleep. Okay, friends. So what is your rest goal? I want you to jot it down and what you need to do to make that happen. All righty. The power of exercise. I'm gonna move through this quickly though. So when you're burnt out, intense exercise can further stress your system. So focus on gentle restorative movements. I know when we're stressed out, sometimes we're like, I gotta get it out, and that's okay. But making sure you're not putting more stress on your body. So that might be like light walking, if you can swim, some stretches, going outside. That's a 2-for-1. So you're going outside and you're walking, but you're also getting that vitamin D as well. So that's also a great way of implementing sunlight for exercise during your exercising. So being consistent, but start slow. So maybe for a couple of weeks, you're doing some light walking 2 to 3 times a week, and then maybe you want to up it, but you got to start slow. Don't put more stress on your body than what you need to. And listen to your body, because your body is talking to you. All right, go ahead and write, what is your exercise goal and what do you need to do to make that happen? So for me, I want to go back to walking a few times a week. So a good strategy for me would be to put it on my calendar, because if I put it on my calendar, it sets me up for success. And then I love to like check off. That's a dopamine release there where you're like, yes, I did it. So that is a goal. So that's just an example if you're looking for some examples. All right, so I have a lot for the power of stress reduction. And if you are interested in this PowerPoint, you can let me know and I can send this to you so you can have this kind of to keep yourself accountable if you want to. But the power of stress reduction, here are some strategies that you can implement. This one actually worked for me last night because I was telling you all that I was having a hard time kind of like with jet lag. So the first one says practice deep breathing, and this is the 4-7-8 method. And I'm telling you, this works. Even teachers use this in their classrooms with students, and some of their students will fall asleep. But you inhale on the count of 4. So you inhale and you count to 4. Then you hold your breath for 7 seconds, and then you exhale for 8 seconds. And I'm telling you, I think I did that like 5 times last night, and I was out. So I'm just telling you the power of 4-7-8 method. You can look it up on YouTube, and there's like a guide on how to breathe as they're counting as well. Explore journaling, even if it's 10 minutes a day, to help you to get your stress out of your brain. It shouldn't be living here, right? Because if it does, you can't sleep, and it's just whole cycle. So journal, have a prayer journal, or however you journal, like give yourself like maybe 10 minutes a day. This is a good method too of just writing out all the things that is stressing you out. And then you're like, okay, done. I gave myself 10 minutes. Now I'm done. I'm putting it away. Let's talk about a couple other things. Use nature as medicine. Yeah. Prayer walks, gardening, going outdoors. Yeah. So I'm just going to let you just kind of view this because I know I have a few more minutes left. And here's another slide here. Practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with kindness like you would a good friend. You know, love yourself, treat yourself well. What would you say to a friend? You should say that to yourself. Set healthy boundaries because that's super important as artists. We need to know how to say no kindly and politely to some things, right? Process your emotions, like I said, through journaling and through therapy, creative expressions, which we're all doing, right? And seek professional support. Consider therapy, coaching, or support groups if you need to. This one I want to talk about because I heard this a couple weeks ago and I thought this was awesome. And this is another way of reducing your stress. And this is called delegate, eliminate, and automate. And I thought this was fantastic when I heard someone say this. I'm like, yes. And this is ways to scale your creative work while protecting your energy. So think of things when you eliminate, cut what drains you or doesn't align. Okay. Delegate, meaning like delegate to friends or to family or to people who know how to do something that you don't know how to do. And I did hear what Pastor T said is learning, learning on how to do some things so you can do it. And I think that's great. Yes. But also there's a time too where it's like, okay, I know how to do this. Now I'm going to delegate this to somebody else to get it off of your plate. And then also use like automation systems to save you time and energy. There's a lot of ways like for social media, such as like Hootsuite. It's on the slide here of some automations that you can use to post on your behalf on social media. So you're not always doing it, but maybe you're setting a day or a time to kind of get your social media in place. So then it posts on your behalf. And that's one less thing that you have to worry about doing that on a day, on a daily, day to day. Okay. Now your delegation could be free, fee, or low cost as well. So if you are delegating, considering that there could be a fee as well. So on the slide here, there's some notes and some examples of like what are some things to eliminate, delegate, and automate. All right, go ahead and write your stress reduction goal down. What do you want to focus on? And what do you need to do to be successful to make that happen? All right, so supplements, we'll talk briefly about this because this is a general, this is not personalized or one-to-one. And so these are just some supplements that are helpful for your nervous system and for burnout, such as magnesium, which is it helps to calm your muscles. And I take that at night to help me with sleep. Omega-3s is good for mood and focus. Vitamin D, whether it's going out in the sun or taking that as a supplement, is good for your immune system, especially if you're like traveling, going on the airplane. Same thing with vitamin C and B complex vitamins, because when you're stressed, your B complex vitamins are the first vitamins to go, and those are good to help convert those happy hormones that you need for your mood. And don't forget to ask your primary care physician for a chemical panel or a metabolic profile panel. This measures your sodium, your potassium, your magnesium, as well as organ functions and your overall health and your B vitamins, and also to look at vitamin D and thyroid. So go ahead and take a note or screenshot that because they can do that blood work for you and look to see like what's going on in your body. I know when I was sick, I was low in my B vitamins. I was low in iron. I mean, you guys, I was low in so many things. And once I started to supplement, I started to feel much better. My mood, my body. But when you are burnt out or when you are going through stress, your body is depleting a lot of that nutrients. And so go ahead and talk to your primary practitioner, and they can help you with getting that set up. I also can as well, but go to your primary and they can cover that through your insurance. What is your supplement goal? Write that down. And what do you need to do to make that happen? So just some vocal care tips that I'm going to briefly go over. Some of them are kind of, we explained that, and that's just making sure that you are resting, you're protecting your voice. Gentle warm-ups. If you are fatigued with your vocal cords, I wouldn't recommend pushing yourself, but just doing some gentle warm-ups. What's good for me when I travel, I buy humidifiers. I do, because I have allergies and asthma, and the humidifier helps with having the room kind of warm for me. So that's another good technique. Honey and ginger is also great too for the stomach and for your vocal cords. And I also have access to a GI map that looks at your gut and what's going on, because your gut is also your second brain and also can contribute to vocal health as well. Travel tips, we kind of talked about that. I'm going to let you take a screenshot. Make sure that you have vitamin C a couple days before. Take some extra vitamin C. So then, that can help with your immune system, boost your immune system. Before stepping on stage, praying, of course, and breathing. The 4-7-8 is definitely very helpful before stepping on stage. That helps calm your nervous system. Protecting your mindset, no comparing yourself to others. That is huge, because I know as performing artists, we see amazing people, and we're human. We will compare ourselves, like, I'm not as good as this person, but just knowing that, you are doing your ministry, and think of your why and why you're doing this and who you're doing this for. And so I know it's hard to not compare, but no judgment zone. Tell yourself, no, I'm not doing that. So boundaries, knowing when to say yes and no. Protect your peace, protect your health and your calling. And the same thing, social media comparison, which is a major stressor. Limit your social media if you need to for a certain amount of time. I know we need that for marketing and stuff, but you might need to take some rest and have some boundaries. And practice saying no to protect your priorities. Now that you have your 1 to 5 goals, what I want you to do is put it on your calendar on when you're going to start your goal or goals. Reassess and ask yourself with no judgment, how did it go for me this week? Do I need to make some adjustments? Journal your wins and your struggles. Another thing that I don't know what the stats are on this, but I know it's pretty high when you have an accountability partner. You are more likely to be successful with your goals. So having a friend, a loved one to hold you accountable to your goals and celebrate your small victories and your wins. Now, when to seek professional support. When you've been experiencing burnout for more than a few months, your symptoms are impacting you and your ability to function. You're experiencing depression or anxiety alongside burnout. You've made lifestyle changes but aren't seeing improvements. You're having thoughts of self-harm. You suspect an underlying health condition which could be contributing to your symptoms. You can go to your primary care to rule out physical health conditions, a therapist or a counselor that specializes in trauma, CBT or EMDR, a holistic health practitioner or FDN for lifestyle and nutrition support, and also a personalized stress protocol specifically for you, or a psychiatrist for medications, which could be helpful. All right. So I have a free gift for you and for staying all the way and for joining me today. And this gift is a free guide. It's an artist protocol guide for travel, stage, and studio wellness tips for the independent artist. And it is like a checklist on the things that you need if you're traveling, if you're singing on stage or studio. There's also a bonus in there as well, and that's like different apps that you can use when you are implementing your dress. So there's apps for diet, for rest, exercise, stress reduction, and supplements that you can use in addition to your protocol, and that's also attached to that. So you will be joining my mailing list if that's okay. So you put in your email, you're going to scan that, it'll take you to my website, put your email in, you'll join my list, and you'll get updated information on health and wellness for artists. And you'll be the first to know once I do start accepting clients in January, once I do launch in January of 2026. So if you want to have some more support, reach out to me. I would love to help you, whether if that is with your organization, your church, or one-on-one. And I would love to help you. And you can find me on social media. And that is my wellness social media. Instagram is at Roshawn Nicole _wellness. And my Roshawn Nicole Empowers is my wellness, my speaking website. And then my music one is at Roshawn Nicole, and my website is RoshawnNicole.com. And if you have any questions, hit me up. I would love to support you. And I just want to say, stay lit, keep shining, and ignite freedom. And I'm so glad you joined me today. If you're here for Prayze Factor, say hello. I would love to meet you and introduce yourself to me. So thank you for this, and I hope this was helpful. I'm sorry, y'all, that I was kind of like speed through it. I had a lot of information, but I really wanted to help and support you today. So I hope you found this beneficial. Mm-hmm. All righty.
Okay, let me turn on my microphone because you're dabbling out of here and people are talking to you. I guess you can't really see them. But I'm putting up, can you see what's on the screen?
I can't even tell. I just see my PowerPoint. Yeah.
Okay. So Ty Scott was saying burnout is a signal, not a failure. So thank you for this reminder.
Absolutely.
Estella John said, this is good information. Mm-hmm. It is helping me out and allowing me to rethink some things.
Good. Awesome. Yes.
And not overdue. So that's good. Good. Let's see. Got another one here from Keith Partridge.
Okay.
Says, praise the Lord. Please send me the information on stress reduction.
Yes,
Thank you from
absolutely.
Elder Partridge.
Okay.
Yep. Bold is saying, love this.
Oh, thank you.
So yeah, very helpful information. A few comments there for you before you ski that alone out of here.
Yeah.
And you did fine. You still have 10 more minutes. So you.
Oh, do I? Oh. I just wrote down because I'm like, I have so much information, so I was trying to get through all of it. Okay. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
you were all nervous thinking you were going to go over your time, but you did excellent. So I agree. The information that you shared is going to be so helpful to not just artists, but those of us that's behind the scenes working with the artists.
For sure. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So and before you go, anything else? If not, we will let you get on out of here. I know everybody's getting ready for what's happening this evening.
Right.
You know?
Yes. Well, thank you for having me today. I enjoyed it, and I hope others found it enjoyable and educational. So yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me. And
they're asking for your QR code again. Let's see if we can get that back up there. Okay, there it is.
Is it showing? Is it?
It's up there. I think it's So y'all go ahead and get that scanned real quick.
Yep.
And we're gonna let Roshawn get out of here so she can get a little bit of rest.
Right. Rest.
You know, she's typically 3 hours behind us. So
I know. Yeah.
30. Very good. Very good. Again, thank you, Roshawn, for sharing, and we appreciate you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you. And I'll see you this weekend. All right.
Okay. All right, you guys. Well, you know how we do when we have a few extra minutes. We're going to show a little bit of love to some of the artists that submitted to have either their videos or promos featured throughout the weekend. And so we're going to do that right about now. Let's see. Who can we put a spotlight on? How about some of our advertising partners?
Born and raised in the fertile farmlands of Tallulah, Louisiana, has provided Paul Eric Puckett, a.k.a. Ricky Paul, with a lifelong affection for nature's beauty and the love of God. His anointing set his path for spiritual growth and a personal mission to spread God's word. Paul is a visionary of the soulful country gospel music movement, where everyone's represented regardless of race or ethnicity. The king of soulful country gospel music and an international indie gospel artist, Ricky Paul, and his passion for ministry shows itself as he shares the word of God. He prays and sings praises to God with the residents and staff of several nursing homes in his hometown throughout Hill County and surrounding counties. You can reach Ricky Paul at rickypaulpuckett.com, and on all social media, you can find him at Paul Puckett.
He poured his love out on me.
Dress?
Oh, come on, Mama. I'm tired, Mama.
See, that's what I'm talking about right there. Family values. And y'all let him do it.
Welcome to Craven's Food Truck, where flavor lives. This family-owned business with Larry, Lakeisha, and Kylie Boyd are proud to serve you with a delicious menu daily. Ribs, meatloaf, collards, mac and cheese, fried fish, and so much more will have you coming back for seconds and thirds. Craven's Food Truck is available for church and community events, family reunions, festivals, business luncheons, sporting events. Wherever you need great food, we are there. We're located in Queen Creek, Arizona. Check out our rotating menus on Instagram at Craven's Food Truck and reach out to us for your next function at 480-442-3673. That's 480-442-3673. Craven's Food Truck, where flavor lives.
I want to first say what an incredible honor it is to do this session with you guys today. And just break down some important things that we need to know as it relates to recording and the whole artist, producer, studio process. Special shout out to Pastor T. Thank you for this opportunity. And I want to dive right in. So first thing we want to talk about today is just different things that we need to be aware of to get the best out of our recordings, the best out of our studio sessions, and the things that are going to set us up to have the ultimate amount of success possible in our careers as creatives. The thing that we generally don't pay a lot of attention to or we rush into is the actual recording of our music. And as we know, that's one of the most vital points of our presentation to the industry. I don't know if you've maybe heard the saying, you're only as good as the song. That's very, very, very important and very true statement. Not actually the literal sense of that, speaking to someone's self-worth, but you only have one chance to make a first and lasting impression. So I think it's imperative that we lock in to being our best when it comes to that. So first, let's talk about the actual inception of the song, writing the song. Most of the time, a lot of us tend to feel that, or in a lot of experiences that I've had, people have tended to feeling as if they should be the sole writer of the song. But there is power in collaboration. If you see a lot of other genres, they're collaborating more, and the result of that is the fact that they have a lot more hits. If you look at the country genre, most of the time, those people are coming together in writing sessions and getting together and putting their thoughts together and sharing ideas about what could be a great song. And they're writing these songs together. R&B does the same thing as well. But for some reason in the gospel space, we tend to not want to get into that type of environment that could actually better our materials. I think it's vital that we have collaboration during the process of writing. Even if you feel like you've written the entire song and you feel like you have something good, it's always good to bounce that off of someone. So when you get into the point of writing a song and you actually have a song, say you get into writing a song and you have 2 or 3 writers in the room, what I always like to say is to handle the business up front so that the business doesn't handle you in the end. I'm going to say that again. Handle the business up front so that the business doesn't handle you in the end. What I mean by that is, has anybody ever heard of split sheets? It is a term that's used in the musical industry to actually divvy up the percentages of what you feel you have given to the song, or the parts of the song that you have written, or your contribution, for lack of a better term, your contribution to the record. And when I say record, I mean song. Record could mean two different things. Record could mean the entire album, or record could mean one individual record on an album. So just to clear that up. So let's get back to split sheets. What people generally do in these writing sessions, once they are done with the song, they will actually draw up a split sheet. You can find them online. You can Google split sheet and you'll find them online. And you can pull them up, and you will literally sit there and fill them out after discussion, of course. The thing that people run from is the discussion part of this. It's very vital to sit there and talk about what you've contributed to the song. You can, get into a space where, okay, listen, I wrote, the verse and the chorus. I wrote verse 1 in the chorus. You wrote verse 2 in the bridge. And then someone else may have written the vamp or the end of the song. So it's imperative that you get together and discuss it until you all agree. Once you've agreed, you can put it on a split sheet, or it needs to be in some type of writing. Generally, I haven't used actual paper many times with split sheets. Generally, what I have done is I will actually do it via email or text message. As long as you have it in some form of writing, we'll sit down and discuss via text. Because a lot of times I'm writing with people that are not in my same city. So we'll get on a Zoom call, or we'll get on a FaceTime call, or we'll actually text and say, hey, okay, this is what I think about, what we've done. Here's what I think I've contributed to the song, and this is what I feel like I'm entitled to. And we'll go back and forth, if any, until everybody agrees. Once everybody agrees, then I will send out another text saying, okay, here are the splits. Do you all agree with this? And then once everybody says yes, then I would register them with my performance rights organization after getting everyone's information. That's something else that's vital too, having a performance rights organization. Some may say, well, what is that? There are two major performance rights organizations, which is BMI and ASCAP. This is the way you get paid royalties from your music on the composition and author side of a sound recording. What I mean by that is when your song is played on media that is reporting to certain, how can I say, panels of radio stations, or you're streaming on the Spotify's and the Apple Musics of the world, all of the DSPs, as they call them, digital service providers. This is the way that you will get paid for the material that you write. Now, let me dispel the misconception that a lot of people have just getting in. Royalties are not something that you really need to concern yourself with in the inception of writing these songs and recording these songs. That is something that comes along once your song gets the proper exposure, right? Yes, take the necessary steps to do a split sheet and make sure you have all of that done and register these songs with your PROs, but don't get hung up in the fact of you're writing to get royalties, because if you have studied and you see what's going on with what's happening with the the DSPs, the digital service providers, which is like the Spotify's, Apple Music's, Tidal, those particular royalties per stream are less than a penny per stream. So a song has to really pick up a lot of steam and get streamed a lot, or get played on reporting radio stations for you to really see a huge return. So you really have to do this because you love it. If you're trying to do this to become rich, you may need to shift your focus. But yeah, getting back to the split sheets. So it's a couple of different ways that split sheets can be done. It can be done via paper and be sent to everyone, or the electronic way. We live in a digital electronic age now. So text messages are fine, and also emails are fine as well. The next thing I want to talk about is contracts. I don't know why for us in the music industry, sometimes this is a dirty word, but it's always good to have the expectations up front and know exactly what is expected of you as the artist and whoever, or the producer, or whatever role you're playing in this particular process, and the other party. I've always said that if you don't have any expectations, you can expect nothing, because there's nothing that has been set on the table to actually put everything in black and white. With all of my clients, I have drafted a generic contract of what exactly the expectations are, what the fees will be, when payments are due, the whole timeline process of when things should be completed by, how the process works, what is going to be expected after the process is over, who owns the rights to XYZ. It's good to get all of those things up front. Well, some person may say, hey, well, I don't have any contracts available. Again, these things are applicable to you via the internet as well. You can look up standard recording studio contracts. You can look up those things, and you'll be able to kind of navigate through those and adjust them accordingly to how it best suits your situation. You have to do contracts, though. It's very, very, very vital, because then up front, everybody knows what the expectations are, and there's nobody blindsided in the process. It's very vital, because then at the end of the day, if things go left, which I hope they won't, but if things go left, everybody knows what was expected. Everything's clear in black and white. And I've heard so many horror stories about people sending deposits to people and never hearing from them again, which is a sad shame. But my question to them would always be, did you have a contract? Because then at that point, you can hold them accountable for what was put into the contract. Let's talk about the best way an artist can be prepared for their recording session. The biggest thing for this, or with this for me, is that every artist has to know the song. And when I say that, I don't mean know it just kind of glossing over knowing the song. Like, I kind of know it, I kind of got a feel of what it's supposed to be. I'm talking about actually knowing a song like you know your name and who you are. Reason for that is that you cannot deliver fully what you don't feel in your heart and your soul and your spirit. Especially when it relates to our style of music, of gospel. But I can't really say that, because it's every style of music. Music is meant to inspire, spark inspiration. Music is supposed to make you feel a certain type of way. So I think it's vital for every artist to dig in, study, and know the song as if you're going to be tested on it. That's the only way that you can deliver the song in excellence. Just think about it in this regards. When you get into the booth to sing this song, you don't want to have the extra added stress of trying to remember what part is what. How does this part go? How does this melody go? Because at that point, you're trying to emote and bring all of the emotion out during your session. So that people can feel the message that you're trying to convey. So I think it's very important to make sure that you know the song. It starts there. Know the song. Know the environment you'll be recording in. Look up now most of the times you'll have a producer to do these things for you, as far as what studio you're going to be recording in, what equipment they have, making sure that what they have is going to be vital. It's going to be the top quality stuff to give you a top quality recording. I'm going to get a little bit into that more when I talk about one of our last points. But that's something as an artist that I think you probably should take into consideration as well, just to make sure that you're getting the best, you're getting captured the best way. The importance of that is that I always like to say trash in, trash out. I know it's kind of harsh to say that, but you can't expect to have a rusty recording, and I'm using the word rusty as a descriptive term, and think that you're going to get this shiny, polished product at the end. So be aware of where you're going to record. What's the reputation of this particular studio? What have they put out that I can go listen to and hear the quality of how it was recorded? I can go on their social media and catch the vibe of how the place is, if they have those type of things. I think that's another way to be prepared for the session, especially when we're talking about gospel music. I think the another way, to be prepared is to be prayed up and be ready for your session and what you're trying to do. This is a business, but it is ministry as well when we're talking about gospel music. So I think the biggest thing is to be prepared spiritually and mentally before going into these sessions. Let's talk about the next thing. The importance of studying the music before the session is what we already talked about. And that's one of the ways to be prepared is studying the music, making sure you know exactly how the song goes. Because at that point, if you do that, you'll be able to embellish a little bit or deviate from what the song is in its base point and add to it and make the song more beautiful, or put yourself into the song. But the only way to do that is to make sure you know the song. Studying the musicians, study the record, the demo of the record before you play the record. Make sure you know the basis of how the song is supposed to go. I even think this is critical for engineers as well. A lot of times with my engineer, Reggie, I will send him a song in demo format before we record it so that he kind of knows what gear to use. So I think that onus is not on just the artists themselves. It's on everybody in the recording process to get a great product. The importance of good production for both radio versions and performance tracks. Let's start with just the fact of good production. I think the thing that we have to realize is that it's necessary to get someone other than ourselves that knows exactly what they're doing as it relates to production. A lot of times, and I'm not against this, there are some self-produced artists out there. By all means, if you can do that, that's fine. But it's always great to have another set of ears to be able to bring your project to its ultimate level. You don't want to just have just your ears on it because you may have one view of how everything is supposed to pan out. As it relates to this, I think having someone else that's reputable, that has a great proven track record, and that is really good and really professional at what they do can only enhance what you're doing. Let me speak to the producers here as well. You have to be very professional, timely, and be able to execute what the artist is asking for. As a producer, it is not our vision solely, but it is our duty, if I will, to bring that artist's vision to fruition. They may have an idea or a concept, and it's up to us to make that idea or concept commercially viable so that people get it, so that the radio can play it. As it relates to that, you can't have a 5-minute and 50-second song or a 9-minute song and expect to get it played on radio. Those songs have to be cut down to radio format, anywhere from 3 minutes to 3 minutes and 50 seconds, at the max 4 minutes. 4 minutes, you're even pushing it at that point. But keep those things in mind. When you think about that, as it relates to producing an artist, you seeking out production from someone that can give you radio versions and performance tracks. But let's stay on radio for a second. There are only so many spots or slots for radio play. Think about the advantage you have if your song falls in the criteria of what radio is looking for. You have a better shot at your song being played over someone that has a great song that's 9 minutes long or 5 minutes long. Usually with those things, you're looking for songs that get into the hook fast, meaning they don't have super long intros. They're into the first verse, if that's the first part of the song. Once they're out of that verse, they're into that hook. What I generally like to share with producers and artists is that you generally want to be into your hook within the first 30 seconds of the song. That may feel very quick, but you think about it, if you count seconds to 30, that's a good number of minutes, or not minutes, I'm sorry, we're talking seconds here. That's a good number of time, or a good margin of time, I should say, to get from the intro to the verse into your hook, because that's what people are going to sing. Most of the time, they're not going to sing the verses until they really get to know the song. They're going to sing that hook. So you want to be into that hook at least into at the most 30 seconds into the song, maybe 45 seconds into the song, but you want to get there at least in that time frame. So in production, make sure we're focusing on that. You can always, now this is the other thing too, you don't want to produce in the mindset that I'm producing this for radio, because generally with that, you'll leave out some special nuggets in a song that may actually make the song, in a long form version. So I would say make the song in a long form version, but make sure you have segments of the song, you know, that you can cut it here and it's a clean cut where nobody even knew you cut it, to make it a radio version. I've done it that ways, and sometimes I've gotten a song where it was just in radio format. That's just how the Lord gave it to me, and it worked out that way. But be very, very conscientious of that in production. The other thing too is performance tracks are vital for the artist. You never want an artist to not have what they need when they need it. The biggest portion of the deliverables, once the song has gone through the post-production process, is making sure that you have what we call a TV track, which is a performance track. And what that means is it's the mastered version of the song without the lead vocals on it. That's your TV track. That's what the artist is going to use when they go out to perform the record. There's also a version of a performance track that can be without vocals, period. Generally, that's called the instrumental. And what you need that for is if your artist is going out with background vocalists. So you can take those vocals off and they'll have just the instrumental so they can perform to that. But generally, sometimes artists will like to have the TV track, even if they have background vocals, because that kind of just fattens up the backgrounds. So be conscientious of that. Performance tracks are vital to have. You don't want to show up to an engagement or ministry appointment that you have and you're singing on top of the regular record, the main version with your vocal in there. That's just not something that's smart to do, and it doesn't seem very professional to do that. So make sure you have TV tracks. Oh man, this is a good one here. The importance of a good final mix and mastering of the radio versions and performance tracks. Let's X out the radio versions and performance tracks, because any mastering engineer is going to make sure, mixing engineer is going to make sure that every portion of your song, or every version of your song, I should say, is mixed and mastered. And that's going to be in your deliverables. But let's talk about the importance of having a great mix. It goes back to what I said before about having a rusty recording and expecting something shiny in the end. It's vital to have your songs mixed. What somebody may say, what is mixing? Mixing is once everything is done, you've recorded the entire song, you've recorded your vocals, you recorded your band, you got your BGVs in, you've put all your instrumentation in, everything is great. Now you need to have someone put their hands on it to adjust levels, to add reverb, to make sure your vocals are tuned properly. Just to make sure everything balances out, everything sits well so you can hear it well. Everything is panned to their necessary side so it doesn't cloud up the mix, and so that everything's not sitting on top of each other. To make sure that your lead vocal is up and out front so that everybody hears your lead vocal, that the backgrounds are blended correctly, that all the voices are being heard, all the elements of the song are being heard, that people will feel the emotion of the song. That's very vital in mixing as well. Mixing can help people actually feel what the song message is supposed to be, because everything will be coming forth in clarity. Now, once that process is done and you have a great mix, then the next step is mastering. People may say, what is mastering? Have you ever been in a situation where you've heard songs that you've listened to, and then you get to this one song and it's a lot lower, it's darker sounding, it's really sounding really small in comparison to the other things that you've heard? Well, that's because either they did not get the song mastered, or whoever did the mastering didn't do a good job. Mastering is like the polish. I always often use this analogy when it comes to mastering. Say that, you watching a car going down the assembly line, and they're building everything, and they're putting everything on, and they're putting the primer on, and then they're putting the paint on. But there's a final step to that, is when they put the clear coat on top of the paint. It adds that sheen and that luster, and it looks polished and finished. That's what mastering does to your record. It's going to add the sheen, the brightness, the wideness, the volume, the thump, the final piece to the puzzle for your record. Make sure you're doing that, because that's going to make your record stand up to anything else that's being played out there. You don't want to send your song in to the radio or put your song on streaming platforms, and when people pop your song on after someone else's song they just listened to, your song is here and that other person's song is here. You're going to hear the difference. So you want to make sure that you're doing that. Let's talk about the importance of how to select the studio. Now, generally, your producer is the person that's going to do this, but I did talk about this a little earlier. Check the environment of what you're doing. Generally, if there is a studio that records a lot of rap records, that's probably not going to be a good fit for you recording a gospel record. I'm all about vibe, all about the vibe of the space. And a lot of times, rap music or other genres of music may require different things as it relates to the recording process than you would actually need for recording a gospel record. So that's vital. Make sure that that's something that you're looking into as far as what studio to record at. Budgeting and financial expectations when it comes to recording projects. Oh my God, I probably won't have enough time to get through all of this, but this is something that's vital. You get what you pay for. There's no truer statement ever made in life as it relates to anything. I've heard that, and I hope I can say this correctly because I've heard it several times. I've heard people say that you can get something good, but it won't be cheap and it won't be fast. Or you can get something fast and it won't be good and it won't be cheap. Or you can get something good and it won't be cheap and it won't be fast. I hope I said that right, but you got to think about this. This is an investment into yourself as an artist or whatever role you're serving. This is, and I'm speaking to the artists here, because generally they're the ones that are paying for production and paying for recordings. It is important to invest in yourself. You can't expect to get award-winning results if you're afraid to invest those type of dollars into your projects. Now, you have to also do things within reason as it relates to your recordings. Only you know what you can afford to do. So in whatever your budget is, find that best fit for you and go with it. The other thing that's very important through this is realizing that all of your budget cannot go to the making of the record. I'm going to say that again, excuse me. All of your budget cannot go to the making of the record solely. One thing that I always tell people is that there is so much more that happens after making that record. That's the easy part. Recording the record, writing the record, that's the easy part. The real work comes in when it's time to promote the record. It's often been said, Uncle G has coined this phrase that has forever resonated with me, is that generally, if you don't promote your record after it's done, you can have the best record that nobody's ever heard of or nobody's ever heard. It's important to make sure that you budget dollars for what you need to do promotionally after you've recorded the record. Who's going to promote this record to radio? What is the budget for that? How much is this person charging me monthly for that? Do I need to do some type of campaign via social media flyers and things of that nature? Recording content, that's a big one nowadays. The scope of how we promote records has changed a little bit. Now we're in the digital age where a lot of things are going to social media, but you have to get quality content and shoot that to promote your project. So think about that. How much is it going to cost for me to hire somebody to come in and shoot and edit these videos so that I can promote my records on social media so people know that I even have something coming out? That's a vital part of it. So get those budgets in mind and think about what exactly it is you want to do and make the investment. Don't be afraid to make the investment. If you don't have the money to make the investment right now, save up. Don't set out to do it and not have the investment, and then you shortchange yourself in the long run.
Are you passionate about gospel music and ready to elevate your ministry to the next level? Look no further than the East Texas Gospel Music Professionals. We provide educational resources and opportunities to help independent gospel artists succeed in the music industry. Join us today and let your ministry shine bright. Don't miss out on this opportunity to take your gospel music career to the next level. Join the East Texas Gospel Music Professionals today.
right, we are moving right along. We want to thank Sean for his presentation. We had to cut it just a smidge short so we could go ahead and get Carla on. She's standing by, so I'm going to invite her to the set now so that she can present to you all about the PR and marketing side of this thing we call gospel music business, the industry of. Miss Carla, are you ready to join us now? I see her back here. Carla? Okay, maybe she's having some technical difficulties. I do see her back here, but I don't see, she's not ready to be brought in. I got a blank screen here. Don't want you all looking at a blank screen, so we're going to give it a second and see if we can get her situated. Again, we are standing by to hear from Carla Morrison. She is with Chit Chat Communications, and she's going to be talking about branding and marketing. It looks like she may be having some technical difficulties. I see one of those error bars. So I tell you what, guys, we're going to take a break until she comes in. As soon as she comes in, we will go ahead and get her on for you, okay?
Greetings, Lala Music.
Greetings, Agent Porter.
Welcome to the MA Agency. We look forward to having you join us today.
Thank you.
Please follow me to the boardroom. They are waiting for you.
Okay, let's go.
Welcome, daughters of Zion, to the agency. Each of you, as my humble servants, have an assignment, a mission that I need you to carry out. I have given each of you a holy gift that you are to use to bring my people back to me. Agent Bailey.
Yes, Most High.
You are to go out and share the gift of Prayze dance. This thing I have spoken. Agent Kelly.
Yes, Most High.
You are to share the gift of exhortation, for there are many that need encouragement and uplifting. This thing I have spoken. Agent Lala Music.
Yes, Most High.
Do you know the assignment? What is known does not need to be said. Go out and do what you were created to do. This thing I have spoken.
Ladies, I know what it is that I need to do. Spread the gospel through global impact with praise, rhythm, and blues.
Choice Hotels get you more for your money so you can maximize any vacation from the second you log off.
Can you help maximize his out-of-office reply?
Sure. I was so productive on my business trip at this Radisson hotel, I'm taking a much-needed vacay with the ladies.
Yes.
The Cambria Hotel rooftop cocktails are fire.
Woo!
See you never.
Huh?
Just kidding. If you need anything, email Janet.
You do know there's no Janet, right?
I do know that. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
The hit stage play, Where It All Goes Down, returns to stage October 17th and 18th at the Porter Sanford Performing Arts and Community Center in Decatur, Georgia. You will see new faces and great talent. 6 women, 1 restroom. Secrets, drama, laughter, and powerful music collide in a story you'll never forget. Get your tickets now at www.queenie.productions. You don't want to miss it.
In a world where every word matters, your message deserves a voice that captivates, inspires, and sells. Whether it's commercials, narration, or character voices, I bring stories to life, one word at a time. I'm Wanda Black, and I am a voiceover talent. I love to work with you. You can reach me at twablack@gmail.com or go to my website at twandablack.com. Let's make your words and your brand unforgettable. Born and raised in the fertile farmlands of Tallulah, Louisiana, has provided Paul Eric Puckett, a.k.a. Ricky Paul, with a lifelong affection for nature's beauty and the love of God. His anointing set his path for spiritual growth and a personal mission to spread God's word. Paul is a visionary of the soulful country gospel music movement, where everyone's represented regardless of race or ethnicity. The king of soulful country gospel music and an international indie gospel artist, Ricky Paul, and his passion for ministry shows itself as he shares the word of God. He prays and sings praises to God with the residents and staff of several nursing homes in his hometown throughout Hill County and surrounding counties. You can reach Ricky Paul at rickypaulpuckett.com, and on all social media, you can find him at Paul Puckett.
He poured his love out on me.
Okay, let's see here. There we go. I didn't push something I wasn't supposed to be pushing. Okay, I think Carla is having some type of technical difficulty. She keeps popping in and out in the back studio here, but I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next presenter. And maybe by the time he finishes, she will be back on and everything will be working for her. So our next presenter, and I'm excited about this one because we've been seeing a lot about charting and all that, and people are always asking me questions about charting, and I'm like, hey, I'm not the expert in charting, so let me bring the experts in. So we're going to go ahead and bring in Roderick Carter from Gospel Station Charts. And he's going to be able to chat with you guys a little bit about the charting system that they have. A lot of the networks that I'm affiliated with and know of are a part of that charting system. And then he will, you'll be able to answer any questions that you all may have. And then we will, in the meantime, see if we can figure out what's going on with Ms. Carla, from Chit Chat Communications. So let's see here. Let's bring Roderick in here. There he is.
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good, good. So listen, I'm going to get on out of the way and let you do your thing. And at the end, I'll pop back in case someone has some questions and I can help facilitate those onto the screen for you. Okay?
All right.
All right, very good.
Well, to start off, I'm Roderick Carter. Some of you may know me as Mr. NIA on WNIA Gospel Radio. I run that station. I started that station 2002, went official in 2005, started working with Andre Carter, and we've been working together ever since. I've always had the ability to track or to display what was going on my station, on my website. And I've always wanted to do that for other websites as well. So today what I'm going to be talking about is gospel station charts and what it is and what it's not. I'm going to start with that first. What it's not a radio station. I get so many people submitting music to it and asking, do we do royalties and things like that. We're not required to report to BMI, ASCAP, CSAC, or SoundExchange because we're not a radio station. And we do not play the radio stations from the site. Now, there is a link for every station, but that link takes you over to their site or their player. So that's one thing we're not. We're not a promotions company either. So we do not promote your music to the stations that we monitor. There are currently 88 stations that we're monitoring, and they're all gospel station charts, or they're all gospel stations. We wanted to do that because, number one, a lot of people do not have access to Mediabase. And number two, we just needed something for the independent artists and the independent gospel radio stations. We wanted to kind of like center everything that we do to radio stations, gospel radio stations. I do have urban station charts, reggae station charts, jazz. I have others, okay? But gospel station charts is where, that's the baby. So if you are a artist and you're submitting your stuff to radio stations, wouldn't it be nice to know who's playing it? And if they are playing it, how often are they playing? I think that would be nice. So what do? We're not those things, and we're not in competition with Mediabase. Mediabase has a specific purpose and a specific goal. We do not track the same way they do. They track, many of you may know something like SoundHound, or what's another one, Shazam. That's how Mediabase tracks what's playing. I call it sniffing. They actually sniff what's playing to determine if they have that in their database. And if they do, then they capture it. What we do is we actually capture the metadata. And this is very important because this is where your royalties come from these stations. And I'm going to tell you right now, a lot of stations do not have your metadata correct. Okay. We try to correct it on the charts as it's coming in, but that doesn't fix the fact that the radio stations do not have the correct metadata. So that's something you might want to look into. I say, if you want to be paid, and it's not going to be a lot, I tell artists, don't put a whole lot of emphasis on radio royalties unless you just big like that. But you need to, how you start is how you finish. You need to take care of that yourself. Do not rely on other people to do that for you, because I'm seeing every day, daily, that they're not handling it. So because we track metadata, it has caused stations to correct the metadata. It has caused artists to write in and say, hey, this is wrong, that is wrong. And they're starting to notice that it's not correct. So it kind of helps in that, to be able to actually see what the radio stations are playing and to determine whether or not they have you, or they're representing you correctly. Again, it really falls on you. But the stations can update it. But just be honest, we get a lot of music in every week, a lot, and it takes even longer for us to stop and correct the metadata. So I'm imploring you artists to do that. Okay. All right. So what are we? We track the radio stations that we're monitoring. We track everything they play. From time to time, you may see a commercial or a show up on the charts. It's my job to go in there and filter all of that out so it doesn't show up on the charts anymore. Again, I told you there's like 88, 87 stations, gospel stations that we monitor, and each station has their own top 30 chart that goes out weekly every Monday, and they have a top 100 chart. And then there is a global top 30 chart and a top 100 chart. So you can see where are you across these 80 plus stations. You know, are you number 5? Are you number 50? You know. So what I want to do, now that you understand what it is and what it is not, I want to share my screen and I want to show you. See, how do I do this? Oh, there we go. I want to show you how this works. I saw a tutorial on how to make it bigger. Let's see. All right, so and now let me go to that screen. By the way, it is free to join. And when you get there, this is what you see. All the information you need about gospel station charts is here, and you can sign up. Okay. When you log in, I'm logged in as administrator, so I don't know how this is going to come out. The first thing you're going to do is you're going to see the welcome page, and on the welcome page is all of the video tutorials that you need. Also, because so many people come here, they're hitting the database real hard. So I'm working on that to relieve it. So it can be slow sometimes. Okay. And right now it is slow. So let me tell you what you can do as a free member. As a free member, you have access to all of the top 30 charts for every station. There's a button you can click that lets you download that as an image so you can show people on social media and in your news blast where you are. There is, you have access to the global top 100 chart. You also have access to previous top 30 and top 100 charts for the stations for the past 90 days. So the station chart goes out once a week. So that's quite a bit of information. What else you got access to? You got access to airplay search. All right. That means you can go in there and search your name and it will search to see, number one, does it even show up? And then number two, when you click, you'll be able to see which stations are actually playing it. You also have access to each station's now playing. You have access to their email address so that you can send your music out to them. What else? There's so much going on here. All right, so I'm logged in. This is what you will see when you first come in. It's different for broadcasters as it is for members. All right, it shows you the number of members. You got welcome video, and below all of that, all of these are videos, and these videos explain. All right, in this video, how to get around on the site. Okay, I'll get to that later. The main thing is the charts. So I'm gonna go over here under the charts. You have a chart, you have a chart for the regular charts. Everybody that's a member gets access to everything under that menu item. And then there's tracking. And I'll talk more about that. All right, top 30 charts. When you go to the top 30 charts, you're gonna have a drop down. The first one is the global chart. This shows you the date that it was published. And it shows you who are the top 30 artists across all of these stations, ending September 15th, 2025. And then, of course, we have 87 stations. So you can go down the list. I like to use the arrow key once I select the first station. And you can see the top 30 chart for all 80 plus stations. Okay. The next thing you have access to is the top 100 daily songs. This updates at midnight. It shows you the top 100 songs from today and 7 days back across all of the stations. Okay. Across all of the stations. You got access to that. Then there's the now playing. Now, the now playing is what I use a lot to see, make sure everything is going right. Okay. So when you go to the now playing page, you can select any station and you can see what they're playing right now in the past past 2 hours. This would depend on whether or not people are running pre-recorded shows. Pre-recorded shows, we do not show pre-recorded shows, and we cannot extract what's being played in the pre-recorded show. Okay. So it shows you that, and you can click the tune in button and that'll take you to that station's player. Of course, the station list shows you a list of the station, gives you their email addresses, what city and state they are in. You can click listen to them. Okay. So this right here is more, it's like a tool. This is something gospel artists needed. We never had it. God blessed me to put it all together. And Andre Carter works with me. Airplay search. This is where you're probably going to go the most. Okay. So I'm going to put in, let's put in Michael Potts. Let's see what we get. I work with so many artists, it's hard to keep up with everybody. Oh, did I spell something wrong? Let me do his last name then. Oh, it's Michael A. Potts, and A with a period. All right. So let's see what's hot right now for him. This one right here, Michael A. Potts, Hold On, featuring Ronald J. Taylor. When you click the go button, it shows you all the stations that have played or is currently played. So right now, 16 stations is playing Michael A. Potts, Hold On. Okay. This is the power of this tool if you are an artist. Moving right along, the archives is basically the same thing as the top 30, but you can go all the way back. Today is the 18th, so you can go all the way back to the 16th of June. You click here and it comes up. Okay, it shows you who was hot between June 16th through June 22nd. So June, that's Monday through Sunday. So the charts are Monday through Sunday. All right, so you'll have access to that. And again, there's a download button. When you click that, you'll be able to download that chart and you can share it on social media. So you have that for the top 30. You also have it for the stations. And then there is the library search. Now, the library search is something I'm working on. So it's still in the making. What it does, it allows you to search the library and you can see ISRC codes, album cover, the name of the album, the year it was released, as well as the song and the title. All right. So what is tracking? Tracking is the ability to see not only what station has played it, but also how many times and what day they've played it. So let me start here. No, let me go down. No, I'll start here. Top 100 with tracking. It's the same as the other top 100. The difference is it's going to show you where people are currently in their spins. So right now it's from Friday, September the 12th through Thursday, which is today, the 18th. So this chart is a real-time current chart. So if Michael Lee gets a play while I'm talking, this will go to 191. So this is real time, okay? There are some things that we had to put in place so that people wouldn't abuse the system. And we talk about that once you log in. I'm not going to talk about it here. There's a station top 100 chart. Basically, each station, all the stations have their own top 100 chart. Okay. and it shows who's hot right now on that station and how many spins they have so far. Okay. Now the tracking search is, if you order tracking, the tracking search is where you're going to be at most of the time. So I'm going to let's do Michael Lee. I think that's how to spell it. Now this one takes up to 90 seconds because there are millions, and I do mean millions of records, because we reset everything at the top of the year. Right now we are almost at the end of the year, so there are millions of records this thing has got to go through and compile. So this one takes a little longer than some of the other ones. And what it does, when it comes back, you'll be able to see what stations are playing it. You'll be able to see, did it get played today? And if so, which stations played it? And if they played it, how many times have they played it? It's in real time as well. You'll be able to see how many spins have they gotten, that particular song gotten this week. Who played it? How many times they played it? And what about last week? You'll be able to see how many songs a song got last week and the stations. Okay. So we're going to look at Clap My Way. It's a pretty hot song. So this ST stands for station. So when you click on that, look at there. 47 stations are playing Michael Lee. Now, this one is 90 days back. So you're going to see very high numbers on this one. Okay. And if I click on the name, like this is Anointed FM Radio, if I click the title, then let's click it. Then it'll tell me when they played it and what time. Okay. Go back. The DY spins today. Let's see if Michael Lee, Clap My Way, has any spins today. He did. 13 stations played him today. He got 17 spins so far today. It's not over. Okay. You can see the stations that played him and the number of spins he's gotten today. Then there's this week. Now, this week starts from Monday to where you are today. Okay. For this week. So this week, since Monday, 29 stations has played that song. So he's got 102 spins so far this week. This is the power of radio tracking. What did he do last week? Okay, so last week, he had 35 stations play that song, and he got a total of 172 spins last week. So that's the power of gospel station charts. It's something that we needed, something I think everybody really, really likes. If you haven't joined, you need to join. Again, it is free. So make sure you join. And let's see, stop this screen or remove from stage. So if you have any questions, I don't know where I would go to look. If you have any questions, I'll take questions. And while I'm waiting, we started this in 2022. So it's kind of new. I think this is our third year. It has grown tremendously. It is still growing. There's good and bad in everything, right? So if you are a gospel artist, you can now know when your stuff is being played. Apostle.
I tell you, hey, Roderick. Listen, that's good stuff, man. They're all excited over there. Some are saying that you're going over to join right now. That's good. Good. I don't see any specific questions. So,
okay. Do you have any questions?
Me?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
I know you're a member, but you know.
Listen, I have to have a one-on-one, sir.
Okay.
We'll be here for 2 days with my questions. No, you've been very good about answering questions for me, and you are a person that works nights like I do. So we're good with chatting and emailing when things come up that I don't understand. So thank you for that. And thank you for coming on and explaining this to everybody, because like I said, it's been growing slowly is what I'm trying to say. And I think a lot of that is because people just don't know about it. We got to get more diligent at getting the word out. I've got it on all of our stuff and QR codes leading to you and all of that. So I just think it's a matter of getting more people to know about it, because what you guys are doing is amazing.
And I think also too, like I tell Andre a lot, here we have something people have never had before.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand it yet.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you don't understand it, you don't know the value of it.
Right.
And this is why, a lot of people be like, you should be charged. No. People have to be educated, and people have to see what this is doing in order to appreciate it and value it.
Absolutely.
Now, the membership is free, but tracking is what? $9.95, $19.95, $29.95 to do tracking. But I made that part free, the free part, because I already knew, because I'm a producer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got projects out there too. And I know we didn't have access to this.
Yeah.
And so we don't understand it. So yeah. But you're right. We got to get it out there.
We got to get the word out, and doing more things like this will do that. We'll be able to take this information and spread it throughout all of the networks and the different affiliations that we have also. So that will give it some more plug and more opportunity for people to learn about it.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't have anything else.
Yeah, I don't see any questions as they come up. People can put them in the feed and we'll let you know. But again, thank you so much for the information and for coming on and being a part of our business symposium for Prayze Factor Season 18.
All right.
All right. God bless.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, you guys. So listen, we're going to keep it moving. We're still trying to work out some glitches with Carla. So if by some chance that we're not able to get her session on today, we will definitely plug her in some other kind of way so that you all can get the branding and marketing information that she has to share. Meanwhile, I'm going to go ahead and do what we do when we have a little bit of time. I'm going to put the spotlight on somebody that's fantabulous out here. Let's see who we're going to go to next. Oh, okay. Yeah, let's do that. I'm not going to announce it. I'm just going to play it and let you guys see what's going on. So we'll be right back. Like I said, we're still working on Carla. If we can get that done, we'll make that happen. If not, up next will be Pastor Keri Fraser, and she'll be talking about the process, as I explained a little bit earlier on. So just keep it tuned right here so that you don't miss anything important, okay?
Wilds & Associates is the home of Cashbox Magazine, Christian Voice Magazine, and Cross Country USA Magazine. We are elated to partner with the Prayze Factor Awards to bring even more exposure and next-level promotions to independent artists from around the world. We look forward to celebrating with you during Season 18 of the Prayze Factor Awards in Atlanta, September 18th through the 21st, 2025. We'll see you there.
Choice Hotels get you more for your money so you can maximize any vacation from the second you log off.
Can you help maximize this out-of-office reply?
Sure. I was so productive on my business trip at this Radisson hotel, I'm taking a much-needed vacay with the ladies.
Yes.
The Cambria Hotel rooftop cocktails are fire.
Woo!
See you never.
Huh?
Just kidding. If you need anything, email Janet.
You do know there's no Janet, right?
I do know that. Book direct at choicehotels.com.
know that he'll be there on time. Here we go. There will be times when life will beat you down. Just like a bully pushing you around. What you can do is let it get the best of you. 'Cause he'll be there on time. Oh, 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 oh. He'll be there on time. There will be times when questions will arise. And you tried and you tried, but nothing turns out right. But you must understand that it's all in his hand, and he'll be there all time, all time. On time. For he knows about our struggles. He knows about our trials. He'll be there in a hurry. He cares about his children. He'll be there on time. He'll be there. Come on, please. He'll be there on time. He'll be there. He'll be there on time. He'll be there on time. He'll be there. He'll be there on time. He'll be there on time. He'll be there on time. He'll be there. He'll be there on time. He'll be there on time. I know he will. He'll be there on time. Yes. He'll be there. He'll be there on time. He'll be there on time. I'm not talking about something I heard. He'll be there on time. I'm not talking about something I read. He'll be there on time. He'll be there. Jesus will be there on time. He'll be there on time. He'll be there on time. When you need him most, he'll be there. Jesus will be there on time. Yes, he'll be there on time. Oh, yes. He'll be there on time. He'll be there. He'll be there on time. He'll be there on time.
Unrestricted Prayze. They have a long history of ministering the gospel through music. The group began its journey in 2011. They have been together for over 10 plus years, and it's a family group. In life, there are many challenges that might break you or make you. And for Unrestricted Prayze, those challenges have built lasting love, mutual respect, and a spiritual bond through Christ.
It's so good to
Their musical journey brought their very first single in 2017 called Christmas Time. It was at that moment in time that Unrestricted Prayze graduated from just being a group singing at local churches each Sunday to gospel recording artist. In 2018, Greater Is He was released, and the first EP was produced in 2019, entitled Nothing But Love. That project consisted of 4 songs: Nothing But Love, Thank You, In the Master's Arms, and Greater Is He. In 2019, the song In the Master's Arms was featured on the hashtag I Am Gospel.
Such a night, such a long night. Watch myself disappear. Every road that's wrong seems like the road I'm on. Every side just seems unclear. And I wish I was here. And I wish I was here.
Kia, movement that inspires.
So much I couldn't see is coming into view. Through the eyes of faith, what I once imagined, now I do. Suppressing my pride and expecting more. Lord, you are holy, holy. You the best that I have to give. You bring the promise of change. Knowing you is when I learn to live. Let the harvest be full from your plan to see. Lord, you are holy, holy. I'm here, please continue to grow.
Well, I know you all have been enjoying the great videos, but it is that time. It's that time. It's that time. We've got the amazing Pastor Keri standing by. She's getting ready to share, as I've been speaking on earlier, about the process. And I think she's going to be a blessing to you all because she's in the same shoes you're in. Like I said earlier, she started out just wanting to do what God has purposed her to do. Which was take her gifts and her talents and abilities to the nations and to be a blessing to people around the world with her gifts. And she was like, I'm just green. I don't know how to do all of this stuff, Pastor T. So we came together and did some things, and now she is soaring, and she wants to be a blessing to you and share with you how you can have that be your testimony as well. So let's welcome the beautiful and amazing Pastor Keri to the platform. Hi there.
Hi there.
There you go. There you go. Well, listen, I'm going to get out of the way because I know the time is getting away from us. So I'm going to turn it over to you and let the Lord use you.
All right. All right. All right. Well, hello, everyone. Hello. For the next 30 minutes or so, I have the honor and the privilege of sharing with you about trusting the process. Trusting the process, the journey to mainstream. So first of all, I want to say thank you to Pastor T for Tima and all the board members for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I do not take it lightly. I pray that I can give some wisdom that will help you in this ongoing conversation. And I know we have been having a great time with the Business Symposium, all the speakers and those that are coming. Now, allow me to take 30 seconds to introduce myself. Now, I mean that literally, all right? I am going to put my timer on. I'm going to test myself, but I'm going to put my timer on for 30 seconds, and I'm going to be honest. I'm going to lift my hand up when the timer starts buzzing. You ready? All right, hey, let's go. Hello, everybody. I am Keri Fraser, born in the beautiful United States Virgin Islands. I currently live in Atlanta, Georgia. I wear many hats, but I love all of them. I'm a wife and mother, gospel recording artist, a songwriter, international worship leader. I am a business owner, a TV show host, a preacher, an author, many, many, many things that I do. But at my core, I'm a servant and a worshiper who loves God and loves to empower people. There you go. All right. Now, why did I do that? First of all, I did that so that I could introduce myself, of course. But I also did that because I wanted to talk about a few things that I've learned on my journey, and I pray that you will be blessed by them. You know, one time I went to Pastor T and I was just so beside myself. I'm very dramatic, as you can see. And I was like, oh my God, I was in an interview and I forgot to say this and I forgot to say that. And she was like, write it down, write it down. And so even when it comes to introducing myself, I have learned how to do that in 30 seconds. Now, if I'm doing an interview and I have time, I can say some more things. I can add more things to it. But listen, at the end of the day, there are times that you're going to be on red carpets. You're going to be doing quick interviews. And it's very important for you to know what you want to say. So just as a practical tip to those of you that are already writing notes, I want you to take time to write and rehearse. Things like your introduction, things like how can people get in touch with you? You know, take some time to write down, like, especially when you release new music or your new creative work. Tell, us about it. So there are certain things that people will ask you, and you can get ahead of that. All right. So that's what I do. I practice my introduction, because a lot of times when you're doing an interview, you might be a little nervous. And so if you already know what you want to say when they ask you that first question, it will get you a little bit ahead. All right. So that was your first assignment. Practice, write down, revise your introduction to about 30 seconds. Okay. Play around with it. If I have more time, these are the things that I will say. If I have less time, these are the things that I will take out. All right. That's a little nugget of wisdom. Well, I already told you I'm from the beautiful Virgin Islands. And so that's where my journey began. My journey of faith is where I fell in love with the Lord. It's where I fell in love with praise and worship. And it's actually where I started my journey as a gospel recording artist. I was in my local church serving, because that's what I do. But God pulled me out of my comfort zone into the recording space. And I've learned so many things along this journey. So from worship in the Virgin Islands, I led worship in the Caribbean. I led worship in Europe and in other parts of the world. And then God called us to move to Atlanta, Georgia. Took me away from everything that was familiar to me. And I often tell people God will test your yes. When you say, I'll say yes to your will and to your way, trust me, he will test your yes. And so I came to Atlanta, Georgia, and that's where I got connected with the Prayze Factor Awards. And let me tell you something that's really funny, because I was in Georgia. The Prayze Factor Awards happened in Georgia. And it took a friend of mine in the Virgin Islands to say, have you ever heard of the Prayze Factor Award? I think you should check that out. And I did. I connected with my Prayze Factor family, my Tima family. And 9 years and about 13 Prayze Factor Awards later, here I am. So I am really grateful to the Prayze Factor Awards. It's been an incredible community of people that have allowed me to grow. They have held me accountable. They have prayed for me. They have supported me. And so I always say to artists, it is so good to connect with the right people. And I encourage you to connect with the Prayze Factor Awards with Tima, so you can be part of a community that gives inspired artists a global voice. All right. So I absolutely love the Prayze Factor Awards. And so I thank God for the many things that they have taught me along the journey. And so the Prayze Factor Awards, I really feel like it's kind of like I keep getting handed over to people. So they handed me over to Tag Entertainment, Timlin Atkins and Tony D. And they were so instrumental in taking me to another level and teaching me new things, and especially about social media and connecting with my audience and charting, things like that. And then I was connected with Uncle G. That's my manager. And I am so happy to be a part of the Uncle G Records family. This has been an incredible journey. And so sometimes people will ask me, what is it like working with Uncle G? Well, let me tell you, you're going to work. He is incredible. He is a hard worker. If you know him, you know his saying, we won't be outworked. And so it's been incredibly amazing to work with him. I love his honesty because my first conversation with Uncle G, he said, I don't have a magic wand. You're going to have to work hard. And so I want to say that to somebody who may think, hey, well, I got connected with this person who has a success record, and now I can just sit back and fold my arms and just watch them work on my behalf. That's not how it goes. All right. Wherever you go, you're going to have to work incredibly hard. And that is definitely something that Uncle G has taught me in this process. And so I just want to talk a little bit about this journey to mainstream, because when you start talking about mainstream, you're talking about affecting a larger audience, a more diverse audience. So maybe you were singing in your church and they know you and you know them. And I mean, you're just thriving in that area. And then God calls you into something greater or another level, or calls you to another nation. And now you're in a different audience, a different space. And how do you navigate these different spaces? Well, I hope that I can give you a few principles and things that maybe that I encountered, maybe mistakes that I made, that can help you today. One of the things that I have learned is that we go from ceiling to floor. That's what I've been telling myself. This journey has felt like many times one thing ends and another thing begins. And so when it comes to mainstream, being in a place where you understand many times that today's ceiling is tomorrow's floor. All right. Today's excellence is tomorrow's mediocrity. That is really something for you to really understand, because sometimes we're in spaces and everybody's telling us we are the greatest thing. I mean, you are all of that in a bag of chips. And then God takes you on another level. And all of a sudden, what you thought was so great, so excellent, people are looking at you like, that's not going to cut it. All right. It may hurt your feelings a little bit, but if you have the right attitude, it should actually challenge you to grow. Now, I said that I was doing worship, came to the US, connected with Praise Factor Awards, and connected with Tag Entertainment, connected with Uncle G. But I just want to point out something very interesting here. You can see that even though I'm with Uncle G Records, I am here today as part of the Praise Factor family, sharing with other artists. I'm singing on the main stage on Saturday evening, and just being a part of different things like the Rejoice concert tour. And the reason why I'm bringing that up is because I want to say something very important to artists as you are going about your journey. I know we are in a culture where it's very easy to cut people off. I know we are in a culture and an environment that says, you know, I've moved on from these people. But I often say to people, when you are cutting people out of your life, make sure it's God that's holding the scissors, because you can cut people out of your life that you really need. And so I think it's important to cultivate real relationships, not just enter into relationships for how people can advance your ministry or your career or your business, but have genuine relationships. Because even though God has allowed me to work with different people, to be in different spaces and go to different levels, it does not mean that I had to cut off Praise Factor to do it, right? It doesn't mean that I had to cut off Tag Entertainment. As a matter of fact, I was just at the 40th anniversary of the Stellar Awards. I had the opportunity to walk the red carpet and to do media interviews. And let me just put a little pin right here. Let me just say this. I was on the red carpet of the Stellar Awards doing media interviews, one to the next. But guess what? even though it was exciting and it was the Stella Awards, I had done the red carpet at Prayze Factor before. So what I'm saying to you is God has been preparing you all along for the next level. And while it might seem new and fresh and exciting, and there are more things to learn, also know that everything you are doing right now is preparing you for your next. All right. So cultivate good relationships, because when I was at the Stella Awards, I ran into Timlin from Tag Entertainment, and it was like I had just seen family that I had not seen for a long time. Why? Because when I moved from her to work with Uncle G, I did not burn bridges. That is to help somebody right there. Okay. All right. So take a posture of learning. I want you to lean in. Come on. Come on. Come on. Lean in. Let me say something in your ear. Okay. You don't know everything. Okay. All right. I said it. You don't. So take a posture of learning. And when you take a posture of learning, I'm telling you, God is going to take you to some amazing places. I want you to trust God. I want you to trust God. The assignment isn't always easy. But I want you to remember that just because you encounter an obstacle does not mean you were not obedient. You can be right in the will of God, and there will be fights, and there will be tests, and there will be battles, but God will give you the grace for all of it. And another nugget that I found on my journey to mainstream was that comparison steals your joy. And so it was mentioned even earlier today, don't compare yourself with anyone, because you have to trust the process. Trust God's timing for your life. Remember that God has a plan for you. So when you start to compare yourself with others, two things could happen. You're either going to feel like you're so much better than everybody else that you're going to be arrogant, or you're going to feel like, oh my goodness, I don't compare, right? And then you have all that self-doubt and low self-esteem. But what I try to do is this. When I go into any setting, let's just say I'm at a concert, I'm always watching, always learning. I am picking up nuggets. I'm like, I see what they did there. Even sometimes when I'm watching people being interviewed, I'm not just listening, I am just learning. Oh, that's how I get to slip in the promotion of my new song. You see what I'm saying? So if you take a posture of learning, it's really going to help you along the way. Now, there's some things I want to say about just some practical things that I do. I want you to be intentional about your investments. The way you spend your time, your talent, your treasure is very important. Many times as independent artists or inspired artists, as Pastor T likes to call us, we have limited resources. You don't have this big budget, all this money coming behind you. I mean, we believe God for it, but the reality is a lot of times you have limited resources. And so it's very important to use those resources wisely. Your time, you cannot be on everything. Be intentional. Uncle G and I will sit down and have a meeting at the beginning of the year and just talk about certain things that we feel would be good to advance my music career, things that I should attend, things that I should be a part of, because you cannot be at every event. And if your finances are limited, you want to make the best of what God has given to you. So be intentional about your resources. Learn skills. Listen, I told you to have a posture of learning. Take time to learn skills. Why is that important? Because singing is not all we do. Let's just say you're a gospel artist like I am. I learned that singing wasn't the only thing that I had to know how to do. What? I'm telling you, because watch this. There are certain things that you're going to have to learn. I've taken classes on social media, learn things. Listen, you can go to YouTube and learn so many things, right? Learn things about graphics. I'm still working with tech. You all know it's a challenge sometimes. Listen, I even had to learn how to do makeup, because you're not going to have a makeup artist all the time, maybe for large events. But when you have to do quick interviews, I had to learn how to do certain things. Just taking time to set up a studio so that when I have interviews, I can be somewhere where there's good lighting, good background, good internet connection. I hope someone just listened to all of that. I hope someone listened to what I just said, so that when someone calls you in for an interview, you're not in some dark space in a corner of a room that doesn't look good. If you're going to go to the next level, quality. So I took time to make sure I had a studio set up. You may not be able to do a studio, but maybe just carve out a space where you can have good lighting and all of these different things. Trust me, it's important. I just did an interview, I think this week, with a radio station. And when I came on the screen, he said, wow, I love your background. And I thought, oh, okay. So please take time to learn how to do things, to invest wisely. I practice. And I know that sometimes when people hear practice, they think singing. No, I practice different things. When my new single, Same God, was going to be released, I cannot tell you how many times I had my husband ask me, so tell me about Same God. And I would continue to say my little bit about Same God until it became second nature. So the moment I had an interview, I was prepared to do it. So please take time to practice, not just singing, but all the other things that you have to do. Now, I want you to trust God for the assignment that he has given to you, but I also want you to trust your team. Now, I know that I'm from a beautiful island, but I also know something, and that is no man is an island. You need a great team. And I want to ask you this question. Is your team a reflection of where you're going? Now, this might be a little tricky, but a team is important, but you have to know when you need to add to your team. Who do you need to add to your team? You need to know when the team dynamics need to change, right? God has given me an amazing team. You already know about my manager, Uncle G. He is amazing. And let me take a quick moment to just say my manager was just recently inducted in the Gospel Music Hall of Fame. So the team is just rejoicing about what God is doing. Amazing. But when I met Uncle G, and I had been recording for years, he connected me with Sean Keys, who has been producing my music. He's produced my latest EP, which you have heard, You Are Holy. And some of you had an opportunity to hear Same God so far. He's connected me with amazing singers and amazing writers. He's connected me with so many people in the radio space and television and just so many different people. And you have to know how to navigate that space, knowing your brand, knowing your assignment, knowing how to speak to people, knowing how to have a bright and beautiful attitude, even when you're tired or the enemy has been fighting you, all of that stuff. Okay. And so I have an amazing team and I'm really grateful for them. But that team has taught me a lot of things. And I'm going to say this really quickly. One of the things that I really learned about being with a team that is next level is that I had to step everything up. And so I want to encourage you when you are praying and asking God to take you to the next level, be prepared to be stretched. In working with Sean Keys, who is an award-winning producer, an amazing songwriter, there were things that I had to adjust to. All the while, I had been writing all of my music, right? And so connecting with Sean, it taught me as an independent artist that I did not have to write everything myself. Or even if I wrote a song, I had to be open that sometimes when the producer got to it or the team got to it, they're like, let's make these changes and not have my feelings hurt. or not have this big discussion about this is how the Lord gave it to me, so nobody can touch it. Right? So I had to learn to open myself to a broader team. Right? That was different. Also, when I went into the recording studio, being prepared, knowing your lyrics, knowing the song. Nobody wants to waste recording time. You know, understanding that something that would have been okay for me to do 2 years ago in the studio, Sean was like, no, we have to do it over. It has to be better, because they are thinking about all the places when you're talking mainstream that your music has to go. So you have to really trust your team. I had to learn that I couldn't just put music out there. Let me say this, artist, because I'm an artist too. I know how it feels when the Lord has just dropped that song in your spirit. You're excited about it. You went in and you recorded. You used all your money recording the song, which is a no-no, because you know you need money for promotion and all that other stuff. I think that has already been stated. But what I had to learn was that even when I recorded the song, I'm like, whoa, the song is finished. And I'm tempted to go on social media and let everybody know I have a new song and it's about to be released. And Uncle G is like, no, it won't. This is the date that this will be released. And I was like, oh. So I had to learn that just because you recorded a song doesn't mean it gets released the next day. There are so many things that come into play, whether it's the season, summertime, radio stations like a certain thing, whether it's a type of song, different things. So you have to make sure that you are working with a timeline that makes sense. And I know that it may hurt you sometimes to have to wait, but it really is important for your stuff to be promoted well. I had to learn to write certain things, certain blurbs for the songs, just different things that I had to do, and invest in quality, right? Listen, let me just say this to you. One friend to another. Do me a favor. Do yourself a favor. At least once a year, have a professional photo shoot. Because when you go to the next level, that little picture you took just in your car with your cell phone, that selfie is not going to work when you have to send it out to magazines or send it out to different platforms for flyers and different things like that. So quality is very important. Listen, God has blessed us. Pastor T likes to say, I came in green. That might have been my island stuff. Just that's what she was seeing. All like she always says she came in green. I came in green. What I came in not understanding this business, but being willing to learn and being willing to say yes to God, no matter the season, no matter the assignment. It may seem like I do a lot of things, but I have learned that the way to balance it is to say yes to what God tells me to say yes to, because he will give me the grace to do it. Understanding that no is a complete sentence and I can say no without guilt or explanation. And also surrounding myself with an amazing team, which I just talked about. And because of this amazing team, my song, You Are Holy, which we released last year, that song hit number 84 on the Billboard gospel charts. It was a milestone for me. It was amazing for me. It took some hard work to do that when you consider all the music that's released. And so we were celebrating that, and we're expecting God to do even greater with this newest single, Same God. And I'm extremely excited because you talk about mainstream. And I'm going to tell you, I had one of those moments. I told you I'm dramatic. I had one of those moments when my song was featured on the Amazon Music playlist. If you go to the Amazon Music playlist, Fresh Gospel, Same God is on there. And I was like, God, I thank you. It's on Apple Music has a playlist that it's on. YouTube has a playlist that it's on. And I am just excited about what God is doing. So just to summarize everything, I guess I would say my journey to the mainstream really came with a lot of prayer, because it is important to me to live what I sing about, to make sure, I say this so often, that when the cameras are off, the lights are off, when they've turned off the fog machine so you can see clearly, it's important for you to have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And that has gotten me through so many different levels, understanding my assignment, never forgetting my why, that God has called me to do something that is amazing. And whatever he calls me to do, the answer is a yes for me. I have met incredible people along the way, like the Praise Factor Awards, Tag Entertainment, Uncle G, my church family, my family. I'm telling you, behind the scenes, my husband works so hard. And I am so grateful for each and every person, every producer, singer, Sean, all of these people that have come together, because they often say, if you see a turtle on a wall, someone put him there. And the fact is that I am where I am today because so many people pray for me, support me, correct me, instruct me. And that has been an incredible journey. And I can tell you, I cannot wait to see what else God has in store. We are excited. We are expecting God to do great things. And let me tell you, we are incredibly grateful. So I want to say thank you once again to Pastor T and my Praise Factor family, my team of family, for this opportunity. I hope I've encouraged you and shared a little bit of nuggets with you that will just cause you to walk your journey. You don't have to try to walk mine. God has a journey for you, and he gives you the grace to do what he has called you to do. And it's going to be exciting. And let me tell you, I am going to be here to cheer you on. I will be at the Praise Factor Awards. I'm singing on the main show. I'm singing my brand new single, Same God. I'm telling you, if you don't have it, I need you to run and get it. It's so amazing and it's simple. And if you get it today, you'll be able to sing it with me on Saturday. Okay. And if you see me at the Praise Factor Awards, come by and say hi. I'd love to connect with you. My website, www.kerifraser.com. You can connect with me on Instagram at I am Keri Fraser. Thank you so much.
I told you it was going to be a blessing. Woo-hoo. Yes, indeed. Pastor Keri, we thank you so much. I didn't see questions coming in, just a whole bunch of agreeing with what you were saying. I definitely want you to go back at your leisure and check out some of the things that they're saying. I saw Gerard Holmes was about to run. I know he's about to run out his shoes over there because he can identify with a lot of what you were sharing with regard to the other artists and the things that they need to do to prepare, because he has platforms that he put artists on as well. The thing that tickled me the most, though, when you was talking about the photos, he said, get professional photos, and he got it in big bold and all kind of exclamation points. So I understand. But yeah, lots of comments and agreement with what you were saying. So thank you so much for sharing. And we're looking forward to saying God on Saturday. I know it's going to be, I'll be up in the control room running around, because I just know it's going to be amazing. And it's going to be a blessing to everybody.
I'm so glad you're on the screen with me, because I am just saying thank you. Listen, people see me out there, but they don't know our text messages, our phone calls, all the things that you have to do to keep me together.
Listen, when I tell you it's a pleasure working with you and to see it all come into fruition, I'm just like a proud mama. Oh, it's just beautiful. And I'm looking forward to that happening to so many others. But like we've been saying, it ain't for everybody. So you have to make sure that God called you to it.
Yes.
And then he will make sure that, all of the provisions and everything is in place for you to do it. But it's got to be definitely something that God called you to, because this ain't easy, y'all.
No, but thank you. You have been a voice of wisdom in my ear through the years, and I'm very, very grateful for you. And those of you that hear Pastor T talk and listen.
See, you're gonna get me in trouble now. They're gonna be like, Pastor T paid her to say that.
She didn't tell me to say that. She didn't tell me to say that.
No. But yeah, it's a pleasure. Looking forward to all of the greatness that's coming this weekend. And like she said, you guys go and have a word with Pastor Keri. She can share some things with you that's really going to help you. She didn't have enough time to get into everything during this session because Miss Wanda is standing by, and we're getting ready to bring her in because she's about to bless y'all some more, and then we're going to be getting ready to wrap up. But yeah, just make sure you go over and say hello and give her an opportunity to share some of those nuggets she couldn't get to today. All right, my love. Thank you so much.
Bye.
And, we'll see you in a few days.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. As promised, we're going to keep it moving. I've got Pastor. I don't know if she's a pastor or not. You know, we go way back, way back. So I'm just going to bring her on. And we're going to get this next part of the journey started. This is Wanda Adams. And many of you that have been around for a while, y'all know this woman right here has got some golden nuggets, some golden connections, yeah, she's about to hook you all up. So I'm going to get out of the way, beautiful. Let you go ahead and get started so that we can make sure you get everything in that you need to share. But I'm not going far. I'll be right behind the scenes if you need me.
Hello, everybody. This is your girl, Wanda Adams. I'm so elated to be able to be with you today and to pour into you what God has poured to me. Yes, I am a minister. For y'all that don't know me, I've been in the industry for over 20 years. Like Pastor T said, we go way back. I remember before there was even a Prayze Factor. She had a group called the Triumph Singers, and she reached out to me. I've been doing marketing and management over 20 years. Let me tell you a little bit about myself. God has blessed me to work with some amazing people. I was listening to the young lady, Keri Fraser, as she spoke, and she mentioned, I'm acquainted, I know the Uncle G, but she mentioned Sean Keys. I used to represent Sean Key and did things with him when he was on his very first label, Gospel Fellow Entertainment. I have worked with some amazing people. I have managed a lot of indie artists. You think of them, I work with them, from Tanya Dallas Lewis to Ayanna Smith to Kim Persons, from Todd Delaney, from Talene, so many people. Every time I look on social media, I think about, I used to work with them, Donnie Isaac. I have a group now called Truth One Rap Group. I've I'm back with Kim Person. I have a young man by the name of Sharon Brooks, but I did marketing for Dorothy Norwood. I was for 13 years. I was a manager of the only Chicago gospel songbird, Lemmy Battles. I did Paul Porter. I did bookings for him. I did some marketing for him. There are so many people. God has favored me. And I want you to understand today, when you're looking at management and marketing, I'm just going to make it plain to you. You cannot rep yourself. You may try and you may get some certain things, but as management is not just telling you what to do. It's based on relationships. A manager can take you where you can't take yourself. And what you have to do, the Bible says, low and humble is the way. You have to humble yourself because I don't care how bad you want anything, it's not going to happen until God's perfect timing. But we're going to keep gleaming our fields. We're going to keep working. So you have to have a humble spirit. We listen to you and we ask you what direction you want to go. But I tell all my clients this. If you know better than me, you don't need me. What am I there for? You have to be groomed. There's certain things that you have to know as being an artist. I can make connections for you that you can't make for yourself because, everybody that's really successful in this industry, Pastor T and some of the other ones, we operate in integrity. And that's something you have to learn and to use. And as a manager, I will tell you how to lay your foundation. A lot of times I was listening to the young lady again. You have to treat yourself as a business entity. You're no longer an artist. You got to have your EIN number. You got to set things right. and and we have to create a budget for you. Now, every time you do a performance or you do sell some CDs, that doesn't mean you need to go to the mall. You need to act like a business because at the end of the year, you're going to have to pay taxes. And some people are blessed, but the majority of labels, they don't do like they did 10 years ago, full-fledged label deals. No, they do joint ventures. And so you got to understand that. You got to know how to set up your split sheets. You got to know how to negotiate. That's what a good manager does. She negotiates on your behalf so that you just are not getting money from singing at a church or an event, but you can retain some of your royalties. We help you and guide you and set you up in a licensing agency such as ASCAP, BMI, or CSAT. I do a lot of press releases. I understand every aspect of this business. And that's what you got to trust your manager to do. And you got to be humble and listen. And it doesn't matter about what people say or people tell you to do. I've had clients say, well, why my record? Because I know how to do radio marketing. I know how to do all of it, radio promotions, because it was one time when my clients couldn't afford to do it. So I had to do it all. So, I've had people to tell me, my pastor and my mama and my aunt tell me this is the best song and I should uh, be further than I am. And I politely and in the spirit of love told them, your mother, your pastor, and your uncle, your aunt don't have a radio station. See, it's not just because you have a good record. It all depends on what they're looking for at that time. Sometimes, especially from new artists, they want the music to be upbeat. Sometimes they want it to be slow. It just all depends. And so you have to listen to the advice that we give you. Because I'm going to give you constructive criticism because I want you to succeed. I've had clients like, for example, Tanya Dallas Lewis. We started out, and most of the time, and you don't hear this, I managed her and Lemmy. I think Tanya was like 15 years, Lemmy was first 13 years. And they had received stellar nominations, Dove consideration, Grammy consideration, did national anthems, been on Dr. Bobby Jones when he was on BET. God showed us favor, and you have to do the things. I also work with the Singleton family. Dr. Bobby Jones took, and him and I are good friends. He took Lemmy Battles and the Singleton family to Italy, where they make money. So, like I'm saying, if you do what your manager tells you to do, and you may not like it, but I'm saying this again, low and humble is the way. You got to trust the person that's representing you. Because when you talk to people as an artist, people that can put you on an event or whatever, they may tell you anything because a lot of times I've had artists call and talk to different radio stations and they go, Wanda, are you still repping so-and-so? I go, yeah. They say, well, tell them to quit calling me. No, I don't come back and be that harsh with you. I just tell you how it needs to go. And if you don't trust your manager, then you need to find somebody else. But I'm here to tell you, you can't manage yourself. You can't pick and choose the position you want to get on in an event. And you have to be the first investor in yourself. Now, as a manager, I may advance some things. It's in my contract. But, everything somebody puts out on your behalf, you got to realize it's 100% recoupable. Nobody's giving you anything for free. Nobody gives us anything for free. But because of our relationships, we can kind of barter some things because there may be something that somebody wants from me that I can say, oh, if you put my client on this, hey, I'll do that for you. So, you have to understand those people in management, for myself, like I said, it's been over 20 years. And I thank God for opening doors. It's nothing special about Wanda Adams, let me tell you. It was God does through me. And when I tell you, every client that I have, we were able to make significant strides. And so right now, I mean, I have some amazing people. Stay tuned. I mean, when I think about, as I'm sharing with you guys, I think about, I work Signature. I worked a whole lot of people, and I believe they're grateful, and they made some strides. You know, there are people that I have. I was talking to a former label I used to work with because I repped some labels. I did Gospel Fella Entertainment. I did Birmingham Entertainment. I did Ashero Records. You know, that's the people with the church clothes and have the women on the front with the hat. I don't wear none of that stuff. But I repped them for many years. I worked with some amazing producers. I mean, one of the coldest guy to me, this is my opinion, out there now is Minister James Willis out of Oklahoma City. He's bad. He has a group out called there's Minister James Willis with New Prayze. I repped him. I repped I think this year Terry McConnell. I no longer work with her, but she was nominated for Stellar. But I used to work with her. Like I said, God has blessed me, and I try to give all of my clients the best advice that I possibly can give. It's up to you if you want to receive it or not. And it's not, you know, you don't know it all. And there's things we do know. Like I was listening, a young lady said she thought the records would come out. No, there's an art behind putting a record out. You have to know. Normally we do it on a Tuesday because it goes into new Tuesday releases, but we do it at a time that we know that we can promote you well, that, you know, radio is in sync with it. Because a lot of people, you know, just because a radio station adds you, they play you one time, that's just an ad. You know, we know what low rotation is, medium, high rotation, powerball. We know the best places to put you for visibility. So you got to trust us. And like I said, when you make some money, don't go to the mall or go out to dinner to eat. Open you a business bank account and put your money in it. So you can save. And I tell this to all my clients, don't quit your day job. Not yet. Because most successful artists, they do multiple things. And my clients, I advise them to do multiple things. When I was repping Tanya Dallas Lewis, she was coming out. We started a blog talk radio show called Diary of a Psalmist. And she told her journey. With Trish Stanley, we went on because she was very trendy and fashionable. She came on with her style with Trish. So, you know, you don't have to wait. You know, you don't have to climb no mountains. That's not biblical. You don't have to build none. We can speak to the mountain. So if you want to climb and go up the ripside, that's on you. I'm not doing that. I speak to things, but I also have the power of the Holy Spirit that allows me to create my own. And so that's what I do. I position my clients. You know, in my radio shows that I did, I created those for my clients because it was a challenge in the beginning getting them interviews. But then all the major heavy hitters. I've interviewed Kent Jones. I interviewed Cherie Fletcher, Will Smith's ex-wife. I did the Campbells. I did Erica and Tina Mary. I did everything. I used to look on the page, and my show was on the front page as one of the spotlights on Blog Talk Radio. So I'm just saying, it takes hard work. It takes sacrifice. And it takes you humbling yourself before the Lord. I don't do this. You know, I've never done secular music. I could be really rich right now if I did. But I was obedient to what God has called me to be. And so I'm telling you, you have to be obedient to what he called you to do. But just because it's not happening right now doesn't mean it's not going to happen. Where's your faith? You know, you have to trust the process and you have to walk it out. And you may not like everything that your manager says, but you need to take it in and pray over it. Because we listen to what your desires are. We know everybody wants to be played on the radio. Everybody wants a Stellar knob. Everybody really wants a Grammy knob. But you have to be obedient. You got to trust us to allow us to take you through the process so you can get there. And there's many other, now in this age, there's so many award outlets now. And so, you just got to sow your seed. See, what happens in today's era, we don't sow seeds. As soon as we get a seed, we eat it. So when you consume your seed, there's nothing to grow. And you need to listen. And it's okay to be thankful because everybody's season is different. And, if God calls you to do this, he will elevate you. You can't get upset because somebody else is doing something that you want to do, or they got a nod and you didn't get one. You got to celebrate with them and keep working. Listen to your management team. And the management team will put others, like, with some people, I have put radio services for them. I have done, I do marketing too. I have a company called Marketing Ministries. It's an LLC, and I also have a management firm called A&A Management. But I put them together with people so they can succeed and they can have the best. And I'm going to let you know, these people like to get paid too. They like to eat just like you do. So, it's all, it's like we're connecting the dots. When you first start out, we got to make an introduction. We got to make people know your name, because in music, once the first time, if you go get to 80 on the Billboard is for sales, and then you have RCS Media Base now that does music. So if you get to number 80 or higher, that's well for your first time. And that doesn't mean that your management team and the members that she had picked to rep you are not working. But what happens is when they release that second record, you got to remember you have name recognition now. People, we have branded you so that your name is out there, and people will go, and that helps more. And then sometimes, you have people that do duets with other artists. And it's okay if you need a little help, because their name, when you're using a veteran, will launch you up even higher. But the most important thing, when people see you being humble and you personable, and you're not acting like you all that and then some, you have to be inviting. And they will tell, people tell people, she got a really good spirit. And then some people say, oh, I don't want to interview her because she's just nasty. It's all, we have to connect all those dots, and you have to be humble in what God has called you to do. And don't think you may not agree with some of the things your manager may say, but if that he or she is a good manager, they're telling you for your good, because we look better when you succeed. And like I said, God has blessed me. Like I said, I've had clients to perform on almost every stage. They pay you well when you do national anthems. Trust me on that one. And it's a good platform. One of my clients did a national anthem in D.C., and she got to sit next to Joel Osteen, and he said he was going to bring her in his church. You never know what's going to happen. And so you just have to be ready. And don't be disappointed or thinking that because your management tells you, I tell all my clients, you need a vocal coach. Not that you can't sing. We all know you can sing, but it's how to preserve your voice. And in getting a vocal coach, they tell us things that, I learned some things that I never thought of. I used to go to Mama Jan. She's the one that she was the vocal coach for Usher and for Drake and all those. And I took a couple of my clients there. And even though she was telling them how to master her vocals, she went and told them, you cannot eat dairy or drink dairy. You can't eat it either. and she was telling them how exercise was so important because there's been a lot of singers that have messed up their throat. And I know my client, Lemmy Battles, God has blessed her. She has had cancer throat twice. Now she's healed. And if you ever heard Lemmy, you don't want to get on stage with her because she can sing. So I'm just saying, there's things that we tell you that you may not think is necessary, but we know it is necessary. I'm sorry, my chair is like, but we know that it is necessary. So you got to take it that we're not going to stray you wrong. And I mean, I've heard people that have managers and they were so disappointed because they told them different things. I don't do that. I know Pastor T doesn't do that. So, I mean, like I said, if you know more than us, you don't need me. You can do it yourself. And most artists that try to do it themselves, they may have made some achievements, but it's slow because it becomes a hindrance. And things in this industry change all the time. I remember back in the maybe closer to 17 years ago, when it was a time that all the artists had, because it was hard for gospel artists to get on the gospel music charts. But, if you just made it, they would consider you for some accolades. Then it came that you had to be in the top 100. Then it went to the top 50. Then it went to the top 25. And now they're looking for you to be in the top 10. People do consider radio play, but we're in the industry of streaming. And the more streams you get, the better you have to qualify for some of the award shows you want. And like I said, name recognition. And people, because, you can have a beautiful song and people say, I've never heard of her. You may be on some internet stations that will say, okay, it's the publicity and the recognition that goes behind it. And then it also has to do, as I stated, with your disposition. How personable are you? Are you interview ready? Can you give a good interview? Because nobody likes to interview nobody for 30 minutes. You should be able to get to the point and answer the questions. And that, they don't want to hear, stuff that doesn't, they may ask you some personal stuff, but they don't want to hear stuff. They want to hear what pertains to your recording a career. What have you done? What have you achieved? And how personal are you? Do you come in there and look like you've been sucking on lemons? Are you articulate? Can you speak well? And I'm going to tell you another thing that we do. I know everybody's into social media marketing. It is good for some things. I use it myself, but a well-written press release goes a lot further. There's still magazines and newspapers that we can put stuff in. Everything is not just Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat. I don't know why nobody want to be a Snapchat because I don't look like no animal. But it is a lot of other things. And, and your manager can introduce you to people. And you may not understand why she or he are introducing you to this person, but we'll tell you when we have achieved what we want to achieve. And, as in management, you call and ask me and in everything, I'll tell you. But and I will listen to what your ultimate goals are. But you got to understand, it's a process. Nobody has gotten here overnight. When you look at some of the big hitters, Kirk Franklin didn't get over this overnight. He hadn't been with so many groups, and he'll tell you it took him some years. So did the Winans and everybody else. It takes time. But, sometimes we want things overnight. But you have to groom and develop yourself. So as I said, you have to have a humble spirit. You no longer are just an artist. You are a business entity. And if your foundation is not solid, it will crumble. The Word of God says that. You got to build your foundation on solid things. You can't be over here. I've had people that come to me and want me to work with them, and they say, well, I just want to do this. Come on the gospel side, because I don't want to cross over. Oh, I don't do things like that. I'm not going to allow you to prostitute God. You might as well just wait until they accept you to do that. But, I don't play church. You can tell when a person just puts out music because they think it's easier and they may get some recognition on the gospel side, which the gospel side is totally different from the secular side. But, that doesn't help you at all. They were, and everybody wants to cross over, not just to secular, but they want to go to the contemporary Christian side. They want to be played on R&B stations. And I've had some clients that crossed over to that and did very well, but they were still gospel recording artists. Some stations play gospel, like, in the South and in the Midwest, it's 24/7. But I know I'm a Cali girl. I come from California. So you hear it 4 hours on Sunday. And they do have some stations that, with very low towers, or some internet stations that play that, but for the most part, no. So you got to be ready in season and out of season. And you got to, be obedient. What does the Bible says? Obedience is better than sacrifice. I have to be obedient. Sometimes when I'm trying to broken things, and I may say, oh, this don't sound right. But I humble myself. And I listen to what they say. And then I pray over it. And God will direct my path, and he will humble them. Like I said, I have been blessed. Not anything special about Wanda. It's what God does through me. And I've been able to make some amazing strides. And, I look at, like I said, Pastor T and I go way back. I look at where God has taken her from being an artist herself to accomplishing everything that she has accomplished with the Prayze Factor. I remember her first Prayze Factor award. I've been to one of them. I used to live in Atlanta. I'm in Texas now. Woohoo! And I watched her, but she stayed steadfast. She allowed God to open the door. She couldn't accomplish all this on her own. And as she accomplished it, and I know she's done some management, I don't think she does it anymore, but she has used the platform to bless you, to bless indie artists, to help you improve. And I know that she's a minister, she's an apostle. So an apostle can be one of two things. I ain't gonna start preaching, y'all don't have to shake your head. But it can be one that establish a special assignment that's on special assignments for the Lord. And they establish things. If you want to know if she's a true apostle, look at what she has established. And when you, one thing I tell my clients, you got to know your gifting. I can discern who is just trying to play because they want to have say they had a record. And there's a difference to people just want to sing and people that want to minister. We call it gospel music because you're supposed to be spreading the good news. And I understand changes, and I like all genres of music. But we say we are gospel artists. We say we are spreading the good news of Jesus Christ. You got to ask yourself, are you doing that? Any song that you sing, you need, as a gospel recording artist, you need to minister. And I know they got a lot of new Christian dancers. I stay in tune with everything. But one thing you don't want to do is be gyrating out on stage. You can do your boots on the ground. You can do whatever. It doesn't bother me as long as it's, intact. Rep yourself well. You are the first presentation of yourself. If you go out grouchy, if you go out, not poorly dressed. My mother used to tell me that your first impression is your lasting impression. People are not going to forget the first time they saw you. Now, you may look 100 times better than the next time, but they always going to remember that worst time. So you got to represent yourself well. More importantly, you got to represent God well. And remember, every stage you go through is purposeful. It's a process. God is trying to get something out of us so he can pour more into us. And as a gospel recording artist, you remember this, you representing Christ. So represent him well. And follow the instructions of your manager. You know, because I'll listen to you. But, you know, again, if you know more than I do, you don't need me. We're just wasting time. And I will try to create a path to give you everything you desire. I've had some clients that go out to events, and when they tell me, I say, you can't wear that. They get mad because, you know, they want to wear all this trendy stuff and have their chest out and all of that. You can wear that to at home or wherever else you go, but you can't do that. You have to have grace and style. You know, you can't go up there having something with your back all out and your thigh all out and you all tatted up. We don't do that. You have to represent yourself well. And I want you to be encouraged on today, because if God told you to do this, he's going to see it through to the day of completion. Now, if you yourself told you to do it, you know, you may last for a few seasons, but I want you to examine everything you do and get you a good manager. You know, your brother or your mother can't be your manager if they don't have no management experience. I remember back in the day with television child stars. Yes, their parents were their managers, but their parents wouldn't manage anything. Their parents would hire somebody that can do the work and complete the task. That was for the parents to get 25 or 30%, because on child actors, all their money goes into a trust fund account until they're of age. So I get it there. So don't think this person was a manager. No, they hired somebody. But they also, you know, wanted a percentage so that they could maintain and take care of that child actor or that child singer. So there's a lot of things that people don't realize. You know, one year I had a young lady, she was out of North or South Carolina. Her name was Kendra Smith. She won a Stellar for Youth Artist of the Year. And that's one thing about award categories. Your manager knows where to place you. Sometimes the award committee will assign you to a certain thing, but we know where you would do best at. And if you did get any nominations this year, don't fret, it's coming. Just keep sowing seeds, keep doing the work, keep being humble. And it will come to pass. You know, there's so much to it that has to lay your foundation. I've had a lot of artists that, you know, not me personally, but I've seen a lot of artists that, you know, they didn't set up their foundation right, and then later they got sued. Because it's not because they were a bad person, it's because they didn't know how things work. They wasn't paying taxes, they didn't have an EIN number, they didn't set up. I mean, you can be an artist, you know, most artists these days, you can have your own record label that you run your music over, but you got to know the things to do to make it legit. A lot of people don't know that. You know, you need to have a business bank account. And more importantly, you need to have some discipline. Just because you got a few little dollars don't mean you can spend all over the place. And then as singing, you know, when you look at most secular artists, they do more than just sing. You know, they have And even some gospel artists, they have hairlines or shoe lines or clothes lines to create additional revenue. They make more money off of that than they do singing. Some of them don't have to even make another song, but they do. And we still recognize them and honor them for their past achievements. So you just have to keep going on what God has told you to do. Know your business. And then that way, you'll never be able to say that somebody ripped you off. Because if you don't know, back in the day, she has went to be with the Lord, but she was from Houston, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee. And she was big on performance rights because there were so many artists that passed away, especially, R&B artists, and they didn't have any money. They had to take up a collection to bury them. And so that's when she started that. And I've had some of my clients, she would do an event every year at the Kennedy Center in New York. It's the Gospel Heritage. I've had many clients. My Tanya Dallas Lewis did about 3 or 4 times. And they started out when they couldn't get any major gospel artists, but it began to grow, and the major artists around me. I had Eric Carrington. He was my client. They all coming back to me now. And he did there. So you can get, and that's a huge honor to be singing in front of a lot of senators and Congress people. Gospel at that. So I'm just saying, doors will open on your behalf. But you got to be with the right person, and you got to trust that person you choose. If you got somebody and they have never managed and they have never worked in the field, well, I'm not saying they won't do a good job, but they're learning as you are learning. You need somebody that already knows and that has some success under their belt. There's some great people out there. So, and be humble. Listen, don't get mad because, you tell me, I ask you, what do you want to achieve? And you say, oh, I want a Stella Award. Well, don't get upset that you don't get it next year. You will. Eventually, if you keep working hard on it, you can tell me, I want a Grammy. Whole different criteria. And a lot of these award platforms have changed their laws. Some of them voting is not open to the public anymore. It's only open to the members. And yes, it costs. And it will cost you. So I'm saying, understand everything that's going on and everything that you desire. We want you to get everything that God has for you. And we will help you do that. But, it comes with a lot of work. If somebody tells you, you may think that you're the headliner of somebody's event. You can't be the headliner if somebody has did more than you have. Will work to get you there. But you got to work yourself. And I hope this is blessing somebody, because I'm here to encourage you, to inspire you, and to help you achieve what God has called you to do. You need to grow, and God will reveal to you where He's taking you. It's time to stop playing the church and be the church, especially in times like these. As we're seeing, I'm not going to start preaching. I'm sorry, I'm going to stop. But I want y'all to be encouraged that you can't do nothing without our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Not a thing. And don't get it twisted. Satan can make some things happen too. Now, he doesn't have all power, and he's not God, but he can make you think you're on the right path when you're not. But I'm getting ready to close. I just want you to be encouraged, and that if you need anything from me, my name is Wanda Adams. You can hit me up at Marketing Ministries. Marketing Ministries at live.com or WFAdams72 at gmail.com. I got tons of pages. I have 3 marketing mini pages on Facebook. I have Wanda Adams 2, another Wanda Adams. I have several groups that a lot of you guys post in. I do The City with Mike Glover. I do The Purpose Driven Woman. I do United Christian Ministries, and I do A Time to Worship. And I'm getting ready to do some other things. Probably in the next month, I will be launching a podcast called What's Going On. And, if you send me your press kits and information, I will look at it and I'll be glad to have you on. And we have certain topics we discuss. So, and there's many other things. I mean, Pastor T has provided so many avenues for everybody on this, including myself. And one last thing I want to say to you, sometimes, if you're working hard and your work is showing you, ask your management or ask somebody if somebody's asking you for resources to be on something, see if it's worth your resources. Every good manager does that. So I am closing out, and I'm going to yield everything back over to Pastor T. I hope that this has done something for you, that you have been encouraged in some way, and I have given you some understanding and some enlightenment. And if you have any questions for me, I'd be glad to answer them.
Well, I tell you, I started off this morning telling them that it was going to be a plethora of information shared on today, and we did deliver. Yeah, I'm going to go through some of these comments.
I know I got some.
They going in over here. They're loving what you're saying. So I'm just going to back up a little bit and share a little bit. We have one more facilitator. We're trying to catch up with this young man. Good God of mercy. Randall Wilds from Cashbox is supposed to come on next. And he is like on roller skates every day. So
tell him he need a good manager. Tell him get off his roller skates and get on the Prayze factor.
He is something else. So they're working behind the scenes to try to see if they can get him connected so we can close everything out for today. But, it started out with Gerard Holmes over there talking about some Wanda Adams, that's my girl. He claiming you to alter himself,
Who said that?
Gerard Holmes out of Florida.
I know Gerard.
Awards. Yeah.
I know Gerard. Good people. Good people.
Yes. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. And he does amazing things in Florida. So that's something you need to have your manager. Don't you call him? Have your manager contact him.
Amazing stuff out there in Florida. And just in the nick of time, because I knew I was going to forget. There was a young man out there that was really moving and shaking and doing things in Florida, and he suddenly passed away. And everybody was real concerned of who was going to fill that void, because he was in everything, in government, politics, and he had award platforms and all kind of stuff. Gerard probably know who I'm talking about. And then he passed away, and everybody was like, oh my God, what's going to happen to all of the things that he was doing? And lo and behold, God had a ram in the bush called Gerard Holmes.
Yes, go ahead on Gerard with your bad self.
Yes, he done stepped in and making it happen out there in Florida.
I used to be in Florida all the time. You remember Peppy Hendricks?
Actually, that's who I'm talking about.
Okay, yeah, Peppy. He died. He was a good friend, and he used to do an award down there every year for GMWA.
Yep, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, he had his hands in all kind of stuff, and moving and shaking and making things happen. And then suddenly, I don't know if he was ill or whatever, but it was sudden for me that
it was sudden. It was real sudden. No one knew he'd been sick because, like I said, he did GMWA down there in Florida, because I took Todd and Lemmy and Tanya down there twice. And I took Trish down there once. And when he came back the next year, they had GMWA in Atlanta. And I saw him there, and the next week he was gone.
Yeah.
And God had blessed him because he had gotten married. Remember?
Right. I mean, all of that, and he was
Mm-hmm.
getting ready to run for some type of office, or he had just got elected into an office, or it was a lot going on, and so the question was, wow, what is going to happen? And for a minute there, it was kind of quiet in Florida, and then all of a sudden,
all right, Gerard. Hey, Pastor T, tell Gerard he need a manager.
Somebody is giving you the thumbs up on the statement about act like a business. I mean, I see a couple of comments about that, so that really is resonating with everybody. Scott King said, yes, stay out of the mall as much as possible.
Yeah, I've seen them. I can tell this, everybody likes Master P. He sold his CDs out of the trunk of his car in Louisiana and in California, but he took his money and put it in the bank. And he showed Snoop and all those how to be prominent business people.
Well, I want to know how they got all this time to be in the mall. I ain't been in the mall in so long. I bet you they probably don't even look like it.
The new thing now, and I don't do this because I don't like online shopping, but my kids are always Amazon. I said, I'm not buying nothing off of Amazon.
Let me tell you, Amazon done saved my life. If it wasn't for Amazon and a Walmart delivery, I probably wouldn't have nothing.
No, I'm one of those persons, Pastor T. I don't do a lot of returns, so I like to in-store.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah. And people get on me because I like certain stores. I ain't going to say them, but Saks.
Y'all can have all of that going to the store thing. No, I'm done with all that. They done fooled around and showed me how to do it all online. It is over.
No, my kids do it and they order stuff from me, but I like to go in stores and look. And I'm not a window shopper. When I go shopping, I know exactly what I want.
A lot of people are resonating with the comment about you're not just an artist, you're a business. So that's definitely something we're going to have to elaborate more on and really make sure that they're understanding what that's all about. So we're going to have another session just about that in itself.
I'll be glad. I'm not just a manager. I'm a business. I have an EIN number. I pay my taxes. I have, and it costs to be an LLC or to be an incorporation. Or corporations, some of them are nonprofits. You can be a 501c3, depending on if you're a ministry. But, you can be a sole proprietor. A sole proprietor is like having no insurance at all. An LLC is like liability. An incorporation is you fully covered. So if somebody decides to sue you, they can't take it from your person. If you don't pay your taxes and the IRS come after you, it doesn't come from your person if you are an LLC or an incorporation. I have both. But it doesn't count.
I'm not going to even, like you said a minute ago, you got all kind of pages, and I'm not going to even begin to talk about the tentacles that come from PG Network. Because somebody said to me the other day, how many email addresses do you have? I said the same amount as how many companies I run, because they all have to have their own identity. They can't be,
and you are a perfect exemplary of that. They should look at what you accomplished. I know you got a radio station. I know you got a TV station. I know you got a label. I know you got all these things, and you cannot push all that stuff under one umbrella.
They operate individually. Yes, they come under PG Network, but they all have their own EINs. They all have their own bank accounts. They all have their own, might not be nothing in the bank account, but but they are all set up individually so that they can operate individually. Lots of amens and going on over here. Hey, Phyllis. Okay, Phyllis is over here. Listen, she is enjoying everything we're saying. Phyllis Wong out of Florida. Phyllis Wong out of Florida with Gerard out there. Look, she say it again. she has got, look, she is excited about
I
something.
mean, there's so many things, like I was saying, and you know this, Pastor T. I want to say this, and I'm not just saying this because I'm on her platform, because you know I'll tell you the truth no matter what. She is a perfect exemplary of what to do to. She just doesn't have just individual. She has a conglomerate. Look it up if you don't know what that means. But and
Yeah,
as the old people,
somebody else said that. I said, okay. Well, I'll be glad when this conglomerate manifests in the fullness thereof.
and it's on the way. God says, "I'm taking you through the process."
Listen,
I mean,
I don't want to use the word content, but I am happy with what God is doing with me and the things that He has entrusted me with. I am happy. I want more? Of course, I would love to see things prosper and go forth in even greater. But I'm not complaining because I get to do what I love to do.
But God is not going to allow you to stay complacent. You
Yeah,
can't stay in this one spot. He's elevating you. I don't know if you remember, I used to do a magazine, y'all, called Glow. It stood for God's Ladies of Work, and it blew up. We had partners with, it's Up TV now, but it used to be the Gospel Music Channel. We had partnerships with Streaming Faith was big. And I know Bishop Bloomer told me, because we'd have all kind of pastors. We was the first magazine that had a flip page in the side of it. It was all online. And Bishop Bloomer told me, he said, "Wanda, don't hold on to this because you're not going to be here much longer." So what he's talking about? And he said, "You're going to be doing something in entertainment." I go, "I don't know nothing about that." And when I would go out, artists and people would come to me and they said, "Wanda, will you rep me?" I said, "Rep me what?" They say, "You know everybody." So I'm telling you how God laid the foundation for me. When I was in Georgia, they used to call me the church lady. I knew every pastor there. I went to Voices of Faith, which is a large church in Georgia. I went to New Mercies, and Bishop Eddie Long was one of my good friends. So, and it was not me. I didn't even know that God had positioned me like this.
Listen, Gerard, get out. Don't you go in that mall. He told my son he headed to the mall, right? Nope, sir. No.
Then go ahead and tell him when it comes next time when he's doing something, he wants some fees. We say, "We ain't seen your doctor. You should have stayed out the mall."
We do have a question from Ty Scott King, and she's saying, if someone is considering a manager, should they consider someone who has a capped number of artists that they manage?
Well, yes and no. Like I said, I have multiple companies. I have some people that I manage. I have some people that I do marketing. I did radio. But the first artist I ever took on, and Pastor T can attest this, was Tanya Dallas Lewis. She had did this new song called Something About a Miracle. And when I tell you God moved on that, I got her her video played on BET, on VH1, but she was on a label and she was disenchanted. And she said, "Miss Wanda, would you be my manager?" Now, I had never managed nobody before. I can tell you how God moves. I said, "Sure." And she said, "I want you to promise me that you won't work anybody else." I said, "Okay." So I had her on and I was working her. I met Norma DeShields, my good friend. She did a radio promotion at the time out of Chicago. She sent me Lemmy Battles. Now, y'all must be living under a rock if you don't know Lemmy. And I was doing her marketing, and she does a birthday celebration every year. And I went there, and she was acknowledging everybody that came. And she looked at Norma. She said, "Norma, stand up." She said, "This is my radio servicer." Then she said, "Wanda, stand up." She said, "This is my manager." I turned to Norma. I said, "When that happened?" But I've had an amazing run with Lemmy. We are still great friends because I don't part any relationship anger. The Bible says if you have an ought against somebody, go to them and go to them alone.
Absolutely.
And so that's what I do. But I'm not angry at anybody. I had a great run with a lot of, labels. Like I said, Gospel Fella Entertainment. That's where Sean Keys came from. I know Sean very well.
And he's doing some amazing things now.
I market him.
And I was glad that Keri got a chance to start working with him because they are putting out some amazing music. She talked about saying God, but she's got a whole, I think it's 5
I bet
songs.
she does.
Yeah, I think it's 5 songs on that EP.
He did Work Your Faith for Tanya. That was a song that charted at number 27 when it was BDS.
Yeah.
I'll tell you, he's an amazing young man. I traveled with him. We gone through some, he was just starting out, but I praise God that God is elevating him. He's a perfect exemplary that shows you that you have to put in the ground.
Gerard had said something about the whole management thing too that I think is worth resharing and noting out here. He said, be careful who manages your career. Stop letting people play with your career. And
absolutely
that's crucial right there, because there's a lot of people. I'm about to get in trouble. Lord help me.
No, you ain't gonna get in trouble. Tell the truth and shame the devil.
I don't understand how people, these artists and creatives, this is my manager and so and so, and I'm like, okay, how is your manager on the same level as you? Your manager is an artist that's trying to get on, just like you trying to get on. How are they your manager? I don't understand that. So it lets me know that people don't fully understand what the role of manager or booking agent or promoter. They don't fully understand what the role is. They just
have to know.
I got a manager.
Every one of my clients can tell you.
Yeah.
We started out with, they have a licensing agency, because if you know with BMI, I asked her, where you going to get your royalties from? You're talking about, there's, even now, it used to be when I started management that YouTube didn't pay royalties. It's industry standard, it's a low percentage, but you get paid. Most people don't realize that. So if you don't have a licensed agency and a radio station can play you all day long and they don't keep your money, that's why a lot of them now ask for your ISRC code or your UPC sound scan barcode so you can get your coins. But you so caught up into selling a few CDs. And let me say this, Pastor T. We're in a streaming age era now. Quit buying. Some churches will help you promote your CD, but you better get you some digital download cards.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So they can swap them in, and people be buying all them CDs. No, what you buying it for? In my car, I don't even have a CD player. So I can play it if I want to. Everything in my car is Bluetooth.
Yeah, I don't have a CD player in mine either. I was like, well, okay. So thank God for this little cord that attaches to my phone, because I'll be listening to WPGN Radio Atlanta.
Oh, I like that station too.
Somebody asked me, what station do you listen to? I listen to my station. What do you mean?
That was a good play.
What is that saying? It's a poor dog that don't wag his own tail or something like that. Nothing against other stations, but what kind of person don't support their own self?
Well, you've done quite well. I remember, like I said, the first Prayze Factor, and then, when you start doing your compilation CD, there's nothing wrong with my cognitive skills, yeah.
Yeah, we did 2 or 3 of them, and then we stopped, and then we picked back up again a few years later, and then I stopped it again. I am one, and people will know, those of you that are new to the Prayze Factor platform, you will get to know me. I don't play about my father's business. I'm very serious about it. So I will do any and everything to help and to put people in positions so that they can do what thus saith the Lord in their life. Very serious about being led by the Spirit of God. So when it's not working, and the reason it's not working is because of people, I leave it alone. Because I tell you in a heartbeat, I am no longer an artist. So I'm not trying to sell a song or sell a CD or make $1 off of a song, but
you could if you wanted to.
I'm not trying to do any of that. So when I'm involved in music or any of this stuff, award shows and platforms and touring, it is strictly for the artist.
Absolutely.
I don't get anything out of it other than the satisfaction of being able to do what God done told me to do. But when it is a struggle to be a blessing to you, then it's time to move on.
I know that's right. But here's the thing. I want to share to your audience. The Bible says that every man is worth his hire. And you shouldn't be just all about your resources and your coins, and you don't want to pay the person that is doing the work for you. No, that's not how it goes. And that's why a lot of people are struggling. And, you have to look beyond, you can tell when somebody's good at what they're doing. That's why, I'm trying to brag. I'll just be telling you what I've accomplished. Pastor T is not trying to brag. She's telling you how good God has been to us.
Absolutely.
And if you faithful over little, hallelujah, God will make you ruler over much. You look at a lady, turn and look at that lady. God has made her ruler over much because she was faithful with a little. See, you weren't there with her when she was sacrifices and trying to plug everything and connect everything for the Prayze Fest. You weren't there.
Mm-hmm.
You seeing the birthing now.
It started with the group that I was at the time managing, and no, I do not manage artists anymore, but at the time I was managing a group, and all of this really kind of birthed out of that because it was hard to get them on platforms. It was hard to get them radio interviews. It was hard to get them a television appearance, a tour, or anything. People say, well, you pay $1,000 and you get a 5-minute slot. You get there and then they like, oh, we got to get out because time out of the building. Wait a minute. What happened to my slot? What happened to, oh, well, contact us next week. Wait, what? And then, of course, you can't find them anymore. So it was a lot of things happening. And I was just like, God, this cannot be what you intended for the gospel. It just can't be. So
that's just like a lot of people do those showcasing. I remember when we used to go to the Stellars, and you know this to be true, and the Devil Awards, more people would be showcasing. They wouldn't buy a ticket to go to the award.
To the award show, right. It would be all of the other events that would take place.
That they wanted to attend to. And, and there's some truth about it. You go to a showcase, if you're not, and depending on if they have a whole lot of artists, when you get up to sing, you may be singing to an empty audience because what people do, I'm just telling the truth, and y'all know I'm telling the truth. They will go from one showcase to the other.
Yeah, absolutely. I did that for 10 years, which was my way of learning about the business and learning other things that I needed to know so that I could, pass it on to those that are seeking careers in this. I went 10 years hopping from the Stellars to the Doves to the Grammys to the this to the that, covering their red carpets and doing interviews in their media rooms and sitting down and listening to their seminars and going to their round tables. And I did that for 10 straight years on my own dime and all of that, just so that I could learn the inner workings of those things. Some of those things I was able to implement and apply to what we're doing. And some of them, I didn't want none of that around us. So as my mom and them used to say back in the day, eat the meat, spit out the bones. I kept the good parts of what I learned and the rest of it I discarded in the hopes that it would make our platforms run smoothly and incredibly. And so far, so good. So far, so good. We are standing on a good foundation thanks to the Holy Spirit and able to really do some things for these artists that are there, like you said earlier, they can't really afford to get a spot on the Stellars or the Doves or whatever. You think paying a couple of $100 is something. Wait till you have to pay $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 and all of that. But they got a mortgage on your home and all.
Don't mortgage your home. Pay your mortgage. Pay your rent.
Hey, I've seen artists on those mainstream levels do that. They want to do that bad, so they go take out a mortgage or a second loan on their homes and all that, so that they can be on that platform and win that award. So
well, that's because they were too busy going to the mall.
Yeah,
If they
our goal though was to give them a similar experience as to what they might get at the Stellars and the Doves and so forth and so on, meaning the production side of it gives them good quality footage, good quality photos and things of that nature. Keep the cost down. Can't be free because it ain't gonna be free as you grow. So this is a teaching platform. We're literally teaching you how to be when you do get to the Stellars, the Doves, and the Grammys. We're teaching you down here where you can afford it, where you can actually be up close and personal with the Wanda Adams in the industry. And you know what I'm saying? Because you can't go walk up to Don Jackson and just be like, hey, bro, what's up? You know, so I slam dunk you in the floor. You know what I'm saying? So
well, I made this promise.
Learn. You know?
I made this promise to you about 3 years ago, and I'm going to invoke it now on your thing. Who you think is the best artist of the Prayze Factor, I will give them 3 months of marketing free.
Woo! Did y'all hear that? Now she done put me in the hot seat. Who do I need to pick somebody? Oh my God!
Because I don't want somebody that ain't ready. I don't want nobody. I'm just being real with you. I don't want nobody to have to argue with. Getting too old.
Right. You know what happens, Miss Wanda, when things like this come about? I don't even have to pick. I usually let their work speak for them for itself. There's a lot of artists that come through Prayze Factor. We average a lot.
Hey, I just thought about this.
They all think they're ready though. You know how it goes. They all think that they're ready.
One of your show that I used to work with, Vincent Beckman.
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, he is on the R&B side. What? Pastor D doing R&B? No, Pastor D don't do R&B.
Well, he wasn't on the R&B when I did him.
Yeah, he's R&B now. Yeah.
I don't do anything outside of gospel.
Yeah, he's R&B now, but he does clean R&B. He's actually on the VIP event tonight. We have the first half of it is our gospel jazz.
Yeah, I saw that.
And then the second half of it is going to be, do you know Reggie Boone as well?
No.
Okay, he's a local artist, but it's going to be great. But yeah,
well, I want somebody that you have that has a humble spirit, and you watch. We're going to be on the Prayze Factor next year with this artist, and she's going to be telling you all the places she been.
Yeah, it is. It like I was saying, a lot of times I don't have to pick because they will stand out. And it speaks for themselves. I am the kind of person, I have people come to me all the time. I want to work with you and so forth and so on. And I say, no, I'm sorry. I don't have any more room. And a lot of times that's based off of the fact that I don't know them and they haven't come through Prayze Factor. Wait, what? You can't work with nobody that don't come through Prayze Factor? I don't. No. And the reason for that is Prayze Factor gives me an opportunity to really get to know this artist, get to know their work ethics, get to know their passion, their drive, get to know their attitude. It gives me an opportunity to really get a chance to know them. So I use this platform as a way to get to know the inner workings of an artist. And then after that, we, go to God and see what God says about us working together.
Well, I guess I use the wrong term.
I have to be able to where you said something. You don't want nobody that's halted spirit and nobody that's going to be snapping back and they know it all and all that. You know how you get to know that about an artist? Let them come through a platform that you're doing. And you give them some criteria that they have to abide by. Rules and regulations and things they have to read. And most people get disqualified from working with people that I know simply because they won't read. They won't read the email. They would rather send me 50 million messages asking me the same question that we done put in the email. But they don't understand that they're failing the test.
Quit talking about me. I did read the email. I just couldn't find it.
No, you know what I'm talking about. Because there's a reason why, those emails are long like that. There's a reason for that. You want to know what the reason is? Is we're being transparent. The
Yeah.
contracts that's going to come to you are going to be very long and very wordy and intense. And you got to learn to read and go through every inch of it before you sign your life away. That's why
Well, you know what they say about, they say if you want to keep anything from a Black person, put it in the book.
Put it in writing. That's right. Well, we need to break that curse.
And we need to break this. This is a new thing that concerns me deeply. With all the advanced technology, my ex-husband is a systems engineer. I know all the technology I want to know. And there's some things I don't want to do. It's not that I can't do it. But this generation now, everybody's dependent on AI. Do you know AI can write a song for you? Don't do it. I'm telling you now, don't do it. You'll mess yourself up. But, that's why people that graduate from college are so, I'm just going to say it, dumb, and they can't pass the medical exams of the board because they have AI doing their thesis and their paper. Don't do that, because I come from the old school where my mother made us read 2 books, the dictionary and the Bible. And when you sacrifice and you learn stuff manually, you never forget it. But if you depend on technology and AI to do everything for you, you're not going to have any wisdom or knowledge. I know people that, for their messages, Pastor T, they use AI to write their sermons. You didn't read the scripture?
Of course not. That's what you mean, read.
Yeah. So you say, I wanted to say that because I want people not to lose sight of things. I don't want them to be put up at a disadvantage. I was talking about Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee that used to do the Gospel Heritage. That was her problem. You're talking about the Supremes and the Four Tops. All their music was written by Holland Dozier Holland. They get no royalties. They got their money from their performances. And I think they wasn't making no millions of dollars. They had to pay Motown and every other person that they went to. All the money they put out there for them. They were buying their wigs and their clothes. That's 100% recoupable.
Yeah.
So what did they have? Now, some of them did extremely well, but I make sure my clients know, like if they're using, and most of my clients are right, some of them don't, some of them, it's how you negotiate. Some of them go and get a song. Well, if I'm paying you $10,000 for a song, it's going to be at least, you're going to sign over your publishing and your composition, your writers to my client. See, most people don't know that. And they go to these little beat places and buy these beats off live for $300 and $500. And I'm going to tell you, you don't own them because they turn around and sell them to somebody else next year.
Yep.
Because you don't know what you're doing. And I'm not trying to be rude or beat up on you. I'm trying to empower you. You need somebody, you need to know, because, even when you have somebody that wrote the song, the lyrics and the music, yeah, they'll get 100% of that. But you can at least negotiate on the publishing. At least give me 20, give me the 10% is better than nothing. And if your radio servicer or the person handling your stream do right, every little bit adds up. Because when you go online and you sell a download or an MP3 of your song, well, the distributor is going to get 30%. The retailers are going to get another 30%. So then there's only 40% left. And whatever they use to put you on the main page of a kiosk online or whatever, they're going to get, you may walk out with 7 cents.
Maybe.
I'm going to tell you a true story. Dorothy Norwood, one of her projects called An Incredible Journey. She was getting right up everywhere. She was number 2 on the Billboard chart for sales, and she was 15 for music on BDS. Billboard did an article, and you can Google this, says Dorothy Norwood tops herself. She sold 49,000 units. You hear me? And then the distribution came back and sent her a bill for $949. And, we had to get attorneys involved because I do have a business attorney and I have an entertainment attorney.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and these are things you need to do. You need to know, have an attorney, because if there's somebody you don't know and you're looking at signing a contract, need to know what you're signing. Because I've seen a lot of people sign their life away by not getting advice. I look at all my clients' contracts.
Amen.
That's
Amen.
all.
Well, listen, we're going to have to start wrapping it up. It doesn't look like we're going to be able to get Mr. Wilds on here from Cashbox. I really wanted him to close us out today. We're just forming a new partnership with him, and he's got some great ideas to do with the artists. So I wanted him to elaborate a little bit on that. But hey, it's all about God's will. So maybe it's not time to put it out there yet into the atmosphere, but we're going to get ready to wrap up for the day because we got to get ready to go over for the VIP and the meet and greet and all that. I'm looking forward to hugging everybody's neck and finally meeting some of these people that we've been chatting back and forth with online and so forth and so on. This is my favorite part, the beginning. After today, I'm gonna be buried in all of the stuff, but I like the first night, because it's kind of casual for me, and I get to meet and greet and get to know some of these folks that we've that's on the ballot and so forth and so on. So we're gonna get ready to close out. And listen, you guys, we're gonna leave this up for as long as we can, so you can go back and get some of the nuggets that you may have missed. If I can get it to download properly, I'll put it on PGN TV, and that way we'll have it forever.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of long, but we'll see if we can get it downloaded, and maybe we'll have to put some compressing on it or something so that we can, make sure that we keep this available, because there's some really good nuggets shared today. Want to thank everybody that was, facilitating today. Serona Elton from Mechanical Licensing Collective, Tiara Guy from SoundExchange, Roshawn, Nicole, Finding Freedom from Burnout. Oh my God, that was so good. Roshawn Keys with his studio prep. Carla, we're gonna have to reschedule her because of technical difficulties. Really enjoyed Roderick Carter from Gospel Station Charts. That was a good session as well. Pastor Keri, thank you so much again for the process and the journey that she shared with us, which I'm sure encouraged somebody else who's thinking and believing that it's time for them to shift to another level as well. Definitely want a big shout out and thanks to my dear friend here, Wanda Adams, for sharing and pouring out from her heart. And they're all over here talking about pick me. So that offer to get the 3 months of PR marketing strategy is going to be something everybody is after. So we're going to have to seek the Lord on that. Wow. I love that. And we will follow up with Mr. Randall from Cashbox as well. But it has been a pleasure, you guys. Thank you for those of you that have been around all day. I know it was a long day, but it was definitely worth it. And you never know. See, this is the kind of stuff that, shows the ones that's really serious. Because this feed should have been millions of people tuned in here all day. They all say they called and want to be artists and want to do this, want to do that. But you don't want to learn the business part of it. I don't understand that. So, it's all good.
Don't pick them.
That's what I'm saying. That's what exactly.
I'm being silly.
No, I'm just serious though. It lets you know the ones that are serious, Thank you, Gerard. We appreciate you for being on as well, because again, another industry leader has amazing platforms that he's working out there in the Florida region, and I see him everywhere. I just saw him at Robert Barnes's thing. I don't even think we had a chance to say hello. He was running, I was running, but Robert Barnes did a great job with his award show, the inaugural Gospel Sounds Music Awards. It was amazing. Really nice platforms are coming, and I'm looking to work with people whose heart is right. They really have a heart to help these independent artists. Everybody, some people do this because they think it's some money in it. But then there are those that really have a heart for it. And that's where I'm kind of winding myself into now that I've getting a little older, and I'm getting ready to retire eventually someday. Soon.
And you know, Robert Barnes is Lemmy's cousin.
No, I didn't know that. I just met him for the first time about I think years ago.
He's an excellent guy, but he's Lemmy Battle's cousin.
Okay, very good. Awesome. But thank you guys again. We're not going to keep you. Our time has been well spent. We're looking forward to a great time tonight. So if you're in the Atlanta area, come join us over at the Magnolia Lounge and Restaurant for our official meet and greet mixer. Make sure you say hello to us. All of the flyers and all of that stuff is on the websites and on all of our social media. Any social media platform, we've got some presence there. So make sure you come find us. And we will be looking forward to celebrating with you over the next 4 or 5 days. Because we're all the way extended into Monday now with stuff that we're doing at Prayze Factor. Yeah. So God bless you all. Thank you again, Miss Wanda. We appreciate you for your time.
You're
and
welcome.
looking forward to what God is doing and putting together as we go forward. All right. Thank you all. Have a blessed one.
You too.